Good morning, everyone, or good evening, wherever you are. How's everyone doing on this beautiful Monday? Hope you're having a great start into the new week. Hope everything is going great for y'all. Welcome to the stream. The final week before German nationals. Well, actually, not even the final week. It is this week, literally, quite literally this week. We have some things to do before we can safely say we're prepared for nationals. And it was a pretty big weekend. First real weekend with the new ban list. First weekend of tournaments. Of course, if you were here yesterday, you already know we watched day 2 of French nationals live. But there was also a lot of regionals that went on in the US of A and in other parts of the world, I believe. So we have a bunch of stuff to look at, a bunch of things to investigate upon today, and just like a little bit finalizing my own like nationals preparation. We'll talk about all of that in a bit. Let's get the warm up out of the way. And then let's do that. We were promised a deck doctor. I know I said I wanted to do this. I have to see if I can this week. I'll have to see exactly how many days I can stream this week because we are, traveling to German nationals and everything. I have to. I'm trying to make it work. I'm gonna try to make it work, but no promises. But I will try to fit it into one of the stream days this week. Okay. Where are German nationals? German nationals are in Dortmund. I believe it's the same. It is the exact same location as it was for YCS Dortmund. In case you were there, so yeah, that's where it is. When are you traveling? I think it's Friday morning. I'm not sure if it's Friday morning or Thursday. Cause the thing is, the sad thing is that there's no public events on Friday. For German nationals this year. It used to be like the location used to be open on the Friday and they used to have like public events and that kind of stuff. But this year it's not like that. I believe last year it was already like that. But the thing is, I'm not sure if I knew that when I was booking. I'm not sure if I knew that when I booked my travels and everything. So it's possible that I booked Thursday because I thought it would open on Friday. It's possible. I'm not sure. But either way. So the thing is, I'm definitely not streaming on Thursday because that's when I'm gonna be packing my stuff and everything for nationals and finalizing the deck list with some other people and all that kind of stuff. Getting ready to also like prepare like thumbnails for the weekend and everything. But on Wednesday, I might be able to stream on Wednesday. That I don't know yet. It depends how much work I have to do to prepare for being gone for a couple of days. Anyways. Some cards want to be guessed before we talk about that sort of stuff. Let's get right into it. This looks familiar to me. Never mind, it's some Utopia stuff. Never mind. Abandon. Cupid's volley, I think, is what this is. No, is it actually pitch? No. Oh, come on. Cupid serve. Nope. Dunk. Oh my god, it's the last one. Oh my! Out of all the ones I guessed, it's the last one. That's the kind of day it is. Okay. God damn it. Salvage. It's Raviel card, but it's not Raviel. Oh, Shimmering Scraper. Okay. I'm not familiar with that card. I don't know what that is. Now, this is like something light. It's something light. Elf's Light. Elf's Light. Yeah, it's like a very old, I believe, equip spell. Gizmek. I think this is the Gizmek field spell, but I don't know what it's called. This? This. This is a dark contract. Oh, it's contract. Right? I don't know. With the witch. It's the one that destroys cards, I believe. Black Horn of Heaven. I think this is Constellar. Yeah. Giving me trap hole vibes. I think this is some trap hole, but one of the very bad ones. Have you seen the new archetype, the Horus? We're gonna look at the Horus cards. I have them ready. I have them open up in a new tab. Don't worry, we'll talk about it. This is Blue Dragon Summoner. Yes. This is Adignister. Like this one, yeah. Oh, he's old. He's old. Mighty Guard. Like a small vanilla, I think. This is Space Gift. Neo Space Gift. What? I believe that's Kiwi. Hell yeah. It's a quick one. Oh, this is a Lightsworn trap card, but it's not called Lightsworn. It's like, it's light something. Spiral? Yeah. Not even sure if it has something to do with Lightsworns in the effect. I just know it's like Light of Destruction, I think. Oh, this is the Dark Lord thingy. Contract? Yeah. No contact, not contract. This is Kokimiru Gravirose. Yep. Oh, there's Firegrass. No, why did I zoom? Oh my god, I didn't need that zoom. We lost points on that. I think this is a gimmick puppet. I don't think it's Nightmare though, is it? Oh no, it's not even that. It's this thing. It looked like Gimmick Puppet Nightmare at first. That's why I thought it was a Gimmick Puppet. This is like Zero Fine or something like that. It's something Zero. Is it Zero Fine? No. Zero. Oh, not Zero. Ziri or Ice Princess. Yeah, it's something along those lines. This is Potion of the Old Man. Wait, no. Of the Old Man. Oh, Poison, not Potion. My bad. This one I don't know. Oh no, I do. Oh god, I never realized it. Okay, I've never seen this up close. Wait, is this Mighty Guard again? I don't think it is. Maybe it is. No, it's not. Oh, it's Force. I believe this is another dark contract. The problem is on this one, I have no idea what it's called. I'm pretty sure it's a dark contract. Yeah. I've seen her. Barber, yeah. We've played this once in Master Duel. I don't remember why we did it, but it's like a link 2 that we used for something. It was when we did one of those challenges. I think it was the Inferno Tempest, because it was like very small. And when we needed to crash into something, we needed a link 2 that was like really small. I think it was for that. Something like that. Why do I know none of these cards? Oh, wait, no. This is Crumble Logos. Raw and Dinosaur, thank you for the full year. Welcome back to month number 12. I appreciate you. This is worm stuff. Or okay, I've seen this before. I know I've seen this. I've seen this 1,000. This is Dark Voltanis. Yeah, I've seen this. How does chat know all the random cards? Dude, sometimes I don't know it either. Breath of Light? Yeah. This one I've seen, but I have no idea what it's called. It's like an old super rare tribute burial. Yeah. Is it Wall of Thorns? No. Wall of Ivy. Octo Stretch. Magic Cylinder. Yeah. You gonna check out the new Horus archetype? Yes, sir. What do we have here? I have no idea. I've never seen this before. I was not familiar with this one. Raw I'm a Dinosaur, thank you for the gift sub to Kari. I think this is Malevolent Catastrophe. Yeah. Played this card a few times back in my days. The Kree. It's one of the spirits with the weird names. Oh no, actually. Wait, is that not a spirit background? Is that a spirit card? Okay. Left leg? Yeah. This is a big earth guy. I've looked at this before for some reason. I was gonna play that in some deck. I don't remember why I tested this card, but I don't remember the name. This is psychic something. Yeah, some psychic dude. Oh, there's a couple cards today that I've definitely seen and I just can't name them. Yeah, Spiral Flame Strike. I've seen this card 1,000%. Who's that little dude? Performapal Flame Eater. That's cute. That is... They used this in Frogs back in the day. Sea Lancer. Yeah. Mathieu's deck profile is out. Dude, I already have it open. I already have it open in another tab. Wait, this is not Wagtail? Is it Swallow then? Sapphire Swallow? Yeah, okay. I thought it was Celestine Wagtail. I have never seen you in my life. Is this Nefarious, the OG Nefarious? No. Right? OBs? Oh, it is. Okay. Do we have here? Time Lord. Mission. I never realized they had faces. Do they all have faces? Cyber Ogre? Cyber Ogre 2? 2. They do? Okay. Oh my god, Flower Guardian. One day, chat, one day we're gonna have to learn all the Flower Guardians because there's so many and they show up every round. There's like a Flower Guardian. This is Dinomorphia. Dinomorphia Kentrigina. Yeah. This is the wolf. What is it called? What is he called? Silver Fang, right? Yeah. I knew it wasn't the calculator. I didn't know they made another one. What does this one gain attack for? Is it link rating? This is BA. I think it's Calcab. Yeah. This is a Gishki, but I haven't used this one. Yeah, Tetra Ogre. It's one of the bad ritual monsters. That doesn't narrow it down that much. With Gishkis, unfortunately. I've seen this. Oh my god, what is that? Chat, what is that? I've seen this. Heraldic. It's a heraldic card. Ugh. Heraldry. Heraldry? I don't know. He's an old vanilla. Something Uchi. No, Tongyo? Okay. Oh, man. Frozen Beast. There's like Flame Beast and Ice Beast, but what is it called? Freezing Beast? I thought it was Frozen Beast. It's yeah. It's that. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. This is now Crystal Zero. Ririoku Field. Ririoku Field. Gate. What is this thing called, dude? Gate. Golem Sentry. Yes, Golem Sentry. It's one of them flip flops. Dark Illusion. This is some hunter. It's called Sea Hunter, I think. Armed Sea Hunter. Yeah. Vault Cop, thank you for the 11 months. That's a very long time. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh my god, I know this. Oh my god, this is Visa's lore, is it not? Yeah, it's Reichard. Okay. Bro, we barely made it to 700. I don't know what it was today. But 700 is not that great. But I guess it wasn't. I don't think it was a particularly easy round. It's okay. It's all right. We're a little rusty. It's the first try of the week. It's okay. You beat Gage at least, dude. Dude, I've seen Gage do this yesterday. That man's strategy at this is insane. That guy's a psychopath when it comes to card guesser, dude. That guy like doesn't know a card, zooms in like 3 times, and then like is like, hey, this card looks like it's called Warrior, and then he types Warrior into the search bar, and then he scrolls through it as if he's gonna find something called Warrior. There's like a billion cards called Warrior, and he spends like 2 minutes on a card that he's never seen before because he thinks it looks like a warrior or something. And then he's out there being like, oh, my personal best is 606 points. I think that's pretty good. There's no way anyone else gets more. What the hell are you doing? If you don't know the card, you just friggin' any percent skip that thing, dude. Because if you don't know a card and you think it looks like a warrior, just go next. That was like That was crazy because I rated Gage yesterday and he was about to do it and he was like, oh, how many points do you guys get? I usually get around like 500. My best is 600. I'm like, dude, no wonder you get 500 points if you do it like that. Anyways. And then he does this thing. And he like types in 2 cards and then heads over to DB to see if he can find it. What the hell is that? God damn it, dude. All right. We're looking at a dark effect monster from back in the day. High attack, low... This screams Caius. This screams Caius. We have to try Caius. Okay. Dark level 6 fiend. Very old. Not just an effect monster. We're looking at maybe a... Can it be a... It can't be a synchro, chat. Because before 2008, there were no synchros. Is it Dark Balter? Is it just Dark Balter? No, that's level 5. It can't be Dark Balter. What's the other? Fusion is probably what it is, though. Fusion is probably what it is. Summon Skull? It's an effect monster. What do you mean? What is Ryo Senshi a fiend? Ryu... No, that's a warrior. End of Anubis. The thing is, it's not just an effect monster, chat. It's not just an effect monster because it's yellow here. So it has to be like, it can be fusion, flip, or fusion, flip, Gemini. Can it be Gemini? What's Doom Shaman's stat line? No, Doom Shaman doesn't work. Toon Summon Skull. Does Toon count? Oh. Yeah, Toon counts. Easy. Easy. Good idea. Good idea to try Toon. That was an easy one though. Like honestly, that was tame. It's like we start with Rongo, then the Caius is already super close. Easy clap. Easy clap. All right. All right. I'm only half dumb for suggesting Summon Skull. Yeah, I guess you were somewhat right. You were somewhat right. All right. Chat. Warm up out of the way. Warm up out of the way. Welcome, everybody. Let me tell you what we are doing today because we have a few interesting things lined up. As I said earlier, this is the beginning of the week of German Nationals. German Nationals is this upcoming weekend. And I'm in the middle, and I'm sure a lot of you are in the middle of preparing for the event. And we're going to look at this past weekend. Talk about the format a little bit, because it was the first weekend of the new ban list, basically. When did the new ban list go into effect? Today, 1 week ago, right? It was exactly 1 week ago, right? That the ban list came into effect. So either way, this past weekend was the first weekend of tournaments. French Nationals, you already know, we streamed that. We watched that together. If you were here yesterday, it was a pretty cool experience. I really enjoyed the French National watch party. It was very interesting. We're going to talk about the results. Sadly, I have the spreadsheet open in the background while I'm talking already. Not that many deck lists yet, at least on the spreadsheet. There's not that many deck lists. On the spreadsheet, there's 0 deck lists. I know there's some decks that have already been uploaded to YouTube. I already found some. In preparation for the stream, I've already opened like a bunch of different deck profiles from the weekend, both from French Nationals and US Regionals. I have a couple of interesting deck lists ready. I hope they're interesting. I haven't seen them yet. But that's what we're going to do. We're going to recap the Nationals. We're going to talk about what that means for the format, because, you know, the German Nationals is the exact same format. European Championship is slightly different because we get a new set before that. We'll talk about that next week, in case you're wondering about like the impact of cards like Assault Synchron, which is a card that we've already experimented a lot with in Master Duel. You guys know I'm a big fan of Assault Synchron. That card releases in the TCG in, I believe it's a little less than 2 weeks. I think it's the 22nd is the number that's like floating in my head. I think it's like 10 days until we get the new side set, the new Battles of Legends, whatever it's called. That is releasing next week, so Assault Synchron and everything surrounding that is something we're gonna do next week. First things first, a few little things before we hop into some deck lists and nationals recap very quickly. In case this is interesting for any of you guys, I don't know if any of you are on this thing, but the leaderboard has apparently been posted, which is something that is kind of crazy. The world's points basically for Europe have been posted now, which is kind of crazy to think about because like we've the season has been going on forever, and it's basically the season ends now, and now is when they drop the leaderboard. Apparently some of the points are missing. I'm not sure if this is accurate. I didn't keep track of all the points. More accurate list here is what yugioh has posted. So apparently this is the real list. I'm not sure. But this is the one posted on the official thingy. The thing is, I think I think my points are, they might be correct. I don't know. Here it says I should have 542. I have no idea. Either way, we're in the playoffs for sure. I don't think that's that's not a question. We're not first, but it's okay because honestly, as you can see here, that's something I find very interesting is that they included the number of events that contributed to this placement, right? I have like I'm among the people with the least amount of events played. I didn't play that much Yu-Gi-Oh these last couple of months in terms of regionals. Like the 7, I've gone to 8 Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments. Because there's one event where I didn't get points, which is the regional that I played, Labyrinth. We don't talk about that. That's the one regional I didn't get points at, and then I've played literally the 7 events I got points at, where YCS Utrecht, YCS Dortmund, YCS Lyon, and YCS London. I won a Dreieich regional, and then I played a Frankfurt regional and another Cologne regional, I believe. That's all I played in this entire season. So I didn't expect to be in first with that little amount of events played. Karlsruhe and Lautern. Oh yeah. No, I played more than that. The Sunfish regional. Yeah, no, they're missing points. Yeah, now I notice it too. I played more than that. No, I played a little bit more than that. They're missing some events. So maybe this list is more accurate. Maybe this list over here is more accurate indeed. Yeah. Because this one has me. This one I have like almost 100 more points than on the other one. It doesn't matter. To me, it doesn't really matter. It will matter though. I mean, it is very important for the people that are like in the area here. In case you don't know what any of this means, in case you're tuning in and he's like, "What the hell is he talking about?" This is the list where, if you play Yu-Gi-Oh in Europe, you collect points at regionals, nationals, these types of events. You earn points, and those points qualify you for a playoff on the Friday of the European Championship. Before the actual event starts, the people that qualify over points will have a playoff for qualifying to the World Championship. Right? So they qualify we do a playoff to qualify for Worlds on the Friday of the European Championship. And the way it works this year is top 16 from this year make it into the playoff, and also top 16 from the 2020 season, because that's only fair, I think, because in 2020 there was no World Championship because of COVID. They skipped it. They didn't do it. And so the people from back then will also be part of the playoff. So for the people that are like around this area, it really matters. It really matters if you don't have if your points are not correct. So I encourage everyone, if you are in the race, if you are any of these people here, if you're any of these here, make sure to double check that your points are correct on the official leaderboard. Because, and I'm pretty sure you should take care of this before Euros. I don't think you can just turn up on the Friday of Euros and be like, "Hey, I believe I should have 100 more points." I think you should email them beforehand. I think you should email them beforehand and make that clear so they can double check that you have the right amount of points and everything. So, yeah. Anyways, just wanted that. I know that doesn't apply to a lot of people, but just a couple people that it does apply to, in case anyone's watching, make sure you do that properly so you can take part in the playoffs if you should be qualified. Okay, that out of the way. There's some new cards that I want to look at. They sound promising. That sounds like a cool archetype to me because it's Horus support. Now, I don't know if this has anything to do with the like the Horus, the Black Flame Dragon or whatever. But we'll see. DST King, thank you for the 6 months. My Nationals invite still isn't on the list, and Nats is in 3 weeks. Don't worry, dude. My Euros invite isn't on there either. My Euros invite isn't on there either. Still not. Apparently winning OICS doesn't give you an invite to the European Championship, even though you get a flight and everything. Anyways, Glory of Horus. Dark Spellcaster level 8, 3000, 18 arm defense. You can only special summon this card. They fly you out just to spectate. Well, actually, I told them the thing is, there's 2 things that happened. They were like, "Hey, let me book your flight for the European Championship." I was like, "I don't want to fly. Can I have a train instead too?" And they were like, "Okay." And then the second thing I said was also, "I'm not on the list of qualified players. Can you just make sure I can play if I get there?" And they were like, "Yeah, no problem. You can play. We double checked. You can play." Okay. So it's all been solved. It's all been solved. They give me a train instead of a flight, and I will be able to take part. So it's all cool. All right. Anyways, you can only special summon this card's name with its first effect once per turn. You can only use the second and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you control Pharaonic Sarcophagus, you can special summon this card from your graveyard. Okay, I'm not familiar with a card called Pharaonic Sarcophagus, so I'm assuming that's a new card. Unless it doesn't show up here, then we're going to see what that is, but I think that's a new card. You can send 2 cards from your hand to the graveyard, including this card. Add a Pharaonic Sarcophagus from your deck to your hand, then draw a card. Okay, this is a particularly powerful effect if you look at it in tandem with the first effect, because it's like, if you have Pharaonic Sarcophagus, it just comes back for free from the graveyard. And then it has a secondary effect that puts itself into the graveyard and makes sure you have the sarcophagus. Right? And it draws you a card, so it's neutral. Right? This is neutral. However, it is a -1 into Ash. Someone in chat said it's a -2 into Ash. That's not how it works. That's not how math works. You spend 2 cards, your opponent spends 1. That's a -1. But it's not great into Ash. It is true. The essence of what you're saying is true. But if it resolves though, it's a +1 because you discard 2 cards, you get the sarcophagus, and you draw a card, so you're still on 5 cards. And then you activate the sarcophagus, I assume, or you get it onto the field somehow, and then this comes back from the graveyard for free, which is a level 8 extender with, so far, no restrictions. If another card you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, while you control this card, you can send a card on the field to the graveyard. Okay, this is a bonus. This is a bonus, but it's a decent bonus that can matter sometimes. You know, if your opponent removes other shit, you can, like, you have removal. Okay, not bad. Not a bad start. Blessing of Horus. I'm not going to try and pronounce these names. Level 8 Water Beast 0/0. You can only special summon this card with its first effect once per turn. You can only use the third effect of this card's name once per turn. If you control Pharaonic Sarcophagus, you can special summon this card from your grave. Ooh, that seems like a thing in this archetype. I will say, if they all have this trait, level 8, summon themselves from the graveyard if you have the Sarcophagus, interesting concept. Because, like, trade in, draw 2 cards, get a free extender from the graveyard. Interesting. Gains 1200 attack and defense for each Horus monster you control. If another card you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect while you control this monster, you can draw cards equal to the number of monsters with different names in your main monster zone. Oh. Now this effect is almost better than the first one. Not even almost. This effect is pretty good. The only thing that it is that you're incentivized to keep them on the field, right? You're not, like, I was thinking maybe you want to go like rank 8 XYZ with them or something. But these effects incentivize you to keep these on the board, but we'll see. Vanguard of Horus, also level 8. Yeah, story checks out. If you control Sarcophagus, special summon this card from your grave. They all seem to have it. If another card you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect while you control this monster, you can target 2 cards that are banished and or in the graveyards, either add both to their owner's hand or shuffle both into the deck. Bro, this just adds back 2 cards from your grave or banished to your hand. And this draws you like infinite cards, and this pops cards. The thing is, if you put all of these onto the field, if it puts all of these into your field, onto the field, they only trigger if a card you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect. The question is, how do we force our opponent to remove cards from our field? Without, they could just summon a bunch of big dudes and attack our stuff, right? Reminds me of Exo Sisters. Actually, a very good comparison. Honestly, a very good comparison, because like the Exo Sisters also have like great bonus effects when your opponent plays into them, but in reality, your opponent never really plays into them, right? But if there is a way that forces your opponent to remove your shit, like if you can put a card onto the field that your opponent has to remove, then this becomes interesting. Okay, let's read this is, I think, the last one. There's 4. Yeah, after that, ooh, I think this is the Sarcophagus. If this card is good, that also changes things. If you control the Sarcophagus, you can special summon this card from your hand. This is also a level 8. Are they all Winged Beast? No. Beast, Spellcaster, and Beast Warrior, and Wing. Okay, they have all different typings. If another card you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect while you control this monster, you can activate this effect. This turn, your opponent's monsters cannot target Horus monsters on the field for attacks. Also, your opponent cannot target them with card effects. Okay. This one's the worst one, I think. This one is the worst one, I believe. But you might still play it because it's another extender or whatever. So the thing is, this guy is the best one by far. Because, let me read the Sarcophagus, but this one is definitely the best one. Pharaonic Sarcophagus, continuous spell. You can only use the second effect of this card's name up to four times per turn. Horus monsters you control cannot be destroyed by card effects unless they target them. Now, what this should have been to make this good is it should have been Horus monsters you control can't be destroyed by battle. If it did that, that would have been insane. Because then how do you get rid of these guys, right? You can't destroy them by battle, but you also can't remove them by card effect because, you know. Anyways. You can send one card from your hand to the graveyard. Send a Horus monster from your deck to the... Whoa! 4 times? 4 times! I can send every single one of them to the graveyard if I have the sarcophagus. And they all come back for free. Once per turn, at the start of the damage step, if your Horus monster battles an opponent's monster, you can... Oh, okay. Yo, is this good? Is this good? This seems good. Fridge, thank you for the 7 months. It feels a little bit... It feels... Okay, let me put this into perspective. It feels a little bit like... if you draw a really good hand, it can be really annoying for your opponent. Because let's just get this straight. If you open... Let's just say you open this guy and one of the other ones, right? Let's just assume we open this guy and one of the other ones. And our opponent doesn't have Ash, okay? That's important here. And this is already one of the problems, I think. But our opponent needs to not have Ash Blossom. We go use the effect of this one. Discard one of the other ones. We get the sarcophagus. We activate the sarcophagus. Now the sarcophagus is on the field. We can bring back the first 2 from the graveyard for free. Right? We can get back the other 2 from the graveyard for free. We already have a rank 8, or we have 2 of the Horuses. And then we can discard cards from our hand to get the other 2 as well. So literally opening this alone gives you like a way to 4 level 8 monsters instantly. You can go giant... Oh yeah, giant trainer, dude. Giant trainer is level 8. Oh, okay. The problem I see immediately is all of this does nothing if you don't find the sarcophagus. If you don't have the sarcophagus, this does nothing. And as of now, the only cards that give you the sarcophagus are the sarcophagus itself and this guy. If you don't open one of those 2, it's curtains. And you can't use prosperity like people in chat are pointing out because this one draws a card. And if you prosperity, you also can't use like trade in. Because trade in honestly seems like this archetype screams to play trade in. All of them are level 8. All of them come back for free from the graveyard, and you want deck thinning to find your sarcophagus. Trade in is like stupid in this deck, right? Like literally, if you start building this deck, the first cards you throw in there are the Horus cards and the trade ins, because like trade in is a custom card for this deck, right? And then you probably pair it with good discard fodder for the sarcophagus. Like, imagine sarcophagus plus volcanic shell. Imagine sarcophagus plus volcanic shell. You just discard one shell, pays for 3 discards, which is 3 revives immediately. It's like sarcophagus plus volcanic shell puts 3 level 8s onto the board. Just as an example, right? And on top of that, the deck also doesn't use its normal summon at all. The deck doesn't use the normal summon at all, so you can use that to its advantage. It's an interesting concept. Dark Worlds do not work because they are cost. Also, this one says send. Send 1 card from your hand to the graveyard. If this is the accurate translation, this also doesn't work with dangers, I believe, right? So it doesn't work with dangers. It doesn't work with Dark Worlds because it's cost. There's a lot of things that you can't do with this. That is an important thing to point out, that they tried to balance it in some way that you can't completely abuse it by using, like, if this discarded for card effect, it'd be completely unhinged, but it doesn't do that. You could, yeah, I mean, ideas in chat. You could send Enchantress. Enchantress, because all of this doesn't use your normal summon. Maybe you play it with Adventure. Maybe you just get the Enchantress as a free discard for Sarcophagus, and you get the free Omni Negate and stuff like that. Maybe. Maybe. But I think the problem remains, what if we don't find Sarcophagus? Because there's only 6 cards. There's only 6 copies. And while 6 copies might seem a lot, that's not that much. You're going to brick on that if you don't find the Sarcophagus. Maybe, and if people already say, like, hey, you have to play Small World and shit. Dude, if I Small World for Imseti, Glory of Horus, I go -1, I activate Imseti, I discard 2, my opponent drops an Ash Blossom on me, I have 2 cards left in hand, because my opponent ashed me. That's not what's gonna happen. You're not gonna, no, we're not gonna play Small World to go -1, to go -1 into Ash. We can't do that. We can't play with 2 cards in hand against Ash Blossom. That's not the thing. The deck needs to be more consistent without Small World shenanigans, okay? I think as of now, this is an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. I think it's a solid concept. Honestly, somewhat scary because, I mean, look, I don't think there's another archetype out there, or I don't think there's anything out there that pumps out level 8s as easily as this archetype when you have access to the Sarcophagus. So it is somewhat abusable. It is somewhat abusable in that sense. There's also a trap card. Let me see if the trap card is any good. In before the trap card is like, you can banish this card from the graveyard to add the Sarcophagus to hand or something, so we can play goods or something. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. Once per chain, when your opponent activates a card or effect, you can special summon a Horus monster from your hand or graveyard, and if you do this turn, you cannot special summon another monster with the same original name with the effect of Canopic Protector. If this card is sent from the hand or field to the graveyard, you can set it but banish it when it leaves the field. Oh, this is good. Oh, this is good. Hold up. Oh, hold up. At first, I thought this was not good, but I'll tell you why this is also very interesting. One of the most nasty things you can do with this card is when your opponent, let's say you have only 1 card left on the field and your opponent activates an effect or something to get rid of that card, right? Let's say your opponent activates, I don't know, let's say you have a Floodgate. Let's say you have a There Can Be Only One, just as an example. And your opponent activates Cosmic Cyclone on There Can Be Only One. Or whatever else, right? And you chain this card to revive a Horus from hand or grave. You bring out, let's say you bring out this guy in response to the Cosmic Cyclone. So this hits the field. Your opponent's Cosmic Cyclone resolves, banishes There Can Be Only One. This means that this card sees your opponent remove a card from your field. Right? So you just add back 2. Protector is a trigger effect to summon. I don't think this is a trigger effect. This is exactly like a Paleo. This is not a trigger. This is quick. This is not trigger. This is exactly like a Paleo. This is not trigger. So that is very, very interesting. And then on top of that, this card is not even like it's not even like a bad draw, quote unquote, even going second, because you discard it for free, dude. You discard it for your Sarcophagus. You get it for free. It's a free discard even. I was just talking about how the deck wants cards that are free discards, like Volcanic Shell, and this is just an in-archetype synergistic card that is a good discard. Very interesting addition to the deck. No, this is a solid core. I will say the following thing. If this deck has a consistent way to find the sarcophagus, I'm a fan of this deck. I'm a fan of this deck because so far this feels like it's gonna brick, because if you don't have the sarcophagus, does nothing. But if this ever becomes consistent, I'm a fan of this. In terms of, I think this is strong if this ever gets consistent way to access these cards. You can abuse this card. Hold up, what is that? It's from Duelist Nexus, so we get it soon. Each time your opponent activates a trap card or effect, place a spell counter on this card. Add a spell. So, nah, this is not good. You're not gonna play this card, I think. Because nah, this is not good. This is just not a good card. This is not even a quick effect to add the spell. Nah, we're not gonna be able to make this. Buzz King? The Buzz King Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 level 8 monsters. Once per turn during your standby, attach a card from your opponent's grave to this card as material. You can only use each effect once per turn. If this card is XYZ summoned, you can look at the opponent's extra deck, send one card to the graveyard, attach. Look, you're not gonna make that. You're not gonna make that. I'll tell you exactly what you're gonna make. I'll tell you what you're gonna make. I'll show you the card that you're gonna make, and you're not gonna need any other rank 8. I don't know if any of you remembers this card, but this is what you make, okay? This deck spits out this card. This card draws 3, okay? This card draws 3 cards. That's what you're gonna make. You're not gonna make 2 rank 8, 2 level 8s to send a card from your opponent's extra deck to the graveyard. You're gonna draw 3 cards, okay? That's what you're gonna do. Bro, if this gets consistent, it's good. If this gets consistent, it's good. I think. As of now, I don't see it being consistent. But if they add just like one more searcher, if they come at the outrageous, if they come to the outrageous conclusion that they need to make a Horus field spell that adds on resolution, adds a Horus monster from your deck to your hand, you know, they've done field spells like this a couple too often in the past. If they make a field spell like this, or another way to search this card, I'm pretty sure we're talking, right? Because we can if we can have the field spell, if we can have a searcher, if we have this, if we have trade-in, maybe dangers, because you're playing like if you play dangers, trade-ins, stuff like that. I don't know. I think you could play desires maybe if you play all of the cards at 3 anyways. A lot of options. But interesting archetype. Hey, I didn't expect this to be as interesting. A lot of cards here. What is this? Agov. What is this? It's like Age of the Overlord or something is what it's called, right? Or Age of Overlord. Is that the new main set? It's just the next main set? The next main set after Duelist Nexus. Okay, Duelist Nexus is already out, right? Duelist Nexus came out like a couple weeks ago. Right? No? I mean, I'm talking OCG. I'm talking OCG, not TCG. Oh my god. OCG already has Duelist Nexus. Yes, okay. I know the TCG doesn't have that. I know the TCG doesn't have it, but thank you. When does this come out? When do we get Age of Overlord in the OCG? To clarify, when does the OCG get this? Because like I want to see the full set list. Because like very often they like it's possible that there is more to this in the set, right? it's not impossible that they don't spoil all the cards at once. Interesting. July 22nd. Okay. July 22nd. All right. They typically spoil all the cards of one team together. Okay, then maybe I mean, maybe we get more support in another set. I don't know. As of now, good stuff, honestly. Good stuff. All right. Okay. Interesting. Let's talk some nationals, shall we? Let's talk about this is all in the future. Maybe in 2 months, maybe in 3 months, everyone is going to be complaining about tier 0 Horus decks. Who knows if that's the timeline we're living in? But I know the timeline we're definitely living in is the one where French nationals and a couple of big regionals happened this past weekend, and we need to look at the metagame to prepare for German nationals. That's the timeline that we definitely live in. So let's take care of that. In case you weren't here yesterday, we did watch party the entire thing. We saw, honestly, a crazy event where last year's national champion, who won last year with Dragon Link, made it all the way to the finals again with Dragon Link. Unfortunately lost. But the winner also, which makes it even crazier, is the Tristan Ramond is the winner of French nationals the before Mathieu won last year. So the finals was basically a match between the last 2 French national champions, and Tristan Ramond is now a 2-time French national champion by sheer logic. It was 4 years ago. Yes, you are right. It was 2019, but there was no nationals in 2020 and 2021. So those were the last 2 French nationals. 2020 and 2021, we didn't have nationals because of COVID. So those were the last 2 national champions. Tristan piloted Kashtira. And Kashtira also won in Denmark. It hasn't been uploaded to the spreadsheet yet, but I was told that Denmark Nationals was also won by Kashtira. We're gonna look at the breakdowns and everything in a second. But the most important news is that both European nationals, after the most recent ban list, were taken down by Kashtira. That is something we will talk about today, for sure. That is something we need to talk about. We need to make out the situation of Kashtira in the current metagame. First off, for some context, I want to look at some of the breakdowns, though, because we have overall breakdowns. We have overall breakdown, and we have top cut breakdown for French nationals, which is very interesting because this was a national with over 2,000 players. So it's literally the biggest national to date. So probably the most important set of data we could ask for in preparation for German nationals. Let me enhance this a little bit. Let me see. That is better. Okay, let's look at overall deck representation first, and then talk about how decks converted. Also, you can see on the top of my screen, I have a ton of deck profiles already lined up. We have stuff to look at today. There's interesting decks. They have cleaned up the deck breakdown a little bit, because yesterday when we looked at it, it was like a kind of a mess between Branded was the most represented deck in the breakdown yesterday, but it wasn't really accurate because there were like 4 different sprite variations that they all put as different versions. So now they have unified them to one, which actually I think makes a lot more sense. And it turns out Sprite was the most represented deck at the event. I think this includes decks like Melfi Sprite, obviously. We saw Adventure Sprite make it all the way. I think it was top 4. Life Twin Sprite also a thing. Now, I don't think this includes Life Twin Runic Sprite, because I think that is in Runic variants. I think Runic variants is divided between Furhire Runic Sprite and Life Twin Runic Sprite. Maybe a couple of Naturia Runics or Runic Stuns, but I didn't see any of those anywhere, not in Top Cut, not in the feature matches. Maybe some people played that. I mean, probably some people turned up with Naturia Runic or Runic Stun. But for the most, or Plunder Runic, yeah, good point. Plunder Runic is a deck. But for the most part, I would assume the biggest portion of these 5.8% would be Runic Life Twin Sprite and Runic Furhire Sprite. So the order in which decks were represented: most represented Sprite, then Branded, then Kashtira, then Dragon Link, then oh no, I skipped Runics. Runics, Dragon Link, Labyrinth, Sword Soul, Math Mech, Trap Tricks, Sky Striker, Purely, and others. That was the overall deck representation. Honestly, pretty much expected. I mean, if we look at, hold up, let me just quickly check my like tier list that I made for this, what I expected to be like represented and good. Let me quickly go there. Yeah, the one thing that is interesting, hold up. So what I did is I put Life Twin Runic Sprite, Labyrinth, and Kashtira in the highest tier. Those decks are among the top. Labyrinth a little bit. Maybe I overrated Labyrinth, or maybe people just don't like Labyrinth, but there's Branded, there's Sprite variations, there's Dragon Link up here. The only deck that it was like not very much represented that I was expecting to see was Rika. Rika seemed, we saw some feature matches, I feel like. We saw some feature matches for Rika, but not really, there's not that many players for it. But the thing about Rika is like the people that do play Rika, usually there's always a couple people that do well, right? With Rika. All right. Top Cut breakdown, even more important, honestly. How did these decks convert? Sprite variants, most represented decks in the tournament, most represented decks in Top Cut. Kashtira, second most represented deck in Top Cut. Story checks out, was very well represented in the event. A lot of them made it to Top Cut, makes a lot of sense. Branded, also solid conversion rate. They're not the second most represented anymore as they were in the tournament, but still a bunch of Brandeds. Dragon Link, also doing well in terms of representation, and Runic Twin Sprite also. I think, considering the fact that this is not just this is only Runic variants, right? Not all of this is Runic Twin Sprite, but then like they made like almost 10% of Top Cut is Runic Life Twin Sprite. I think this is also a very good result. Now, the Vanquish Soul, for a deck that didn't even appear in this overall deck breakdown, which means it has like less than 2%, 2.6% representation, for that deck to show up with like almost 5% Top Cut representation is pretty solid. Now, I'll tell you exactly where I stand on Vanquish Soul. My 100% honest opinion on Vanquish Soul, and also my take on it for Nationals. You guys know I picked up the cards. I showed you this yesterday. I also told you on Twitter. I have picked up a Vanquish Soul core. It's right here in front of me on my desk. Now, I told you also last week that I think the deck is slightly overpriced, and I don't know if it's a good investment because the deck isn't that good. If you're looking for a solid investment, you shouldn't buy it. Now, when I bought Vanquish Soul, I didn't buy it because it was a good investment or because I thought it was a good investment. I still stand by that. I only bought it because I think the deck is incredibly fun. I think the deck is incredibly fun, and I was willing to spend the money on it, even though I don't think I'm going to play it at a huge event because I don't think it's good enough yet. I was willing to spend it because I want to bring it to like smaller tournaments. Maybe I'm going to go to locals to play it. Maybe I'm going to go to regionals to play it when regionals return after Euros. I just wanted to have the deck because I like it. I still don't think that the deck is top tier. The fact that it gets some top cut spots still makes me happy because while I don't think it's the best choice for an event, it still shows that it can do something. So I'm on the fence where like if it gets a little bit of help, maybe one more solid support card, maybe after another ban list, the deck can actually be very good, right? Because right now I think it's somewhere in tier 2. That's what shows here. I wouldn't exaggerate on this, right? I'm sure some of this success is also due to the fact that people don't know the deck yet. People don't know how to play against it perfectly. People aren't aware of how the deck works. You can catch some people off guard. All of these factors can factor into Vanquish Soul getting a bunch of top cuts, and also the closest I think was Enzo Duval, who got, I believe it was top 8 with Vanquish Soul, which is a very, very, very good achievement. I believe this. I believe this is due to the fact that Vanquish Soul is relatively new. Vanquish Soul is solid. I still don't think that Vanquish Soul is top tier. I personally am not going to play it for German nationals. I'm like 99.9% sure about that. I would have to be like, there need to be like a real revelation this week for me to switch over to Vanquish Soul, but I don't think so. My current, and this is something that I really like about this week of content creation and this German nationals in particular, is I don't have to be very, like, I don't have to keep it a secret what I think of this format and what I'm going to play, because most people will know anyways. I'm like literally 99, like I said, 99.9% sure I'm gonna play this deck. Or Runic for Higher Sprite. One of those are basically, in my mind, they're pretty much the same deck, just slightly different versions. I'm gonna play some version of Runic Sprite, and I don't have to be very, like, I don't have to keep it a secret. I don't have to tell you guys anything else. I'm gonna be playing some Runic Sprite because I think it's very good. I've changed my mind a little bit on Dragon Link. I think Dragon Link was an option for me. I was thinking about running Dragon Link at Nationals. I'll tell you why I won't. I think it's still, if you want to bring Dragon Link, I think it's fine. I think Dragon Link is in a fine position because it has solid matchups against a bunch of these top tier decks. My biggest issue is this one. Kashtira, I believe, is not a good matchup for Dragon Link because of a couple reasons. D-Shifter hurts you a lot. A Rise Heart is hard to play through when you go second. When you go first, a lot of the stuff you do isn't even that great. Like, for example, Seals. Seals isn't very good against Kashtira because you can't really, like, they summon Fenrir, you have a Seals, congratulations. Yeah, what are you gonna do with it? Like, it's not great. So I think Bestial Dragon Link has a very solid matchup into sprites because your Bestials are just like large. They run over your opponent's sprite stuff. It's very good. Branded obviously struggles against Bestials. Runic Life Twin Sprite, even Bestials are very good against. In the mirror match, Bestials are pretty good. Like, it's just like across the board, it has a solid matchup spread, except here. And I just hate going into a tournament and just having a bad matchup against Kashtira. Like, it's like the one deck, it's just, out of all these decks, I don't want to have a bad Kashtira matchup. I just can't bother. Like, Kashtira is just like, I just want to beat that deck. I just want to beat that deck. I hate it. Like, I just don't want to get a Rise Hearted and have a deck that can't really play into it. I don't want to. I think overall, it's still a solid pick. Like, you know, solid matchup against Sprite, Branded, Runic decks. It's okay to play Dragon Link. But I don't want to have a bad Kashtira matchup. That's literally it. So, that's my take. So literally, my head tells me you have to play a Runic Sprite deck, 99%. The remaining 0.1% or whatever is the fact that I love Vanquish Soul. I would love to play it, but I feel like it would be another Libromancer incident where I'm definitely not playing the best deck. You know, like I just don't want to. I don't want to. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, I think I would have more fun. My heart says Vanquish Soul is cooler, but I think I have to rock up with some Runic Sprite. Did he just admit Libro was bad? Libro wasn't bad. It was just, I don't think it was the best in hindsight. It was like, I don't know. The thing about last year's Nationals is I liked no deck, right? The thing is, last year, basically, if this format was last year's format, I would have no problem showing up with Vanquish Soul, because last year I liked nothing, right? Nothing I felt like was good. This year, it's not the case. This year, I'm looking at Runic Life Twin Sprite and I'm like, dude, this deck is strong, right? I like this deck. This deck is good. I'm good with this deck. I think I can do really well with this deck. I'm certain of it. So it's a, you see how it's a different situation. Like last year was kind of like a whatever meta game. I was like, this meta, I don't like this meta. I think it's kind of, I don't hate it. I don't like all the decks here. Everything kind of sucks. Let's just show up with Libromancer and see if I can do something pog with it. This year, it's not the same. This year, I don't hate the format. I think the format's actually quite entertaining. I think the format's not bad. Most of the games we've seen on stream have showed that like there's a lot of interaction. You can do a lot of decision making. You can do a lot of things right. We see you can do a lot of things incorrectly. There's a lot of skill expression in all of this format. I like this format. There's a good option in Runic Sprite. Why wouldn't I bring it? You know what I mean? It's not the same as last year. Like, it's very, very different. Even though it is also quite diverse, I think most of the decks are... Like, there's... Even though I've been saying that diversity is not always a good thing, and sometimes even a bad thing, there's definitely a difference between this type of diversity and last year's type of diversity, where, like, last year, every single top-tier deck was just trying to do the most toxic shit with, like... Scythe and adventure lines and D-barrier and anti-spell against every deck. Like, even Sword Soul, the deck that was supposed to be the fair deck after siding, turns into like the most floodgate pile ever with like anti-spell, D-barrier and everything. It was just not a very enjoyable format. And like this year, most of the format is diverse, but the decks aren't doing something inherently stupid, right? Like, I mean, Kashtira is like the closest you get to a toxic strategy, and that deck nowadays passes on Arise Heart and Fenrir. And yes, Arise Heart is a toxic card, but it's not the same as like Scythe, you know? So I don't hate this format actually. And so I really I don't want to throw away Nationals by playing a deck that I don't believe is the best. And if you ask me, I still think this deck is the best deck. So I think I'm gonna play that. Unless I discover something crazy about Vanquish Soul and, like, you know. Anyways. Where was I heading? While I think it does go to show Kashtira... I don't think Kashtira winning both of these Nationals means that the ban list didn't do anything. Because literally the most common statement I've heard about this weekend was like, ha, Konami, nice ban list. Kashtira still winning those tournaments. Didn't change anything. There is a difference. I just want to point that out. Okay? I don't think we have to talk about the fact that there is a difference here. Okay? Only because the Kashtira players made it all the way to win the event it's still always way better to look at the overall picture, right? Because at the end of the day, whether a single person wins an event or not is decided by a lot of factors. And like, you can have, it could have been one Kashtira player in Top Cut. Like, it could have been just Tristan, and he could have won the event. That would not have meant that Kashtira was the best deck ever, right? It could have been the one Tearlament player literally, it could have been the one Tearlament player could have won the event, and people would have been like, yeah, nice ban list 6 months ago where you hit Ishizu cards. Nice ban list. That didn't do anything. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. There is a definite difference in this format and this format, okay? I just want to point that out. This was Italy, 50% Kashtira in top 32. And this was France, where Kashtira was the second most represented deck in Top Cut with only 15%. Okay? Kashtira is still good. Kashtira is still playable, which honestly, in my opinion, isn't even the worst thing in the world because people spend money on Kashtira. That's also always an aspect to consider for Konami. People spent money on Kashtira, and the deck has only been good for one format. There was literally one YCS so far you could have played Kashtira at in Europe. That was YCS London. That was the only YCS where Kashtira was actually like a top tier deck because it wasn't for YCS Lyon, right? YCS Lyon was Ishizu tier format. Kashtira was not a top deck for that format. And so I don't think they should have killed the deck immediately. People spent money on Super Heavy Samurai. In all honesty, in this case of Super Heavy Samurai, it's not Konami's fault because they didn't give Super Heavy Samurai a billion ultra rares, right? Kashtira is different. Kashtira got Secret Rare Arisard, Secret Rare Theosis, Secret Rare Planet, Ultra Rare Fenrir, Ultra Rare Unicorn, Ultra Rare Arisard. Super Heavy Samurai got a Super Rare Vakaushi and a common Benkei. It's not the same. The purely hit I agree with, actually. The purely, fair point. The purely, I am not a fan of the purely hit. I really wasn't. I was not a fan of the purely hit because I feel really bad for the people that spent money on the ultra rares. They went up crazy, the purely ultras, and now the deck isn't really here anymore. I do feel bad about that hit. I don't think that was a warranted hit because it wasn't even like, I mean, purely was here, right? Super Heavy Samurai was here. That's also a difference. That's also a difference we have to point out. Super Heavy Samurai is here as second most represented at most of the nationals. It was most of the nationals. Okay, here's actually more purely. Of course, I clicked on the wrong one to make a point. But Super Heavy Samurai almost always, I think, performed better than purely. So that's also a difference. Anyways. That is most of the things I wanted to say about French nationals. Also, let me quickly thank some subs because I didn't do that because I was busy talking. Wizard X, No Motion Plus, KH Flow, Diasaku, Esinice, Menewa, Soryora, and Berconius. Thank you all so much for the subs. I didn't forget you. I was just busy talking. Forgive me. Thank you for all the support. Appreciate you guys a lot. Holy shit, we're one away from a 1600 Andy. We've never been there, have we? Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Yes. Kashtira winning both of these events. Denmark, we don't have any top cut. We don't have any top cut stats for Denmark, but both of those events were won by Kashtira. I still don't think, and I will die on this hill, I don't think that means the ban list didn't do anything, and I don't think that means that Kashtira is... I don't think that means Kashtira is the best deck. X Kenver, thank you for these 6 months, and Kuzugutai, thank you for the prime. We're a 1600 Andy right now. That is a reason to celebrate, and you know how we celebrate. We celebrate in style. Appreciate you guys. There we go. Get the Pep 80s ready. All right, so what I wanted to say, because I see some people say it in chat, especially Skrelp. So I don't think this means Kashtira is the best deck, but Skrelp has made an excellent point where he said, I don't think this means Kashtira hits were sufficient, and the deck is still frustrating to play against. I agree with both of those statements. Watching Kashtira in the feature matches still, out of all the decks we've seen on feature yesterday, Kashtira was the most like frustrating one to watch, and it just looked like it was miserable to play against, right? Like literally, remember the scene where I was hyping everyone up for the finals, and I was like, "Yo, let's switch over to the finals. Let's get this game. Let's start the game. Let's see how it goes." And then they switched the camera, and they already had started playing, and there was like a shifter in the graveyard and a unicorn on the field, and I was like, "Dude, we can stop watching this game. This game's over, right?" It's just like, we don't like all this hype for the finals to begin. They cut the camera like 5 seconds late, and there's already a shifter and a unicorn. The game is already done, right? Now I think this is just a philosophy question at the end of the day, because like I said, yes, Kashtira is toxic, but at the end of the day, we are one Yu-Gi-Oh community, and I think, like, do you want this deck to die immediately on the first ban list that makes any hits to Kashtira, basically? That is a very, like, and it's not only about, like, yes, okay, all of you saying yes, from a game design perspective, I 100% agree with you. Like, I do agree with you from a game perspective, and even if some of you, I own the deck too, and I wouldn't mind if it got destroyed. Right? I have the cards. I've never played them at a tournament, but I have the cards. I would not mind if they got shafted. But I do think there's a fair point to make where, like, as a community, there's a lot of people that don't think like that, right? There is people that don't, like, have, like, I have Kashtira cards, but I also have other cards, right? I am fortunate enough to own different decks that I can play if Kashtira gets shafted. Not everyone is as fortunate, and I think as a community, it's nice to think about it that way as well. And, like, it's not always only that one. Like, Kashtira will get hit on another ban list for sure. Kashtira will not always be meta. I think it's still fair to say that they shouldn't have killed the deck on the first thingy, because yes, they designed a deck that's kind of toxic. No, they didn't do a great job at designing Kashtira. Does that mean they need to immediately Alt F4 delete the deck first possible ban list? I don't think it means that. Maybe that's just my maybe I don't know. It's maybe you could argue that they should have done something about Dimension Shifter, because Dimension Shifter is pretty good in this format, I think. If you look at the top decks, Dimension Shifter is good against Branded, good against Runic, good against Dragon Link, good against Vanquish Soul, good against Runic for Hire. I think it's even good against Rika. It's good against most sprite variations. Shifter is a card that they could have done that would have, I mean, out of all these decks, literally, the only decks that play Shifter is Kashtira and then Flunder, which one Flunder topped. Like, it's basically, Shifter at this point in time is pretty much a Kashtira card. So something like a Shifter ban, I think, would have been very welcome. I think that would have been very welcome. Labyrinth talk. I don't have that much to say about Labyrinth other than the fact that I'm personally surprised that it didn't do very well, because just to point out, in case anyone hasn't noticed, Labyrinth was the 6th most represented deck with 4.5% representation at a 2,000 player event, which comes out to about 90 participants. 90 participants turned up with Labyrinth, and from this breakdown, if this breakdown is accurate, keep in mind there's a couple decks missing. The other category is 4 that we are not sure what they are. One of them is, I know one of them was Dogmatica. Dogmatica topped, I remember that. But some of them could be Labyrinth. Either way, there's very few. Do you want to check the second place list? I already have both of your lists up in another tab. I'm checking your... I have all of them already up here. Your on your channel, the lists. Don't worry. Labyrinth is... Let's talk about the decks that didn't do so well. Speaking of Labyrinth. Because it's not just Labyrinth. But there's a couple decks I want to point out as to that didn't do well, even though they were represented. And the first one is Labyrinth. Labyrinth, like I said, about 90 people entered this event with Labyrinth. And as of now, we don't know of a single one that topped. We do not have information on a single Labyrinth player that made it into Top Cut. And honestly, I'm surprised by that. There's other decks. We're going to talk about a couple decks in a bit where I'm not so surprised that they didn't do very well. But Labyrinth is one that I'm surprised. Where, like, I don't think Labyrinth is bad. I actually rated Labyrinth very highly, but maybe I overestimated it a little bit to the point where I think maybe one problem that Labyrinth has is that a similar one to Branded, where if people expect Labyrinth a lot, they actually they can really prepare for it. You know, we've seen a lot of cards that I saw in feature matches that were really good against Labyrinth are Cosmic Cyclone. We saw that here and there. We saw a lot of Ash, of course, because of Branded and Ash negating the Labyrinth traps. Honestly, for the Furniture Labyrinth build, getting Ashed on the Labyrinth traps is really bad. Bell is also a popular card right now, even in some main decks, because Bell is pretty solid against Branded, it's okay against Runic, and it's good against Labyrinth. That was one of the reasons why people started playing Bell. So, Bell, very popular. And then another excellent point being made in chat, a couple people have said it before as well, Runic decks are an awful matchup for Labyrinth. Runic is excellent against Labyrinth, because who would have thought that the deck that can search an MST and recycle it and put it back into the deck and draw cards every turn, and like it's just an absolutely nightmare matchup for Runic deck for Labyrinth. Didn't Herman say that Runic was a free win? Herman says a lot of things. Let's just leave it at that. Herman is always very convinced by the decks he plays. And when Herman decides to play a deck, or when Herman decides to play a deck, then the deck is always incredibly broken and beats everything and loses to nothing. And like, I remember talking to Herman like a month or two ago, and I was like, hey, I think the furnitures are really good in Labyrinth. And he was like, the furnitures are trash, LMAO, you're trash if you even consider putting these cards into your deck. You always need to be playing a bazillion floodgates to win. It's just busted. You flip skill drain, you win every time. 2 weeks later, it's like, dude, the furnitures are busted. I don't know how anyone doesn't put the furnitures into the deck. If you play the furnitures, you literally beat everything. You know what I mean, right? You know what I mean? So, while I do respect Herman as a player a lot, I've had some theoretical discussions with Herman that were very frustrating, because I literally say things, and he's just like I say the most logical thing, and he'll respond with something like just a couple weeks ago, we had a talk where he told me that Lord of the Heavenly Prison is the best starter card in Labyrinth. Like midway through our discussion. Like we were talking about the pros and cons of Lord of the Heavenly Prison, and then somewhere in the middle of the discussion, he says like Lord of the Heavenly Prison is straight up the best starter card in Labyrinth. And then I was like, I just straight up told him, I was like, if that's your take, we just stop talking right now. We just take a break. We don't discuss any further. If you're trying to tell me that Lord of the Heavenly Prison is the best starter card in Labyrinth, then we stop talking right now. And he was like, yeah, okay. And we haven't talked about Labyrinth since. Anyways, Labyrinth didn't perform. I think the matchups aren't optimal for Labyrinth, and also people are preparing for Labyrinth. That still doesn't mean that Labyrinth is bad. I'm still surprised that no one made it. Like, I was like, okay, maybe people counter Labyrinth. Maybe people counter Labyrinth. Maybe people have some anti-cards against Labyrinth. Maybe Labyrinth doesn't have the greatest matchups overall, but it's like I was expecting some to show up. I was like, maybe some Labyrinth here and there. You know, like 2 or 3 in top cut, surely? That's what I was thinking, but apparently not. Apparently that was wrong. Maybe Labyrinth has to be considered a tier 2 deck right now in this environment. Maybe it really just is, because I don't think something like this can be justified by just saying, hey, people are playing more Cosmic or people are playing more evenly. Because let's be real, people were playing evenly before when Lab was also popular and the people still top with it, right? So I don't think it can be said just by, you know, people are playing anti-Labyrinth cards, because people are also playing Ash and Branded is still topping. Like, some people lose to Ash in Branded, but some people still make it, you know? I was expecting some Labyrinth to make, but maybe it's not just the anti-Labyrinth cards. Maybe it's also just the fact that the matchups aren't great, right? I was surprised how underrepresented Runic was, to be fair. Don't tell him that. No narcs. So that was Labyrinth out of the way. So my opinion on Labyrinth, just to summarize this really quick, I still think Labyrinth is a good deck. Maybe I overestimated it a little bit. I was still surprised by how little success it saw this weekend. I thought it was going to be a little bit better. Like, it's surely not worse than Tearlaments or Flunderies. Dogmatica topped this event. Synchron, Sky Striker, Marincess, Manadium, Dark World. Those decks topped. You know, Trap Tricks. Labyrinth isn't worse than those decks. Okay? I'm not calling those decks garbage. But Labyrinth is not worse than those decks. So that's what I was a little bit surprised to see that many Labyrinth players didn't make it a top cut. Okay, other decks that I was a little bit disappointed by, but more expected. Sword Soul is, I think, the first one we have to talk about. I also want to give a quick shout out to Pac, because I was talking to Pac about the decks for Euros and NA Nationals, and he was like, "Hey, you're gonna make fun of me, but I've been thinking about maybe Sword Soul is the pick." And then he was like, "I tested it. I played 10 games. I went 5-5." I was like, "Cool. 5-5 is exactly the type of record I'm looking for. That's exactly what I needed. A deck that goes 5-5. Let's lab some Sword Soul together." Anyways, Sword Soul was very well represented. 4.5% in the event, which, same as Labyrinth, comes out to about 90 people. 90 people played Sword Soul. Where's Sword Soul? One Sword Soul made it into top 64 out of 90. Don't play Sword Soul. Okay? Don't play Sword Soul. If you're trying to play a good deck. Like, if you're on a budget and Sword Soul is budget and you're like, okay, be my guest, play Sword Soul. But if you're actually trying to make a meta call or play a good deck, if you have expectations of doing well, Sword Soul just isn't it, dude. Sword Soul is just too fair. Sword Soul is just too fair. It's not great, this format. It really isn't. Believe me. MathMech, 3.6% representation, which is crazy to me, honestly. That's crazy. That's some cult activity. That's some certified, like, freaking cult activity. Like, you don't... Why? Like you're just playing that to make a point. You're just trying to prove a point by bringing Mathmech to an event. You're like, hey, I'm a Mathmech main. I'm not gonna let one circular stop me, dude. No one topped. Mathmech is bad now. It's actually bad. Like, it's just actively not a good deck anymore. Accept it. Accept your fate, dude. I'm not bringing Paleo to these events either. And this is not even like, I'm not even hating, dude. I'm not bringing Paleo to these events. It's not good anymore. I like Paleo a lot too, but no. No. Stop it. Stop it. Play an actual deck. Sky Striker. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I've told you before, this is like the same as Mathmech pretty much, and the same as Sword Soul. Some people just have problems letting go, okay? Let go. It's easier for everyone. It's easier. It's easier for everyone if you just let go. It's gonna be less painful. I swear, it's less painful. I know. Gage went 4-0 at locals. I know. I've seen it. We've watched it together. Yes, Gage went 4-0 at locals. Yes. Let go. Let go. Okay? Please. For the sake of all of us. Let go, Chad. Let go. Purely is like the last one I want to talk about for this. Purely is the last one I want to talk about because it's like people still played it, which I find interesting. I would be interested in seeing some of these lists because I think Purely is playable as a go second deck. If people were seriously trying to go first, I don't really understand why. I don't think the deck is great going first. The one reason I can think of is maybe there's a couple people that were like that literally spent a lot of money on Purely. This is more of a sad thought than anything, but maybe they spent a lot of money on Purely and they were like, I want to bring it to at least one event, you know? Maybe they coped because they spent a couple $100 on Purely and they were like, hey, let me see if it can do anything. Which is kind of sad. I'm kind of sad about the position of Purely in this meta. I think that was like, out of all the decisions they made on the last ban list, I'm like, this is the one I like the least because that deck was expensive. That deck wasn't even top tier. That deck did not deserve that treatment. I think. I don't feel like it deserved that treatment because it wasn't as good yet. So yeah, and they didn't top, as far as I'm aware. None of them made it. None of them made it, unfortunately. A little bit sad, I think. But, yeah. What can I do as a Draco Slayer player in this format versus Kashtira? Well, I mean, what everyone else is doing against Kashtira. Talents into Zeus, Kurikara, maybe Dark Ruler, those type of things. That's what you do. Whirlwind, thank you for the 2 months. Gammelrentner, thank you for the 2 months as well. And Niels Burr, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate that. Please sign my circular. Okay, only if you ask nicely. And that's French Nationals. I saw the question in chat earlier. How do you like this format compared to last year's format? Infinitely better. Infinitely better. I don't think this format is perfect by any means, but honestly, most formats aren't perfect. But this format, I think, is a lot better. There is problems in this format. Like, for example, I think Kashtira is a little bit toxic, but honestly, Kashtira isn't toxic to the point where it's not something you can solve. Like, you can solve Kashtira in deck building, I think. Like, if you compare Kashtira to the toxic decks of last year, there's a difference between a Rise Hard pass or a Rise Hard Shangri-Ira pass or a Rise Hard Birth pass. There's a difference between that and Barone Scythe that like every second deck would try to do. Right? There are very different levels of beatable between those two strategies. Right? Like, dude, Kashtira is okay in my book. If there's always that one toxic deck in the format, and honestly, out of all the ones, Kashtira is like probably okay. Branded has Puppet Lock, which annoys the hell out of me, but I'm just gonna ash that real quick. And then like Runic Mirrors aren't the greatest, but everything else is feeling fine to me. You know, like last year's National, literally everyone was doing Scythe, Flew Under Reese still had Statue, Sword Soul was doing Anti-Spell, D-Barrier. It was just there was Mystic Mine. You know, like, let's not talk about last year's Nationals format anymore, okay? Last year's National is Troll Despair. This one isn't a perfect format, but it's much better. Like, it's infinitely better, I think. Okay. Now, why don't we look at some of these decks that we've talked about now in so much theory? And we have some French Nationals deck profile, like the Dragon Link with Furious Dragon has definitely been uploaded. There's been a top 64 Furhire Runic Sprite that I do want to look at. I have a couple of regional deck profiles. Milano got second place with Vanquish Souls. I'm expecting great things from a Milano deck profile. So that's something I want to look at. We have a Branded Labyrinth from a regional. We have a Mikanko fourth place at a regional. We have the Card Economy Gold Pride player. We have a first place Vanquish Soul deck. We have a super heavy Kashtira, which I don't know what to expect from that. Anyways, a lot of cool stuff. And there's another look at this. Look, someone sent this in chat earlier. This might look overwhelming, but this is a lot of data from regionals. Very interesting. All right, we go one by one. We start with the almost back-to-back national champion. Bruce, someone sent that? Okay, I'll send it. There you go. Pop. Okay. Let me switch the scene over here, and we go. Probably French.
Et salut à tous.
Yes. Okay, salut. It's French.
Petit score au dernier tournoi auquel j'ai participé, championnat de France, j'ai fait finale. Donc, bah, on va présenter la petite deck princesse. Dark World Sprite avec des Braves.
Okay, we have matchups. Sword Soul, Melfi, Branded, Melfi Sprite, Runic Sprite, Vanquish Soul, Branded Sprite, Melfi, Marincess, Dark World Sprite, Brave, Kashtira. Only one Kashtira in Swiss. Honestly, relatively lucky for playing Dragon Link in that sense. But it's protagonist energy, so it's fine.
On a fait une seule game de 45 minutes et le Kashtira à la dernière round où on a fait draw. Et en top, j'ai joué contre Branded que j'ai gagné 2-1, Tyr j'ai gagné 2-0, Runic Furrier j'ai gagné 2-0, Branded j'ai gagné 2-1, Sprite Melfi j'ai gagné 2-1 et Kashtira j'ai perdu 2-0. Voilà.
Anyone in chat, if you speak French, did he say what he lost to in Swiss? Against Kashtira, okay. Okay, story checks out. We win against everything that isn't Kashtira. So we lost in Swiss, we lost to Kashtira, and in Top Cut, we lost to Kashtira. So.
Ouais, j'ai bien dodge les Kashtira, je sais. Je pense que j'ai pas mal de chance de ce côté-là. Mais bon, le deck reste intéressant. On va y arriver. Voilà. Donc on va commencer par le main deck.
Oh, it was a draw in Swiss, okay.
Donc j'ai un peu réduit par rapport à l'année dernière. Je me suis dit que.
I can explain my choices if you want. Yeah. Oh, also, congratulations. Glad you're here.
Les roquettes, 3 Quick Launch, 2 Tracer, 1 Caliber, 1 Recharger, 1 Absoluteur, 1 Boost Sector Launch. C'est le minimum syndical, c'est-à-dire qu'on ne peut pas jouer moins. Le calibre.
This is still this is the just level 4 another tuner.
Okay. Il est super important parce qu'on joue beaucoup de synchro 10 et donc ça permet de faire Tracer, un synthoniseur niveau 4 pour aller avec les bestiales pour faire des synchro 10. Et c'est un deuxième synthoniseur niveau 4, il se spé de la main donc ça fait Absoluteur et un Extender. Ça permet d'avoir toujours un roquette dans le deck, il est vraiment super fort. Et pour compléter l'engine, il y a double disruptor et rapid trigger. On a des petits flashbacks de l'année dernière. C'est des cartes qui ont été super fortes tout le week-end, c'est une aberration absolue. Le card advantage et les combos qu'on peut faire.
I'm still not sure if I like those cards. I remember when you played them last year, and I got them on Card Market, and I've never used them since. Caliber makes it so Tracer can summon a tuner to replace itself when it's targeted. Okay, so when your opponent tries to get rid of the Tracer somehow, you can just target itself. Can Tracer target itself? Or do you have to target something else, but you still have a tuner? Rocket Tracer. Oh yeah, it can target itself. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's nice, I guess. If that's a problem that you have, if like you summon Tracer and your opponent books it, or your opponent, I don't know, Fenrir's it somehow, or whatever. Yeah, I guess that I can see that. Or a Rise Heart, those type of things. You need the tuner. Okay, fair enough.
L'idée c'était que je voulais jouer des free spots qui étaient forts contre Kashtira en go second.
There were some things I liked about Rapid Trigger just in theory that I saw. Like it makes you play well into it makes you play a lot better into Dark Ruler. That's one thing. Like Dark Ruler was a fairly popular card this weekend, I feel like. I feel like some people, definitely a lot of people played Dark Ruler. And Dark Ruler did get better, I think, in this format. It's decent in this format. Even though there's like no deck that makes incredibly insane boards. Still, like Dark Ruler always negating these stuff like a Rise Hard and whatnot. Like your opponent starts a Rise Hard Fenrir, you get rid of both problems at the same time. You know. So stuff like that makes Dark Ruler a pretty good card in this format, and Rapid Trigger is good against Dark Ruler. It's also my favorite thing that was done with this on stream, I think, was when you could fuse away your Druid Worm to trigger it immediately. I like that a lot. I think that is a very cute thing you can do with it. So the overall, I think the card is solid. It's a nice way to add an interruption going first with Ravine while having Dark Ruler in the main deck. Yeah, I can see it. It's just I'm concerned about having even more engine requirements. That's the only thing, right? It's just, I guess it's a risk versus reward kind of situation where like the more like in Dragon Link, the more options you put into your deck for like your Ravine targets and whatnot, the better it gets theoretically. Like, you know, the Caliber makes your Tracer a little bit better if you don't draw it. These guys make your Ravine better because you have more options if you don't draw them. You know, but you're already playing a deck where you don't want to draw this card, you don't want to draw the boot sector, you don't want to draw the Ravine, you don't want to draw the Rapid Trigger, you don't want to. I get it. It's just that typically I would be trying to go. I personally probably would go. I would be too scared, I think, to play all those. Yeah. Compared to last year, Dispatcher Reborn Disruptor is crazy. Dispatcher is good in combination with those cards, yeah.
J'ai mis Dark Ruler main deck, et donc je me retrouvais avec pas assez de free spot pour quand je go first.
Anyone know the monster next to Rapid Trigger? It's called Double Disruptor Dragon. I think it searches it when you, I think you banish it from the graveyard. Double Disruptor Dragon. You can banish this card from your graveyard, add a Rapid Trigger or Heavy Interlock from deck to the graveyard. Yeah, so you banish it from the graveyard to add Rapid Trigger from deck or graveyard, and then you later on you can revive it with Dispatcher to potentially recycle the Rapid Trigger.
Et donc je me suis dit ça, c'est un peu comme un free spot mais que je peux accéder avec Ravin. Et donc ça veut dire que c'est un free spot tutorisable en go first, même si en go second c'est un peu des briques, ça me permettait de jouer des free spots.
Most of them aren't garnets, more like drawing Fateful Adventure. True. They are not completely dead, right? If you draw Double Disruptor, you can just discard it. If you draw Boot Sector, it's still a good card. You just don't get the free search off of Striker Dragon. There's like, they aren't hard bricks. You still don't like to draw them, right? Like your hands get a little bit worse. You still like, it's a little bit worse if you draw those cards, right? You would rather not. And you still have to be careful, like, even though the cards aren't hard breaks, you still have to be careful in deck building, because at some point, if you play too many of those cards, your hands are just going to be a little bit too average. Josh, if you win German Nats with MathMech, we're going to give you a 500 subs. The thing is, you're saying that, like, that's a Giga Chat announcement, Sleeve Chief, but you know that's not going to work. Like, you know that's never going to happen. You're like... You can say any number you want. You can be like, hey, I'm gonna give you $1 million if you win German Nats with MathMech. I'm never gonna, like... So, these words mean nothing. They are empty.
Plus... On va dire, plus polarisé en go second et d'avoir quand même un bon go first. C'était ça l'idée de jouer ces cartes, mais elles ont été absolument incroyables tout le week-end. Par contre, ça se décide en go second. Ça, c'est l'Engine Rocket. Ensuite, pour l'engine Chaos, c'est le minimum. 3 Chaos Space, 3 Safe Earth, Collapse, Waver, Lévianir. Merci à Pierre qui m'a filé l'outil et à Kylian, merci à vous. Engine minimum, franchement, et ça a fait le taf. Il n'y a pas besoin du Chaos Armageddon parce qu'avec les bestiales, on a beaucoup plus de récursivité sur la zone bannie qu'avant. En parlant des bestiales, 3 Lubellion avec 3 Magnamut, un Saronir, un Bruiseworm, un Voldrake. C'est pas le minimum, je pense que le minimum c'est d'enlever un Lubellion ou un Magnamut, peut-être plutôt un Lubellion.
I like that exact ratio, I think. Like, you obviously 3 Lubellion, 3 Magnamut. Saronir, I think, is particularly nice in this deck because we saw that he was playing Regained and Beast. So if you have Lubellion access, you can Saronir, tribute Saronir for Lubellion, or send Saronir to the graveyard. Otherwise, you send Regain from deck to graveyard, and then Beast from Lubellion, you get the Regain for free. So that's the Saronir I really like, and then of course one Druis, one Baldrake I like as targets for Magnamut. Bestials are solid this format, but I still don't think you need to play more than 6 in terms of as hand traps. So I like playing maximum Magnamut and then the other ones one-offs for utility. I like that.
Le plus souvent possible parce que c'est elle qui fait le grind, la récursivité, la résilience, qui fait tout dans le deck, et le reste c'est du support. En fait, c'est un deck bestial control avec d'autres engines en support et en finisher. J'avais pendant testing 2 Druides de plus en side, j'ai dû les cut parce que j'avais pas la place, mais je les aimais beaucoup. Mais voilà, en soi, l'engine bestial elle est bien comme ça. Je pense que les ratios de main deck sont bons. Avec une Regain, une Beast, évidemment. La Beast peut être...
I love those cards so much, dude. I love those cards so much. This is the reason why I said there's a small chance I'm playing Dragon Link at Nationals. Which I don't think I will, or I will not, but like that was the reason why I wanted to. I want to play with those cards. One day I will enter a tournament with those cards. I promise.
Et pour compléter l'engine, le mono ravin. Le mono ravin qui permet d'accéder un peu tout ce qu'il y a dans le deck, les bestiales, les safers, les roquettes avec abso, double disruptor. Trop fort. Et voilà, c'est tout pour l'engine. Pour les free spots, donc j'ai joué 3 H et 3 Infinite parce que je trouvais que c'était les hand traps les plus polyvalentes du format. Et 3 Dark Ruler pour avoir une carte qui peut vraiment casser les boards quand je go second. Ça a été super fort tout le week-end en vrai.
I mean, 41 cards. I think all of this is beautiful, honestly. Though the cards that I think are debatable, I'm not saying they're wrong. I think they are, like I said, I think they are high risk, high reward. That doesn't necessarily make them wrong. You can make the decision to do it that way. Are Double Disruptor, Rapid Trigger, and the Rocket Caliber. Those cards are like nice in the deck, nice options, but you prefer not to draw them. So if you could, you know, if you want to go like less risky, more consistent, you could take out, I think, those 3 and play 2 other like good draws. But I mean, the thing is, it's also good for a card. Like, it's also a very important quality of a card sometimes that if a card is in your deck and makes your deck better, that's powerful. Like, that's a powerful kind of effect for a card to have, is to make your deck better just by being in your deck. You don't even have to draw the card. It makes your deck better just by being in there somewhere. Doesn't matter if it's the bottom card of your deck, middle card of your deck, top card of your deck. If it's in your deck, makes the card makes the deck a little bit stronger. So at the end of the day, I really like this list, and honestly, it's 41, but if you want to play the Caliber, the Disruptor, and the Rapid Trigger, I don't see anything you can cut. I like this non-engine too. I think Dark Ruler is pretty solid in Dragon Link. Yeah.
J'ai joué quelques Branded, Infinite, ça a été... Franchement, les free spots ont été vraiment cool. J'ai pas joué à cette cache pour dire si c'était vraiment assez. En fait, j'avais l'impression... Après ce week-end, j'ai l'impression qu'en fait, Dark Ruler, c'est pas assez contre cache, malheureusement. Parce que entre le fait qu'il peut avoir Shifter, qu'il peut avoir Burst c'est trop fort contre ce deck. Je fais Dark Ruler, j'active Chaos Space, Burst bannit tout mon cimetière, j'ai presque perdu. Donc c'est un problème aussi. Mais ouais, Dark Ruler, j'ai l'impression que c'était pas assez fort contre cache parce que si je peux pas le tuer, il me remonte après. Donc c'est à voir s'il y a pas un free spot qui est meilleur contre cache.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that no matter what non-engine you draw, if they have Shifter, they...
Je vais faire l'extra deck. Donc pour les liens, le petit Striker Dragon. Avec Pisty qui est trop fort avec les bestiales et dans sa clan en général. Pour les liens 2, Quad Borel, Dark, Romulus, Seal. Je trouve que 2 Seals c'est pas nécessaire.
I wonder if there's a Zeus here.
Avec Dispater, Chaos Space.
Because I feel like the thing is, we've seen 2 games yesterday where it wasn't always him. It was also once it was the other Dragon Link player where there's no Zeus. Okay, where I feel like if you're playing talents in this format, no matter what deck you're playing, there should be a Zeus. Unless it's a runic deck that doesn't have a battle phase. If it's not a runic deck, there should probably be a Zeus. Except for maybe Branded is another exception. Yeah. But like, most decks that play talents should be on Zeus, even if they can't even naturally make it. Even if it's the only XYZ in your extra deck, I think you should play Zeus. Because, dude, taking Kashtira's only a Rise Heart and then make a Zeus on top of it is like the best thing you can do with talents.
Comment dire? Avec les synchro 10, justement, on a justement moins besoin de la deuxième. Par contre, Code je l'ai trouvé super fort parce que, par exemple, quand on invoque Seal en zone extra et qu'on invoque Pisty, ça nous permet d'avoir une lien 2 qui pointe de l'autre côté pour compléter les flèches. Et il n'y a pas d'autre lien qui fait ça, en tout cas quand on a passé le striker, et en général on l'a passé. Donc il est pratique pour ce genre de setup là. Et en soi, il permet de refaire des synchro 8 à partir d'un board vide, ou alors si on a accès à un bestial, il permet de reborn les roquettes pour faire des synchro 10.
Make Dark with a Rise Heart and then steal it, gotta be up there. It's not even close. Because, like, you steal a 0 material a Rise Heart, so it takes a while until you can use the effect. And most decks don't want to be under Macrocosmos. Most decks don't like that. Most decks would rather have the Zeus somewhere else, but not on the field.
Link 3 Triple Burst Unicorn. C'est les deux Link 3 génériques qui marchent Unicorn en toolbox, Triple Burst pour les combos. Un access code.
Oh, only one seals. Okay, I guess space issues, but I guess you don't really need to, I think.
Un beau Helen, c'est auto-win contre plein de trucs et c'est un N-board lui tout seul, c'est incroyable. Il clear tout, c'est une très bonne carte. Surtout pour les links. Ensuite, pour les synchros, on a Savage, c'est la seule synchro 8 du main deck, enfin du main extra deck, j'ai compris.
Savage, Barone, Dispatcher, probably. I don't know if we have another 8. Oh, Chaos Angel too, of course, yeah.
Ensuite, Chaos Angel, je l'ai fait quelques fois. Il y a une fois où ça a été super important, c'était en top 16, je crois, contre Gab qui jouait Furier, Runic Sprite. Et je l'ai faite pour bannir la Fontaine et ça a été important plus tard dans la game qu'elle soit bannie parce qu'elle n'a pas pu la récupérer avec Jerry du coup. Et en plus, il a dû dépenser pas mal de ressources à la dépenser. Et je l'ai faite avec Cypher Bestial, voilà. Et Baron, je crois que je l'ai invoqué une fois dans le tournoi, mais en testing, elle est arrivée pas mal donc elle est forte en go second dans des games assez simplifiés. Voilà, c'est les synchros. Et il reste une petite carte dans l'extra deck. C'est le plus beau, c'est Furious.
Furious, yeah.
C'est une carte
I don't even know what I would cut for the Zeus if you're playing the Fusion, honestly. Because for this main deck, this extra deck seems like it just has to be that. The only card that's maybe like Dark, maybe Dark or Quad Boral. It's like the only two that you can really think about, right? Everything else has to be there. I would put it in the side since Talents is not main. Yeah, you can also do that. Yeah, if you're not maining Talents anyways, you could side it. Yeah. Oh, by the way, in the finals game 2, did you scoop because the Talents wasn't in the deck anymore, or because you couldn't do anything with the Rise Heart because you didn't have Zeus? Was it banished, or was it there and you just couldn't do anything with it? Oh, you didn't side it in. We sided because I guess going first. I guess going first you can't use thrust to find it anyways, I guess.
Des interruptions de nulle part sur le board.
Yeah.
Qui combo avec trop de choses dans le deck.
Yeah, I see.
Il marche trop bien dans ce deck là. Juste en go second, quand on décide le package dans le main deck, on peut le decide aussi. Enfin, on est obligé même de le decide et c'est pour ça qu'il y a une carte extra dans le side.
Thrust was only for the Daruma. Yeah, that makes sense. Thrust into Daruma is an interesting way to beat Shifter, I think. Thrust into Daruma is an interesting way to beat Shifter.
Et pour le side, le Scarlet, du coup, qui est là pour le time et pour decide le Furious quand on go second. Voilà, il a été fort aujourd'hui en vrai. Je crois que j'ai gagné une ou deux games au time grâce à lui. Et c'est tout, il a pas fait grand chose de plus, mais c'était une bonne sécurité parce qu'en go second il peut faire des Raigeki contre certains decks, surtout Sprite et autres. Ensuite, 3 Droll. Je pense que Droll était nécessaire dans ce format pour la sécurité à tous les rogue matchups, c'est-à-dire que c'est une carte qui est nécessaire contre tout ce qui est Dark World, tout ce qui est Manadium, tout ce qui est Flunder. Il y a plein de decks rogue et contre Furier Unique.
Okay, so I didn't quite. I think what he said was Droll. I don't think Droll is that great against most of the meta decks. I don't know if he said that or not, but I think what he said was it's really good against all kinds of rogue. Like Flunder, Dark World, and Manadium is I think what he said. So I do agree with that. I don't think I would main deck or I would play Droll if it was for just the meta decks. Like out of the meta decks, honestly, I think you can only really side it consistently against like you can side it against Kashtira, and you can side it against Runic, and you can side it against Dragon Link. And it's good against those decks, but it's not like crazy against a lot of hands. Because a lot of Runic decks, they'll summon Hugin in the draw phase, and then you can draw them later, but then they still have Fountain, they still have Runics, they still do some sprites stuff, maybe like Red or Carrot, and you're just not guaranteed to be able to play against them. And against Kashtira, it's the same thing, you know, because sometimes they open Terraforming or Prosperity, and then suddenly Droll is insane, but sometimes they start special Unicorn at Theosis, and then you have to Droll, they look at your extra deck, banish a card, activate Theosis, just play a little bit like that, and it's just not that great, right? You can still definitely lose to that. So against meta decks, I don't think Droll is great, but if you want to have that kind of safety net against Rogue, like if you're actually expecting Dark World, Flunder, Drytron, Dragon Link, well, Dragon Link isn't Rogue anymore, but like those types of decks, then I think it's okay.
C'est fort aussi. On veut avoir Droll spécifiquement et il n'y a pas de carte qui remplace, donc je pense que c'était important de l'avoir. Et ensuite, le reste du side, c'est juste 3 Trusts, avec 2 Heavenly, 1 Talents, 1 Lightning Storm, 1 Raigeki, 1 Buster, 1 Herald et 1 Daruma. Donc,
okay.
ça pour
All the targets.
Pour le Gopher, c'est peut-être Talents. L'idée, c'est que les match-ups contre lesquels
Herald of the Abyss. Are we really respecting towers in this format? What is this for? Adagnister? Purely... Do we respect those decks?
Et Daruma, c'est super fort contre cash, donc Sim Shifter, je fais Trust pose Daruma. Et dans plein
Chaos Angel,
en fait, on sort les 3
Lance in Kashtira. Okay, that makes sense.
Et c'est une carte qui peut vraiment embêter Sprite. Enfin,
Lance makes sense. But I want to look at some Kashtira lists because I want to see what they're up to now. The enemies, what the enemies are doing. You need to stay close to your friends, but closer to your enemies. So we have to watch some Kashtira deck profiles. If everyone is on Lance, I understand this choice.
Quasiment tout format à part Branded, et comme Branded on a les bestiales. Pour le reste, c'est que des one-off sauf Heavenly, parce que Heavenly, on veut la hard draw pour forcer un effet de monstre, puis faire ça sur une phase 2. On veut pas forcément. Enfin, on veut en tout cas l'avoir directement en main de départ plus que les autres, je pense. Et Herald of the Abyss, c'était pour tourner autour de lance interdite sur Riser pour pouvoir.
Does it work versus a Rysard if it sends to... It works against a Rysard, yeah. Okay, I guess this might... Herald of the Abyss. This might need some explanation just so everyone knows what we're talking about. Herald of the Abyss, some people might not even know the card because honestly it wasn't very popular for us because Purely never took off and never got the chance to take off. Pay 1,500 life points. Declare a monster type and attribute. Your opponent must send a face-up monster with the declared type and attribute from their field to the graveyard if possible. For the rest of this turn, your opponent cannot activate the effects of monsters with that monster's name. You can only activate 1 Herald of the Abyss per turn. The reason why this card is good is because it removes any monster off of the opponent's board, even if it is unaffected. If a monster is unaffected, like X Purely Noir, or Add Arrival Cybers, or a Kashtira Arisehart that has been Forbidden Lanced, your opponent still has to send it, because this card does not directly affect the monster. It forces your... It's this weird thing where it forces your opponent to send the monster themselves. Your opponent sends the monster, not the card. That's the best way to phrase it. I know it's weird sometimes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rulings, but if a card makes your opponent send the card to the graveyard, if a card makes your opponent do the thing, it's not the card that's doing it, it's the opponent that's doing it. Like, Evenly Matched is the same thing, for example. Evenly Matched, also, cards can never be unaffected by Evenly Matched, right? Like, if you have a board, let's say you have a board of 5 unaffected monsters, your opponent activates evenly, you still have to, right? You still have to banish down to 1. Now, that's the reason why you play this card as a target for thrust, because I do think the biggest reason in this format is Forbidden Lance on a Rysard. That makes sense. What if they are unaffected by players? Well, imagine that. Imagine this card is unaffected by players. You can't pick it up. You can't read it. Unaffected.
Je pense que j'ai eu la chance de dodge les Kashtira. Il faudrait revoir peut-être les free spots du main deck et peut-être la philosophie du side parce que le Trust Package c'était fort.
Solid list, honestly. I like that. I think this was a solid list. I don't think there's anything in here. There was nothing in here that was just... I don't think there was anything that was wrong. Where I think the double disruptor and the rapid trigger, that's like, I think it's debatable, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. It's like some people might like it, some people might not. I think I think that was a good list. I like that. I'm not surprised it did well. Of course, you're gonna have to admit that you have to dodge some Cash Tiras with this deck. Let's get this straight. Against Cash Tira, this deck's not the best in the format, but against everything else, I think it's a solid. I think it's a very solid list. Very nice. Okay. On the same channel, I think same team, I found a Fur Hire Sprite Runic list this morning that made top 64. I'm interested in that deck because, like I said, I'm considering it for my national championship, so I'm quickly gonna check it out. I assume it's also in French, so we're just gonna. I mean, I don't think we're gonna need much explanation.
Aujourd'hui, en compagnie de Popo Tash, on se retrouve pour le deck profile top 64 championnat de fromage, donc championnat de France, avec Popo. Du coup, juste avant de parler du deck profile et du deck, je vous préviens du coup que nous sommes en partenariat maintenant avec.
Any branded lists? Three branded fusions.
C'est un super sponsor qui s'appelle Duelist Island, du coup, et grâce au code TOS10, vous aurez 10% de réduction sur tous leurs produits, tout sera en description.
Where cards?
Il y a beaucoup de similitudes avec la profile de Linkabui, qui a quasiment solve le deck pour le format d'avant, il y a très peu de choses qui changent. Donc on va directement commencer par l'engine Furrier. On joue 3 Rex et 3 Fossil Dig, c'est le starter principal.
You can auto-translate and say, I think we're fine. I don't think we need explanation. I think I'm well versed enough in the Runic Fur Hire Sprite deck that we're going to be able to watch this deck profile and understand.
Ensuite, on joue un bleu, c'est la target Arex.
Rookie.
On joue pas Mayhem parce que c'est pas très fort, ça brique, on évite de brick.
There's no spice. Okay. I mean, the thing is, it's not a bad thing. I just want to quickly go through, but like the deck is not. There's not that much to do. Like I said earlier, there's like Dinka Bui's list. I feel like was close to perfect. Very close.
Rien d'original, rien de folichon, mais on est très content de ces ratios, on veut pas rajouter des cartes.
There's literally not much you can do. Like that man just made that deck. It's good the way it is. You don't need to change much. The only thing you need to change maybe is like the non-engine slots. Everything else is.
Mais l'engine Furrier fait qu'on peut se permettre ce genre de choix.
It's just I wonder what we replace the gammas with and if we're still playing evenly. Because that's basically one of the questions I'm asking myself too for German nationals is like, what do I have to what is the best non-engine that I can play in my Runic deck? Because I'm probably gonna play Runics, but I don't know exactly. Is it evenly? Is it talents? Is it I don't know, something like hand traps? Is it Dark Ruler or something like that? I'm not a huge fan of Dark Ruler in Runic decks, but it seems like a good card in this format. But
dans le deck, on va draw 3, on va excaver pour choisir la meilleure. Donc on peut se permettre.
Play one gamma. Hell yeah. One fountain? No, it's 2. He just put it under the card. It was 2 and then he put the tips over it.
On parle d'une trappe, une engine qui bouffe les trappes, les sprites. Donc 3 blue, un jet, une carotte, un red et un starter. C'est le minimum possible pour jouer l'engine. Quand on open blue, là, on met les rois de pétrole, hein, ça rajoute 3 bodies, des negates. Sachant que quand on open que des runiques et des sprites, on a quand même moyen de rejoindre l'engine Furrier grâce à Gigantic et puis Mascarena pendant le tour adverse. Okay. Donc là, ça fait 34 cartes d'engine, ça fait beaucoup. Mais on estimait que on n'avait pas spécialement besoin de plus de free spots.
De toute façon, les runiques, c'est des free spots en gros.
Voilà, exactement. Les runiques sont des free spots. Si vous pouvez jouer 20 free spots, jouer des runiques, c'est la même chose.
T'as combien de runiques à part Fontaine?
Il y a 15 runiques plus 2 fontaines.
Ouais, bah t'es à 21 free spots en gros seconde.
C'est ça, si on considère les runiques comme des free spots, j'ai 21 free spots.
Okay.
Donc pour les choix des free spots, on a choisi 3 ennemis et 3.
And there's Dark Ruler. That's what I was thinking it would be. Dark Ruler, I'm so back and forth on this card in Runic decks. I've told you guys before I don't love it because you don't have a battle phase, so you negate their stuff and then you have problems outing it. However, the card is really solid right now, I feel like, in a lot of matchups. So maybe you just live with the fact that sometimes you can't out everything. You just like, because you have like Donner as removal, you have Donpa as removal. Maybe it's enough. Maybe it's fine to leave. Yeah.
C'est clairement les deux meilleures cartes.
Zeus? Well, this is a Runic deck. We can't Zeus the board after Dark Ruler.
Je suis très content de les avoir joué main deck. On pourrait se dire que vu qu'on joue beaucoup avec les runiques et avec les Furrier, on va jouer des N-Trap, mais non, les N-Trap elles sont pas assez fortes.
Donner, Donpa, Flashing Fire, Cerberus, Unicorn. Yeah, there's like options, right? Yeah, it's reasonable. I understand it. I understand.
C'est toi qui avais donné l'idée de ces spot là dans la team, et bah ça a marché quoi. Donc on sait que c'est bon quoi. C'est impactant.
Donc main deck très solide. Je pense pas faire de changement au niveau du main deck, je vois vraiment pas ce qui pourrait changer.
So it's
J'hésitais beaucoup au début
it's literally Dinkabui's deck minus Gamma Driver plus 3 Dark Ruler, so it's even 40 cards, which is, I mean, yeah.
J'ai pris le deck en main il y a moins d'une semaine, mais matos à Folgo, on peut pas spédon pas.
I assume no changes in the extra either.
En parlant de bête, en voilà une autre. Mannequin 4, ça c'est vraiment la carte qui fait tourner le deck. Quand tu te prends une lane trap et tu la reborn et tu la pop et tu le draw 3 avec tes rois du pétrole, quand t'es contre un cash tira, tu te fais shifter, puis tu regardes droit dans les yeux, tu regardes son shifter, il a envie de mourir. Cette carte est trop forte, elle fait tourner tout le deck ensemble, elle est trop bien. Vous pouvez pas jouer ça, je pense. Ensuite, un gigantique, il est surtout là pour le going first, on utilise rarement going second. Going second, on évite de slock. Donc il est bien, il est là. Il permet aussi, quand on a deux sprites, de transformer un gigantique plus un red une carotte qui peut détruire et finger fall guys. Donc voilà, de toute façon, on sait que géant c'est fort, c'est pas nouveau. Ensuite, deux donneurs, vous connaissez sûrement la carte pour son effet pour détruire un sur chaque board, mais en fait, on l'utilise surtout pour son deuxième effet qui fait double monster board. C'est pas négligeable, c'est fort charge. C'est pas mal, ouais, c'est pas mal, surtout le grind, elle est incroyable, trop fort donneur. Ensuite, double fall guys. La carte est draw 3 et display du deck, c'est bon.
Ça va, tu le recrues.
Voilà, pas besoin de dire plus.
Cat is so broken. Is that Mannequin Cat is really nice in this deck? Yeah, that is like one of the reasons why this deck is like I'm still between this deck and Life Twin, the Life Twin version. Mannequin Cat is really nice in this version. Mannequin Cat is
elle est bien
great.
pour compléter les boards. En général,
Stellari Card, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back.
C'est
Appreciate
fort.
that. Thank you.
Pour les cibles, Amascarena, quand c'est pas Fall Guys, on a Phoenix, on a Unicorn. C'est des toolbox, hein, c'est un des
Is Phantasme good in this format? No.
rares decks
Unfortunately
qui
not.
d'avoir autant de place. Comparé notamment au Life Twin, il y a de la place, mais il y en a un peu moins. Plunder, il y a moins de place malheureusement. Zut. Et enfin, les deux derniers spots que je trouve les moins impactants, c'est Access Code, qui est surtout là dans les games.
Why is Mannequin Cat so nice in this deck? There's a few reasons. I think the biggest reason is the fact that if your opponent hand traps you, you can use it to give them a card, which means that you can set up Folgo on your first turn. Normally, Folgo is the one that when you destroy a card by your opponent, you draw 3 cards. The thing that makes Folgo not completely out of this world crazy is the fact that you can't do it on turn 1 because your opponent doesn't have cards, right? So if your opponent ashes you or something, you just revive their ash, you get a red or a carrot from your deck, and then you go Folgo, you pop the ash by your opponent, you draw 3 cards. It's stupid. Like it's completely busted. And then like something like Droll, for example, let's say you play against Kashira, you get shifted. You just Mannequin Cat, give them shifter, and then they can't play. You summon everything in defense, give them shifter, they can't play. So you basically don't really care about shifter as much. So Mannequin Cat is a really, really good card against hand traps, right?
J'utilise rarement pour Breakdown, c'est vraiment quand la game grind. Je crois qu'il a invoqué 2 fois maximum dans tout le tournoi. Et enfin, celui qui n'est pas du tout invoqué, c'est
Julian, think about it 12 months. Full year of Prime.
C'est vrai que j'aurais pu mettre dans, j'hésitais. Et la carte elle est là pour Branded majoritairement. Mais comme je suis pas tombé contre
So I think the extra deck is completely the same. It's completely identical.
Donc c'est presque FTK.
Ok. Donc là, on
To
passe au
Dinkabuy as well.
On joue Whis pour le time.
Yes.
En fait, non, parce que je la rends tout le temps going first post side parce que c'est aussi une negate MP et on respecte beaucoup Even.
Wait, didn't play Axis? What did they play instead?
Quel format. Donc effet doux, on gagne des points de vie, on gagne post side, c'est trop bien. Ensuite pour compléter le ratio de going first, on a un smasher, un jet. On a vu main deck, on avait 3 Evan 3 Dark Burn mort, donc du coup.
Oh, Ginbuster. Yeah, okay.
Et avec ça pour compléter, on a 3 H. La H a été là du coup pour les going first et pour respecter aussi Labyrinthe et Branded où la H est vraiment forte dans ces match-up. Donc elle est là pour going first et pour Branded.
Ouais, c'est pas assez impactant sauf quand tu dois 46 ou pour Branded de la part.
Et je la considère pas assez impactante pour la main deck, genre si j'ai H contre un sprite, je vais le trap sur rigoler. Ensuite, on va rajouter 3 breaking boards de plus pour le going second. Kurikara c'est trop fort contre cash, c'est pas nouveau, surtout qu'ils respectent pas mid, ils font des boards avec Shangri-La, Eurise, Fenrir, Kurikara ça solve ce board. On le rentre aussi contre les Life Twin, donc quand ils nous font la petite lock avec Griffon, ils sont bien contents de voir tout leur board disparaître, d'avoir un gros facile d'attaque, sachant qu'on peut reborn une phase de monstre assez solide. Donc très content en match-up, je vais pas invoquer la journée, mais j'étais très content de la sider. Ensuite, une one-off, Retaliating C, celle-là elle est en one-off, pattern, elle rentre contre les match-up uniques. L'idée c'est qu'à faire ça il va perdre plus de ressources que nous pour la gérer et s'il la gère pas ça nous fait une potentielle tribute pour outil parce que du coup on peut se payer
One retaliating
en tributant le level 4
Et du coup, c'est la
et c'est la enfin 4 cartes qui sont dans tous les side decks bon Distel
Il y a pas d'estro.
Pistios, I like Pistios. This is the one reason, that's the biggest reason actually in my mind that I want to play that I would want to play the Fur Hire deck over the Twin deck is I think in the Twin deck I wouldn't play Pistios. Maybe I still would. I did in London. But I really hated the fact that they contradicted with that they conflicted with the Life Twins. That is like something I didn't love. The retaliating C is for siding patterns versus runic. Okay, I see. Retaliating C is kind of like is not bad. It's interesting, but yeah, the Bistials are like they don't conflict. What do you mean they don't conflict? If I go second and I Bestial my opponent, I can't summon a Life Twin. So, of course, they conflict. You can use Rookie to tribute the C. You can use Rookie to tribute the C. Yeah. I mean, it's just a one-off. I don't know if it's the best card for that spot, but if you just needed one more card that covers like the mirror match, this card is okay. Yeah. I feel like it's okay. Yeah. And then the Chaos Hunter. This is another thing that adds to Mannequin Cat. It's a relatively old trick. It's something I already did at YCS Utrecht back then against Shifter. The way it works, if your opponent shifters you make Mannequin Cat, you revive the Shifter to their side of the field, trigger Mannequin Cat, summon Chaos Hunter from the deck. Chaos Hunter basically turns off your opponent's Shifter. Does Chaos Hunter and Runic cards conflict? No. So what Chaos Hunter says is your opponent cannot banish cards. What happens here is Shifter is my opponent's card trying to banish cards. So as soon as Chaos Hunter hits the board, Shifter stops applying because it's my opponent's card trying to banish cards. So if you summon Chaos Hunter from Mannequin Cat, Shifter is basically negated while the Chaos Hunter is on the field. Runic cards still work. Even though Runic cards banish your opponent's cards, it's not your opponent banishing cards, right? Because I'm activating a Runic card. And I'm banishing from my opponent's deck, basically. It's not my opponent who's banishing in that case. So you can still use all the Runic effects under your own Chaos Hunter. No problem, right? So that's solid. Okay. I mean, nothing crazy here. I just wanted to make sure I'm not missing any crazy spices for this deck, but the deck still does what it does. Now this one I'm excited for, chat. This one I'm excited for. I hope this is entertaining. Let's go. Vanquish Soul second place at Toronto Regionals.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Duelist! Welcome to a brand new deck profile, guys. Got second place with my Vanquish Soul deck today at the Toronto Regionals. You know, another big, big placing for me. I had a great time today. This deck's super fun. You know what I'm saying? Got my deck box and play mat. You know, I thought it was pretty cool. I wish they gave better pricing though. You know what I'm saying? Hold that for us. Yeah. All right. First things first. I gotta play the Borgir. Yo, Borgir. He draws cards, bro. Borgir, he goes crazy, bro. Borgir really goes dummy with it. I can't lie. Gotta run Dr. Mad Love. The bitch give me Mad Love. Come on, man. You know me. Anyways, yeah, bro. Running these cards. You know what I'm saying? They're the good ones. Dark Monsters. I'm not gonna explain the deck very much because it's generally like the Italian Nats list. I played 3 Razin and I drew this card very frequently. Very frequently. There's only like 1 or 2 games I didn't end up getting it. You know what I'm saying? Pretty bonus. This card's crazy. You know, it pops a column, searches a guy on summon. Caesar Valioso, my boy skis. Yeah, towards the end of the game.
How do you do that? How do you have that type of energy, dude? I could never.
Guys like popping cards on the field and all that kind of stuff. Very savage, very based. I fuck with my Caesar Valioso very much. Then we got Pantera, which I utilized a lot today. Very awesome. Pluton, which kept me alive a couple times. You know what I'm saying? He's also the fire target to search when you need to go like rosin, summon in a column, pop. You know what I'm saying? You got to do that. That is part of the very much strategy. And then we play the triple Nibiru, triple Ash, triple Droll, triple Imperm. You're probably very familiar with this lineup on the Nats list, but I think it was pretty good.
Bro, did we just net deck a deck from last format? Why are these cards in here? Well, some of them.
Good. Droll was crazy. Nib was crazy. Played against 2 Rikas today, maining Droll, Nib, and Takobo, and it was like just an absolute blowout every time I drew any of these cards. You know what I'm saying?
Who calls it Takobo? Who calls it Takobo? Can we talk about that for a second? Who calls that I've Tikaboo. Tikaboo I've heard. Tikaboo is what I say. The hell is Takobo?
I like the Imperm, but it was like very alright. I think I'm gonna like try doing something else with this spot because Imperm is like not really a reveal or anything like that. Then I gotta play the Dogoran, you know what I'm saying? The other list played the Earth Kaijus. I feel like if you start with any of them, you'd want to stake the fire in order to summon Razin. And it was actually a time where I did summon the Razin off of revealing this, so it actually did come up. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm seeing my Razin and some of you Vanquished Soul duelists aren't.
Wait, that card, isn't that?
Stake your soul! Your nose is mine! Stake your soul is one of the most ultimate cards to claim your opponent's nostrils and immediately win the duel.
What? What does that even mean? What does that mean? Why, how do you come up with that?
Stake your soul, you know what I'm saying? I drew my consistency cards a lot, luckily, you know what I'm saying? I drew well with this tournament, so, you know, stake your soul. Stake your soul! Your nose is mine was certainly in my opening hand a fair bit. Triple Pot of Prosperity to draw your Razin more, you know what I'm saying? Many times you got this. Rhoda to get your Razin more. Play the 2 continue and 1 Death Devil. I never understood the 1-1. This always comes up. I'm playing very grindy with this deck. I'm never like playing into Nibiru or trying to like overextend into anything. When I play 3, there can be only 1, which absolutely overperformed. There can be only 1. There's many types in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh, but most archetypes follow the same type, so you know it's pretty broken. And for my extra deck,
how do you have this kind of energy? How do you meme the hell out of every single card name, every single explanation? And then when the floodgate comes down, you just calmly explain why it's good. This is honestly, this is the most insane part of this profile. It's like every single card, you go like, stake your soul, your nose is mine. And then you go like, there can be only 1. Yeah, a lot of decks only, like, there's a lot of different types, but like most decks, they only play 1. So like, this card's pretty good.
I'm going to say 3 rock, and the rest of this is out of order, and I don't care. I played a Baguska, a Zeus, a Security Dragon, a Phoenix, a Borbo, a Chakanine, a Unicorn, a Cerberus, an Axis Code, a Castell, an Abyssal, and an Exciton.
Well, that was all 1 breath. That was impressive.
These are the only 3 cards that actually came up. I think I made Zeus once with Borbo, but the rest, and Phoenix was good. Besides that, everything else did not come up. I had to play Castell because he's my homie, you know what I'm saying? Castell the Skyblaster Musketeer carried me through some very dark times, some very treacherous times. He's the only rank 4 I had. I didn't need Exciton, I didn't need Honor Art. So you know what? I chose the card that I connected with the most, you know what I'm saying? The Castell, the Skyblaster Musketeer. He gave me the power I needed to win. Alright, then we go 2 Retaliating Sea, which was very good. 3 evenly matched. It doesn't fit in this deck with the Lightning Storms. I don't think this was very good. The side deck could have been fixed a lot more. The Harpies was very good. The Ghost Bell was like, if I didn't really run into Labyrinth, Math, or Branded at all, so dodged all those matchups. Played 2 more Kaijus. I don't have Kurikara. I play Cosmics. Cosmic, I just, you know, more back removal. This is probably the only thing that would change, like the Lightning Storms and the Evenlies. Besides that, I think the deck was very solid. You know what? Vanquish Soul is super fun to play, and
no, I'm gonna finish watching
I really think that it's one of those decks that can drive you to play a little better, and yeah, you know what, it was a blessing to be able to come 2nd place. Unfortunately, I had to take some team kills on the way playing friends, but you know what, all those times that I played against my friends, it'll give us a story to tell on another day. Anyways, that was 1 breath deck profile, guys. You already know what it is. True Vanquish Soul duelist. Milano the true duelist. I don't fuck with you foolish duelists. Come on, man. Anyways, duelists, thank you so much for watching this video. It has been the True Duelist. Peace!
Alright, bro.
We're good.
I don't think if I can play Vanquish Soul after this deck profile anymore. I don't know if I can activate Stake Your Soul anymore. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I have it in me. If I can, I might have to sell the deck again. I might have to get rid of the cards because I don't know if I can ever look at. I don't know if I can ever look at Heavy Burger or Stake Your Soul the same way. I love the energy though. That was fun. Unfortunately, the deck list I think was pretty much from last format. The deck list was pretty much the Italian national deck, pretty much card for card. So it's like, not, it wasn't super interesting, but it was fun. It was entertaining. I'm glad we watched it. Even though we didn't get any new insights into Vanquish Souls. I'm glad we did watch that. Okay. Oh man. Okay, we have received lunch as well, but I don't think we need to take a dedicated lunch break. I think we can just continue watching deck profiles. Third place regional branded labyrinth. The hell does that mean? Chat, what the hell does that mean? Also, Bambosgian, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate your support. Thank you.
Hey everybody, we got my boy Angus here, third place at the Halifax Regionals. What do you got to say? We got any shout outs? How are you doing, Mike?
Good, yeah. I played Branded Labyrinth, I got third with it. Just a few shout outs real quick. Shout out for Team East Coast Games. We have a YouTube channel now where this is going to be posted along with Solemn Circus.
Legend.
There'll just be some more stuff up there, a lot of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh content. It's a good channel, so you can definitely watch it and look at it.
The deck's name is Ashes once per turn. Well, but if you get ashed on Branded Fusion on your turn and then ashed on your Welcome Labyrinth in the opponent's turn, isn't it still bad?
Yeah, and then just shout-outs to specifically, well, the team for testing, but Josh, Blake,
oh, you're welcome,
and Dylan. They tested with me the most. Specifically, like, Josh really helped me with ratios a lot.
Yeah, I did that.
Dylan, we tested, played a lot of matches. Yeah, apart from that, that's everything, so just get into the deck profile.
I just got into it.
Yeah. Oh, I should have gotten first, but I misplayed in game 2. It is what it is. So, we got there.
I'm a witness.
Alright, 3 branded fusion and 2 Albaz. So this is like basically the only branded part apart from the extra deck in our deck. It helps you play around Ash, which is really nice. And also Kashtira is a really threatening deck for this deck. So you just want to be able to bring a Mirror Jade out that can deal with the Fenrir, and then after that you don't care about whatever they have to do. Yeah, that's basically it.
Did you change the ratios at all today, or kept it the same?
So me and Blake went back and forth on Fallout and Albaz. On 1 or 2. I like 2 for game 1. It almost always gets sided out. But like going first into most matchups, it's good to have a second one because you can just like dump it. And I'm a huge fan of Rinbrum. And there were games where if you open it and discard it with Chandelier or something like that, then you can just like have it in the grave with Rinbrum banish. You bounce your own Mirror Jade with your Big Welcome or something, and then you can just like make another Mirror Jade on your opponent's turn with an Albaz in your grave or something. So that was really cool. I only did it once today. I don't think it mattered. I just did it because it was cool. But yeah, so that's the branded stuff. It also has a bunch of other funny interactions. Like you can dump the furnitures for Albaz and some other stuff that I'll explain. For the Labyrinth monsters, the big ones, 2 ladies, 1 lovely. This card sucks to draw, you never want to draw it. And this one you can just search. You don't want to draw multiples, you just play 2 because it's searchable. And you can like almost chain it every time. No complaints about these, I just wish I never drew this card. 3 Ariana, a lot of people play 2. They either don't know what the card does, or they just copy list and don't think about it. But you have to play 3 because it searches every single combo piece for your deck. It searches your trap, it searches your furniture, it searches everything. It's a really strong card. It also gets you a draw card, and also part of the draw is you can set a spell trap from your hand, which is really cool with Kuklock. Yeah, it's the best card in your deck.
So the combos with that and Kuklock are kind of insane if you play it correctly.
Then for the furniture, 3 Chandelure, whatever, 3 Stovey Torby, and 1 Kuklock. You just always search this, you don't want to actually really hard draw it that much. And then you just play 3 of each of these guys because they set your cards. Relevant thing with Branded Fusion, these are all dark, so you can kind of like toss, and then they can add each other back if you open.
Is that genuinely what you do? Like, let's say your opponent doesn't have Ash on Branded Fusion. What's the play? Is it Fallen of Albaz and a furniture? Into Lubellion? Into discard a card? Into make a Mirror Jade?
Siding copy, which is really cool. There were a lot of times where I would use Branded Fusion, dump a Stovey Torby or Chandelure, bounce a card and then get it, or I'd open one of these, dump Kuklock, and then I'd be able to like chain these guys to add themselves back after.
Do you get the... If you discard for Lubellion, Do you get them back immediately? Hold up. If a monster leaves the field by your normal trap effect, special summon this card. Which one is the one that you get back if you discard? Is it Coup Clock? Coup Clock. If a card is sent from your hand to the graveyard to activate your normal trap or labyrinth. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work, but it doesn't work with Lubellion. I thought it was just if you discard
chain
the card
Coup Clock
effect,
after
it's not,
dumping it.
It's only for labyrinth.
And then use one of these to get it back in hand, and then use the trap I set that turn.
Yeah.
So they actually synergize really well with the Albaz cards, which is cool. One Labyrinth. This is for the mirror mainly. It also is just kind of a win more card, but just having it for the mirror is really important, and having it against like trap decks and stuff like that is just really good. For a lot of your bad matchups, having this in tandem with one of your welcome labyrinths is like really big and important, so that it's really good having that card.
How often did it come up today? A lot, or?
It came up only once. I didn't play a mirror, but this just gives you the edge of the mirror, and most of the time you always just side it out going second, so it's whatever.
Yeah.
3 big welcome. It's the best welcome in your deck because of its graveyard effect. I won a lot of games just because I had the graveyard effect to be able to do. Another cool thing is you can dodge Imperm and other things if you discard it with Stovey Torby and stuff and chain it to bounce your Ariana or things like that. So it's just a really useful card. 2 Welcome Labyrinth. You don't want to play 3 because you don't ever really want to draw this one. This is just a bonus after you already get this one. And it's just recursion, which is really nice. Most of the time, also going second, you'll side one of these out.
That's interesting to me.
For the normal trap cards, the Terrorist, Dogmatic, and Punishment, self-explanatory. The best generic normal traps you can set with Lady and stuff. Game 1 going blind. And then 1 Eradicator. So this was for the mirror. It also was really, really strong against Kashtira. I didn't play either of the matchups today, so it was kind of dead most of the time. It was getting sided out, but really, really strong.
This card, in theory, you might think that this card is really good against Runic decks, but it's actually quite hard for you to get it against Runic. You have to basically draw it against Runic, because Lovely Lady needs to directly respond to a trap card. So that means whenever they activate a normal trap and they have Lady, you just chain a Runic, and then they can't get the Eradicator. So against Runic, even though this card reads, win the game against Runic, you have to find it, which isn't easy.
Card in the mirror and stuff like that. And it's also good against Striker, which is probably this deck's worst matchup. So having this for the bad matchups is really good, and you don't have to choose to set it. So just having access to a game 1 is really big.
Now you do it on your turn 1, you have to have a very good hand. You have to have a very good hand to set up Eradicator immediately. Like, that is not easy.
3 Prosperity, so Extravagance can't really be played in this deck. Like, you can, but I like having more utility in my extra deck that actually did come up. So just playing Prosperity, it also digs you deeper into your deck for side cards, which is nice. 3 Ash, 3 Imperm, self-explanatory cards, and then 1 Gamma, 1 Driver.
I think it's 3 card combos. No, it's not impossible. We're still playing Gamma? Hold up. It's not impossible. I think it's like 3 card combos to set up the Eradicator.
So it did get hit to 1. This card's still fucking insane. In this deck, it's bonkers. You play it because at worst case for you, it is literally just a discard, which is what you want sometimes. And at best, it can be a Baron, or it can be just cards to negate things.
How many times did you pitch him off of the Storm today?
I didn't see Gamma at all today. I saw Driver a few times, and I did pitch it, so that's good.
Unironically, sometimes maybe you really want a light for Branded Fusion if you don't have anything in hand that you want to discard for Lubellion. So like maybe you can justify playing this, because what other light monster are you going to put into your Labyrinth deck? Like seriously, what other light monster are you going to play in this deck? Wannabe, Effect Veiler, those type of cards, yeah, maybe. You're not gonna play a Golden Lord, dude. You're not gonna play a Golden Lord. Come on.
Yeah, this card's just insane. I don't see why you wouldn't play it in this deck. Just having
mean,
this sometimes wins you.
Okay. I don't agree with the statement, I don't see why you wouldn't play it, because you're holding the reason in your hand why you wouldn't play it. It's not that hard to see from where you're sitting. Like, I can see the reason why you wouldn't play it in like, it's on the screen right now. The reason is here.
Games, and people don't play around it at all anymore. And then just 2 Veiler. So this was like Mourner or something else, but it's a light monster and it's actually relevant in this deck because you can send it with Albaz if you don't want to send Driver or Gamma, and then banish it for Albion, which is really good. I'll go in the extra deck. 2 Mirror Jade, you have to play 2. If you're playing Extrav, obviously play 3. This helps you deal with a lot of cards and decks that you can't really deal with that well. It's also really good in the mirror. Been able to.
Today, or
sorry?
Second one come up at all today?
No, it only did once for the Rim play, that was it. And that one didn't, I don't think it mattered for winning the game. Yeah, this just helps you deal with a lot of the problems that this deck faces. Being able to just have to back up your traps is just really nice, and it's also a big body. It's a dark that you can tribute for Eradicator, other viruses. It's just a really good card. Being able to send cards like Albion, Rinbrum, or this to the end phase with these 2 to get an additional card to discard is really relevant. Just overall, this card's just really good and kind of like the piece of the puzzle that was missing.
Now, why have we talked about Mirror Jade for 30 seconds?
Then all the Albaz cards, you could play more, but these ones to me felt like the strongest. Obviously these 2 because you need them for the fusion effects. Albion also gets you your branded fusion, which is really nice. Rebellion's Rebellion, it's the most important one, it's for your furnitures. Brigand searches Albaz, so it can add to hand, which is really nice. And also, it's a level 8 or higher, so sometimes you can dump a big, if you want, like a big lady or whatever, to be able to summon this. It never really comes up, but it's relevant. This one you can never actually fusion summon, but its graveyard effect is really strong. Sorry? 1 Entis punishment. For the rest of the punishment cards, just those. Lingeribo, because I don't want to get Ibleed. Muckracker, this one's really cool. There's some really cool interactions. I cut, for Lingeribo, I cut the Cerberus, Nightmare Cerberus, but I do still play Nightmare Phoenix, which is really cool. It's just important. For Gamma, Excel and Baron, I was playing Omega and the Cerberus, but I just wanted more value off my Gamma. And then the last one, just Chaos Angel.
How can something never come up and be relevant at the same time? I think what they meant was summoning it doesn't really come up, but it's very relevant because you want to send it from Mirror Jade a lot. Because you can technically do both things. You can summon it and you can send it from Mirror Jade. They said summoning it didn't really come up, but you do send it still.
The reason I kept this here is because
2 main deck slots and 2 extra slots for
this.
Gamma. I mean, the thing is, you don't need the extra slots anyways.
Banish a card, or banish a card, link, make Muckracker. Muckracker discard, summon this back, and you banish 2 cards, which is really cool. Yeah, Chaos Angel is just absurd in this deck. You only need 1 because you're playing Frost, so you just never banish it. Didn't summon either of these cards all day today, but they do come out.
Most of the time, probably doesn't matter. It's an interesting idea, though.
And they're 2
It's like,
outside.
it's just... Basically, you're adding to your Furniture Labyrinth deck, you're adding 3 really good cards, which is Branded Fusion. Branded Fusion is a really good card, and then Albaz, you're adding 2 bad cards. So the deal is you're getting 3 really powerful cards, and you're getting 2 pretty much bricks. Not completely bricks, but pretty much bricks, right? So, but this is basically just Furniture Labyrinth in disguise. It's not even that disguised, honestly. It's just Furniture Labyrinth, right? So, chat, we need to talk about something. I just remembered that I wanted to watch that on my lunch break as well. Chat, what is that? What is this, chat? Just some lore? I think we might have gone too far with the math mech meme. I don't know if... Do we watch this? I mean, I have to. I have to know what's in here. I have to. I don't have a choice. Oh my god.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game filled with complexity and a bit of luck. But alongside all that, there resides lore. Many cards in the game tell stories through their artwork and speculation, but not all cards have a story to tell. In this series, I'll take a deck or archetype or card that has no lore, and use novel AI, which uses advanced artificial intelligence technology to finally give them lore.
Wait, did you put MathMech into an AI and it generated a lore that contains me? Is this how far we've come? No way, no.
Or to live by. For this video,
Surely you told the AI that No.
Requested lore on MathMech Circular and Final Sigma, and their eternal struggle against the forces of Joshua Schmidt.
Okay. Oh, come on. Okay.
This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Fake Lore. Ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, welcome to the new series of Yu-Gi-Oh! Fake Lore, a series where I take a card or an archetype that is requested by one of you in the comments down below and give it fake lore using AI and also a bit of my own flavor. But for the AI to write a story, I have to give it an introduction, so I'm going to use my terrible editing skills to try and visualize this story that I have wrote down. Don't worry, we're not going to read it together. You're Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, you don't read. I'm going to show you this with animations. Terrible animations, but it's better than reading words, right? In the mathematical empire of Numerica, scientists and engineers were deployed to construct an army with no parallel. After thousands of equations to solve and hard labor, they founded the MathMechs, armed and mechanical beings.
Brothers and sisters and everyone else, can we stop hating on VTubers right now? This is not what it's about. Why the hell do you care that they don't want to show their face or whatever else their reason is? It's not about that at all, dude. Just stop this. Let them do their content the way they want to do it, okay? We're gonna watch it regardless. You can stop being idiots, okay?
That could combine their knowledge together to solve even the most impossible of mathematical questions in an instant. Each individual MathMech has a separate use in mathematical study. MathMech Addition worked on adding values, MathMech Subtraction worked on subtracting values, MathMech Multiplication worked on multiplying values, and MathMech Division worked on dividing values.
How did you come up with that, dude? That was a very far-fetched, you know? Addition adds values, subtraction subtracts values, so on. Yeah, okay.
First generation of MathMechs were developed, the demand for more MathMechs increased. MathMech Circular and Diameter were produced for a special circumference division. Additionally,
oh boy, I hate circumference division then.
MathMech Nabla was deployed to solve vector problems. But as knowledge of Numerica's MathMech spread across the world, tension grew between Numerica and the rivaling nation of Schmidtopia. King Joshua Schmidt I grew furious at the MathMech's intelligence and sought to destroy them. Knowing this, Numerica funded two top-secret projects, the Yugioh and Pride projects. The Yugioh project aimed to design two Geo-MathMechs named Final Sigma and Magma. Unlike the original goal of the MathMechs being used for problem solving, these Geo-MathMechs were designed for destruction and war. They would be armed with the Billion Blade, a blade that could calculate the perfect slash angle for maximum damage. The Pride project aimed to design two Prime MathMechs named Alembertian and Laplacian. These two were designed to generate unlimited power for the other MathMech units, allowing them to battle without any need for recharging. A few months after the completion of these projects, the Schmidtopian army, also known as the Sprites, used lightning...
That's right. That's you guys. You guys are the Schmidtopian army. How do you like that? God damn it. How?
Magic to strike the first blow against the Numerican walls. The first strike sparked a war that would end with one side dying entirely. Joshua
it's the
Schmidt
Mathmex
led the
dying
charge
entirely.
against the Mathmex on the forefront of the battlefield.
What is this
Mathmex
image even?
Circular and Geomathmex Final Sigma led the defensive efforts to counteract and end Joshua Schmidt's reign. Armed with
literally, if in the AI's lore, if we lose, that is not accurate. So far, we have won the first iteration of the conflict. Surely we are winning.
its Billion Blade, Geomathmex Final Sigma clashes with Joshua Schmidt and the AI will write the rest. It's time to press the button and see what the
Wait, that was not even AI generated yet? You came up with that? Oh god, okay.
AI will generate. Let's make sure Joshua Schmidt fights them. Armed with his Billion Blades, Geomathmex Final Sigma clashes with Joshua Schmidt, but Joshua Schmidt blocks Geomathmex Final Sigma's attack and strikes his neck. The battle rages on and the fight for the future of Numerica begins. Mathmex Final Sigma was designed to be a unit capable of destruction and calculation. The Geomathmex Final Sigma had many special abilities and functions that made it unique among the other Mathmex.
Oh, this sounds like a freaking Konami tweet. This sounds like the kind of tweet that Konami would make when we are in desperate need of a ban list. When like everyone is floodgating each other, the format is toxic AF. This the type of shit they drop at 6 p.m. over on the Konami Twitter.
The Billion Blade was the most notable function of the Geomathmex Final Sigma. The Billion Blade's formula was an equation to calculate the perfect angle for maximum damage to the enemy. Let's repeat ourselves, yeah. This would allow Geomathmex Final Sigma to calculate the perfect angle to attack its enemy. In combat, this ability made Geomathmex a formidable foe. Okay, please, get on with the fight. But as Joshua Schmidt held Geomathmex Final Sigma's neck, the Billion Blade snapped.
Yes.
The equation was destroyed.
Yes.
Unable to calculate the perfect angle, the Geomathmex had lost its strength. Okay,
Easy
Joshua,
clap.
let's do it. Joshua Schmidt cut off its
Yes.
neck and defeated Geomathmex Final Sigma. After the battle, Joshua
I knew
Schmidt
this.
called the
I was
Geomathmex
there.
Final Sigma a failure.
Yes.
Oh, that's so rude, Joshua. And in
No,
Schmidtopia, Geomathmex Final Sigma was renamed to Omega Sigma and then scrapped. What, you renamed it and then just killed it? Great. That's
Yes.
so toxic.
No.
The Geomathmex Final Sigma was rebuilt as Magma. Wait, another Magma? Why? In Schmidtopia, the Magma is the most common type of Mathmech. There's more of them? Magma's special abilities and functions made it a force to be reckoned with. The Magma is capable of both defensive and offensive actions. In the mathematical... Okay, they just repeated my thing. Let's say Joshua Schmidt goes back to fight them again. Schmidt marches back to Numerica and wants to destroy the entire kingdom this time. He declares a charge and leads the army towards
Yes, now
Mathmex
we're
Circular
coming for Circular.
and Geomathmex Final Sigma's fortress. Okay, so Final Sigma's dead, but his fortress still exists. Mathmex Circular and Final Sigma met Joshua Schmidt's army in combat. Final Sigma's dead, though. Wait, okay, there's another Final Sigma, I guess. Armed with the Billion Blades, Joshua Schmidt fought against Mathmex Circular and Final Sigma. Wait, Joshua has the Billion Blade now?
Yes,
okay,
mine.
fine. With the formula for the Billion Blade destroyed, Joshua Schmidt lost his ability to calculate the perfect angle for maximum damage.
Wait,
Losing
no, I
its
don't like where
strength,
this is going.
Geomathmex Final Sigma was unable to perform its duty as a protector. Joshua Schmidt defeated
Yes.
both Circular and Final Sigma in battle.
yeah.
But the destruction of the formula for the Billion Blade caused a chain reaction in the Billion Blade. As Joshua Schmidt attempted to repair the Billion Blade, the formula became unstable and exploded. The formula was destroyed and the
What the
Billion...
hell's the formula, dude? What kind of Krabby Patty formula shit is that? What formula are we talking about?
Blade was rendered unusable. Joshua Schmidt would have been able to control the fight if it wasn't for the explosion of the Billion Blade. Without the Billion Blades, Joshua Schmidt retreated back to Schmidtopia and the war against the Mathmex was ended. In Schmidtopia, the Geomathmex Circular was renamed to Omega Circular and then scrapped. So we destroyed Final Sigma, brought it back home, renamed it, and then immediately scrapped it. And we did the same with Circular.
Hell yeah.
I'm pretty sure Joshua Schmidt is happy with that ending.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we lost the Billion Blade, so
Fine.
that is the law of Mathmex, according to Novel AI.
Wait, what? Meanwhile, Joshua Schmidt was taken to Schmidtopia and imprisoned in a cell there. His brother, Joshua Schmidt, was given the crown and the throne. After a year of being locked away, Joshua Schmidt was found dead. What? What is that? What is that? Can we talk about that? Why are we outroing, why are we, outroing about... Oh, come on.
According to Novel AI. And since Novel AI uses advanced artificial intelligence technology, this is the definitive law of MathMex.
I'm not sure how I feel about this. I'm not sure how I feel about this, chat. I don't know if I like the direction this is going, because all I did was say I don't like the design behind MathMech. And now we're here. But we did win. In the MathMech lore. We did win. Come on. Oh, God. Stop. Okay. Back to some good old deck profiles, okay? Let's just not talk about it. Okay? There's a yeah, they leaked the next they leaked the next Visa Starfrost planet. It's Schmidtopia. In the you know, Reichphobia, Perlorino, Race Soth, next up is Schmidtopia. They've leaked it, unfortunate.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the circus. We are here at Regionals Halifax with Todd. So what did you do today and what are your standings?
I came 4th place at Regionals with Makanko.
Let's go, best day.
Is it pure Mikanko going second?
It is our way again before we go into the deck profile.
Yeah, shout out to the...
Wasn't there actual new Visas lore? We got new Visas cards. Oh right, I remember. I didn't talk about those yet. Yeah, we can do that.
Shout out to the channel.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dan. I think he came 7th.
Watch this first. This is 20 minutes though. Let me.
You're a freak.
Alright.
Shout out to the shop for doing the event.
With all due respect, let me speed that up a little bit.
For his pet plans.
Alright.
That's it, I guess.
Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Alright, let's dive into it. Let's go.
Rio Hime. I know. Rio Hime.
Yep.
This card's really good. You reveal it in hand. You search for any Makanko card, add it to your hand, and get the discarded cards.
Yep.
Did we check out the top 4 Mana Dome list in Toronto? No.
And then when it battles a monster, your opponent takes all battle damage. Then you can quick effect, equip any equip. You target an equip in your graveyard and equip it to a monster on the field. So
Have you talked about MCS results yet? Not yet either. We are also not going to do that today, I think. We're gonna do I think we're gonna do some Master Duel tomorrow, maybe. But not today. Also, let me move over. You can see the cards better.
We'll get to the equips later, but that effect's really good.
Yeah.
It's kind of the heart and soul of the deck, honestly. We played 2 high.
Mikanko is cringe. I don't know. I like Mikanko. I think it's a cool archetype. I'm kind of sad that it fell off a fair amount after its initial release, and it's only been used basically in like other combo piles as an engine to facilitate it. I thought it could do more than that.
Huge! Is that a collector rare, bro?
Yeah, they all
huge.
You know what? I'll put them all down at the same time, actually. So these all basically do the same thing.
Yep.
When they're equipped with when they become equipped with an equip spell.
Yep.
This one searches for a Makanko trap. This one searches for a
Why
Makanko.
Ohime so
This
expensive?
one searches for an equip spell.
Yep.
Is Mikanko still cash? Ohime. I mean, so expensive. Okay, it's like $16 for an ultra rare from a side set. I think that's fine. Like, you have to understand that ultra rares from these types of sets are a little bit more valuable than ultra rares from a main set. Like, if this was a main set ultra rare, it would be like $2 or something. But like right now, it's if you want to play Mikanko and you have to pay like $45 for a playset of the most expensive, I think that's okay. I don't think that's something. I don't think we're quite there yet where you need to explain, where you need to complain about those.
And this one, while it's equipped, you can target a monster your opponent controls during their turn only, and take control of it.
Yeah.
So you can like use this to interrupt their plays. This lets you search your equips and keep kind of doing stuff on your turn.
Yeah.
And this one searches for the traps. We'll get to the traps later. And they all have the exact same effect. These ones do.
Okay.
Ohime's, when it battles a monster, it's not destroyed by battle, and your opponent takes all battle damage. These ones do the same thing, but only if they're equipped with an equipped spell. If they're not equipped, you just take no battle damage from the battle that they're involved in.
All right. You want to explain these ratios, like 2, 2, and 1, but not 3, 3? Or...
This one doesn't really do much, honestly. I only went into this one like once or twice today, just to kind of not get OTK'd, so I can take a monster, stop their plays.
Yeah.
This one, when you equip it, you search for another equip, which is really important because this card basically summons them from deck and then equips itself. And this one actually is like the best one. When there's a face-up equip spell in your spell and trap card zone, your opponent can't target mechanical cards you control. So if you can set up this, you like literally just beat Runic. They have no O to it, except for the big live twin or smashers if they play it. A lot of effects honestly just target right now. Like you can set this up, and you a board of like with Baron. Baron can't target to destroy anything. It can still game destroy, but they can't like destroy anything. They can't imperm anything. They can't like effect veil. You literally just can't target any mechanical cards. So this card's insane. This is like the reason I want to play the deck. This card just sounded really cool.
Huge.
This is Syak, right? The wind one was new, right? There was a new main deck monster and a new equip spell, right?
Also,
Prince of Hell Air Yugioh, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate the support.
if it comes up, they're all different types. This one's a spellcaster. This is a psychic warrior and a fairy.
Oh, you can play TC Boo with this, don't you?
Peekaboo, yeah.
Did you play it?
It's in my side deck.
Oh, fuck you.
Takobo, not the Takobo.
I played 2 hero. I didn't play 3, so I didn't want to summon. I didn't want to draw too many times.
Okay.
When this is normal special summons, you send a fairy from main or extra deck to graveyard.
Yeah.
And you
Have we said whether we go first or second? Because I missed it if we did.
increase its level by the level. So I just played like the Herald and the Tis, but I'll show why later. This is also fair. I actually sent this to my deck to the grave once today, but go into that later. It's just for the unsummon effect. I didn't play anything to tribute it off with. Then we play Kaijus because we just blinded second all day. So like I said, all of these, if they attack a monster,
now he said blinding second.
So if they have a monster with at least 2000 attack, you literally just OTK through like almost any board extremely easy.
If you guys don't believe it, Toss actually came to me and explained how the OTK deck works.
And with the Kaijus in mind, I'll put this down. This card you equip to a monster on the field, you activate its effect, you special summon any Makonko from your deck. Unfortunately, you can't summon the ritual, but you can summon all level 3s. The monster it was equipped to gets returned to the hand, and then this equips to the other monster. So say your opponent has like a big board, you give them this, you equip this to the Kaiju, you activate the effect, you summon a Makonko from deck, so say summon this one, this gets equipped to this, and this returns to the hand. Now this is going to search for an additional equip spell, and then you get the Kaiju to give them back to again.
This second can use the Kaiju.
You break boards pretty easily. And honestly, most times today, I didn't care what my opponent's board was, I just played through them. As long as they had a monster with 2000 attack, I OTK'd. 3 Ash was my only hand trap because, I don't know, it's the most versatile and it stops branded. I didn't want to get branded fusion today.
There's like 10 players playing branded fusion today.
Really popular, now into all the equips, I played 3 because this is basically the starter and the best one. Those are my equip ratios, So, like I said, this one you equip to any monster.
I love that this is finally a deck that plays 3 water arabesque. I've always felt like that was like a criminal offense that people played like 1 or 2 water arabesque. That card seems so freaking strong.
Deck, equip it to it, and then bounce the monster, so this kind of acts as removal. Like, I couldn't know the tryhard today, so I dug to this, and then I outed it. Because it returns to hand, it doesn't destroy, so it doesn't really trigger a lot of stuff. This one, you summon a Makonko from hand or graveyard, equip this to it. Sorry, you can also say that the monster that equipped you can destroy by card effect. So you summon a Makonko from hand or grave, equip this to it. The monster that's equipped you cannot be destroyed by card effects. But you can also special summon any monster from your opponent's graveyard to their side of the field, and its effects are permanently negated. So even if you don't have a Kaiju, say like, I don't know, just anything. If they have like a Lady Labyrinth in their graveyard, you can play this, bring a monster back, summon the Labyrinth to their side of the field, and then bump into it for like 3k.
Oh shit!
So even if they don't summon anything, you can just force them into OTKs.
Huge.
This one's crazy. This one helped me win a Labyrinth matchup today. You can equip this to any monster. The monster it's equipped to is not destroyed by card effects. And when any Makonko monster battles, whether you attack or they attack, at the end of the damage step, you target a face-up card and return it to the hand. And then when this card is in the graveyard, you can target a Makonko monster, special summon the Makonko monster, and then equip this to it. So say, like Ohime. Sorry, this is going to come up, but Ohime. You search your deck for a Makonko card and discard a card. So if you can get both of these into the graveyard before you do anything, you can activate this effect, special this. Now they can't target any Makonko cards because this is attached. And you're going to search for a trap. This is like, besides this, both of these are probably like the best cards in the deck, honestly.
This deck seems fun. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I would bring this to like a high tier event. I haven't tested it to be fair, but I don't think I would ever go with a blind second strategy into one of those big tournaments. But to like, you know, play at locals or something like that, this deck seems pretty fun.
They're so good.
So I guess why you want to play 2 because you want to see these and these in your hand. But why 2 of these? Because I see in deck of 5 playing one of these.
This is kind of like your backup plan. Like this lets you push, but it also lets you. It's your follow-up card. So
I see.
follow-up card.
Okay.
This is kind of like the best one to open with, especially going second.
Yep.
I just wanted to see it and play.
Yep.
And I was playing one of this for the longest time, but I kept losing it to runic spells. So I put it up to 2.
All right.
And this one is a snatch steal.
Ah.
So you can equip it to any. You can only equip it to an opponent's monster. The equipped monster you take control of as long as you have a combo monster.
Yep.
And I'm gonna read it just to make sure I don't mess this up. Neither player can activate the effects of the equipped monster.
Can you activate Zombie World or DNA Surgery if Tikaboo is already face up? I think so, yeah. I think Tikaboo doesn't stop you from changing the thingies. And then just after, if you change the typings and you then have more than one of the type, then you have to send to the graveyard. I'm pretty sure you can.
Well, you control it. So
aren't blind second decks bad in tournaments with top cut? Well, blind second decks in general have 2 core problems. And it's basically all about, it all has to do with giving information to your opponent, right? When you the thing in Yu-Gi-Oh is that blind second decks are inherently a lot worse when your opponent knows what you're doing, because if they win the dice roll, they can either let you go first, or they can make a board that they normally wouldn't make, right? Like, for example, if you know you're playing against Numeron in Master Duel, you make a very, very different play on turn 1 than when you just think you're playing against a regular deck. And so 2 problems with blind second decks, especially in like TCG format, best of 3 larger tournament structures, is after a while people will maybe know what you're playing. Depends on, like, I mean, I'm looking at this from my perspective. It's like if I enter a big tournament, after a while people in the room, or a lot of people in the room, will know what I'm playing because people tell their friends and they tell their friend or whatever. And people will play next to me, or they will walk by and see how I'm doing, and so on and so forth. So people will know what I'm doing, and then if they win the dice roll, they can make me go first, for example. And the other thing is just in general, best of 3, right? Best of 3. Maybe it works game 1, but no one guarantees you that, like, your chance of winning a game is a lot smaller when your opponent knows what's coming, right? And that's why blind second, even though it might look great on paper and it might work great in game 1s, it's a little bit problematic as soon as people know about it.
Yeah, you just can't activate the effects of the monster when you control it. And if this goes to the grave, the monster's equipped to go to the grave as well.
Huge.
But I hate to keep picking up cards that throw in the deck profile.
Yeah.
This, like I said, you target an equipped spell in the grave, and then you just equip it to a monster in the field. So this can, you target this in the grave and just equip it to something, and then you take it on resolution. So you can do like some fun stuff with chain links. Yeah, I don't know, this card's just crazy. Because there's also the, I'll just put all the Makonko cards at the same time. Yep. This also says if you control a Makonko monster, target a monster in the field.
Both
any monster
traps, even though we're going second. Interesting. Because both of those cards don't help you OTK, right?
yours or your opponent's, and you equip it with an equip spell. So you can search the trap off this, search this, then you can activate the trap, target your opponent's monster, equip it with this, you take control of it. Yeah. When that monster leaves the field, you can also use a Hime to just attach this to something else. So you're constantly just taking your opponent's cards.
Huge.
And this one, you summon a Makonko from deck, and then equip it with an equip spell from your graveyard. So when they break your board...
is there a way to watch the VOD? Yes. You can either watch the VOD on Twitch directly after the stream is over, or you can type !YouTube. And then you're gonna find 3 links. One to my main channel, one to my clip channel, and one to the VOD channel. Because every Twitch stream is uploaded to YouTube as well. So all you have to do is subscribe to those channels, and then you can also watch the VODs on YouTube. Usually 1 or 2 days after the stream. And in general, it make me very happy if you went ahead and subscribed to those channels, if you like the content, of course.
Just try to put it right back up, because none of your stuff dies by battle, so it's really hard to push through just the little monsters of this deck in the format right now, because everything is so OTK reliant. You just kind of do the same thing back. And this also, when it's in the graveyard and an equip spell is sent from field to graveyard, you banish it, add any equip spell from your graveyard back to your hand. So even if they break your board and push through it, you literally
if this
just
deck makes you start, you can just pass and safely win. That's the thing, right? That's another thing that people have been doing against Numeron in Master Duel. But Numeron at least has, if they open limiter, they win. I don't know if this deck, if you just don't put anything onto the field, I don't know what this deck really does. I don't see anything so far. You can set up an Ohime that can snatch steal. I don't know.
Back up again. I played 2 of these. Some people play the ritual spell. I dropped it just before the event because I kept drawing it and I didn't really want to draw it. I didn't want it unless I wanted to search it. So I just played these 2.
Yeah, right? You just you go first, you're like, God damn it, I can't play. You pass, and your opponent's like, I can't play because you can't play.
This is a quick play spell. You summon any Makanko monster from your hand, ignoring summoning conditions, so you can actually summon Ohime off of this.
Yeah.
This is pretty much the only way I had to put Ohime on the board, but it works. The monster you summon gets returned to the hand during the end phase, during your opponent's end phase, sorry. So it sticks during the turn you summon it and your opponent's turn, but then it gets returned to the hand.
Yeah.
So if it stays, you just get to search again. And when this is in the graveyard, you can banish it. You
Mirror seems off. Oh yeah, mirror matches with these types of decks are horrible.
Yeah, like I said, the green spell.
Like imagine,
if you have that in graveyard,
basically
you
picture a Numeron mirror match in Master Duel. That's the same thing. It's awful.
Use the green spell, bring it back, get your search. If you just need one of the monsters in grave for like fire dance, you can send any of them to the grave to bring it back. This card's crazy. Also, I guess like if you play this, summon this, you can use this to dump whatever equip you need to use with this.
Yeah.
And then just equip it, and then you just go from there. Off to the races.
Correct.
We played 3 of this because you really want to see Ohime.
Yep.
3 pots for consistency.
Yeah.
This is kind of crazy.
This is interesting. I'm really under the impression that when you're playing blind second Makanko, your game plan really has to be like I go second and I OTK, right? But then we're playing Prosperity, we're playing trap cards. Like, what is the game plan? Do we just break the board and set up our own? Is that what we're trying to do?
I searched. My hand was really good.
Yep.
I gave my opponent a Kaiju, and I actually OTK'd through Prosperity. Even though they take half battle damage, I still OTK'd through it. Because they take all the battle damage.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's probably not relevant, but I don't know. I get it. It was cool. I played 2 Tactics Talents.
Yep.
Most times, honestly, I just use this to take an opponent's monster. I didn't really use it to draw so much, but hand traps are still good, so I wanted something to recover with. I didn't draw off it today. I pretty much just took monsters.
Yep.
2 Lightning Storms, because like I said, we won second.
Yep.
2 heavy storms, you say?
We won more dice rolls today probably than trap players ever win playing Labyrinth, and we let our opponent go first every time.
There's only 2 Labyrinth players today, so
I probably won more dice rolls than they did. My opponent won first every time.
That's always what happens. That's always what happens is when you play a dedicated going second deck, you start winning dice rolls. It's the universe. That's how the universe turns. What do you want me to tell you? Like if you play a blind second deck, you win dice rolls. Especially, and that is even more true, is you will always win the first one. Like if you make the switch over to a blind second deck, you sit down for your first match with it, you're winning that dice roll. Guaranteed. Always.
definitely.
And then we play 2 Slumber.
Yep, so I guess with the message of going second spell, I assume we always try to go second.
Yeah, like I said, you want to give your opponent Kaiju?
Yeah.
So you can OTK. And I played this one and then the 2 big ones because I would always give my opponent the Dogoron because I can OTK with enough monsters into the Dogoron.
Yeah.
But I would give myself the big one in case I had to get rid of it. Just for whatever reason, if I can't get rid of it, I want to be able to attack over it.
Yeah.
I mean, the math doesn't change whether you give them a 3k or a 3.3k, right? You just have to crash 3 times either way.
I had something to say about the Kaijus, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, sorry, yes. If you give them a Kaiju.
Ha! You remember? I was waiting long enough.
It's been a long day.
True.
We've got to a point where players say fuck it and play cards that don't synergize like Prosby and other pods tactics just because if any of those cards resolve, they just win. Is your opinion seriously that if Pot of Prosperity resolves, you win the game? That can seriously be your take right now. You can't tell me that like if I activate Pot of Prosperity, I win the game. Don't take the bait. Yeah, I'm not taking that bait. I'm just clicking.
This is just like, I don't know, combo time, I guess. This doesn't really combo. You can summon a Hime, Arabesque the Kaiju, bounce the Kaiju, you'll summon this will attach to it. You'll get a search. You can just kind of search for whatever, but if you have a way to get this into the graveyard, you can give them the Kaiju again, so they have to have 2 monsters.
Yeah.
You can attack into it, or Hime can equip this to the Kaiju still in the battle phase and then attack for good.
Oh, what?
I did that quite a bit today.
Huge!
That's the main deck.
That play is nice. That play actually is nice, where you crash into the Kaiju twice and then you take it after. That is a good play.
Side deck, honestly, doesn't really matter. Just, token.
Yeah.
I played these just for when I took things off of the snatch deal.
Yeah.
So if I take a link free, I can just link off link free, something else go into this. I actually forgot to play it today, but I was supposed to
forgot to play it today?
No, I forgot to play an El Mirage.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm bringing blind second Prosperity control to Nationals. I'm doing triple thrust to find Prosperity, triple Prosperity, blind second, activate Prosperity, opponent scoops. I win Nationals, easy clap.
Because there was really niche situations where you want to put the equip spells in the graveyard, so you just want to normal summon equip, get the effect, and then link it off.
This is
if I played the El Mirage, that's what this was for, so
Yeah. It's pretty much that. So the idea of this deck basically is you give your opponent has a big monster and you just ram all your dudes into it. And you just win because they take all the battle damage, and that's why you give them like kaijus, and then you summon all the dudes. It's basically Ritual Crusadia, but instead of you having the incredibly big dude that does double battle damage, your opponent has the big dude, and you run into it with a lot of things that are all 0 attack.
Take a link free with the Snatch Steel. So link off the Elmorage and this, and the monster I take for this. Just like generic cards, yeah. If you take like something, you can go to a link free. These were pretty much all just here for when I took something, honestly.
Okay.
I didn't actually make any of these today. I don't think, honestly, no. I might have made this once, but that's probably it. You play the Natish to send off of the Diviner, yeah. The top becomes level 6.
Yep.
We played pretty much just Zeus cards.
What is this guy doing here?
This card's insane. This is literally just to...
Dude, this guy's not insane.
This, I forgot to mention, one of the equips, the green one, when you bring the monster back, it gets banished, so this helps you get your monsters back. I also use this to clear my board of all the equips.
Tyrona and Eris Aether, thank you guys for the subs.
Sorry, that's this. If you go into this, clear your board of all the equips, pop itself on another card, and if you have the Lightning Storm, that's how I was getting around that, in case anyone's wondering why I play it, and if I have too many cards.
Yeah.
Zeus is Zeus, this sits on top of this for bigger Zeus. And
Zeus is Zeus. Zeus be Zeusing.
In Vampire Sheridan says,
you want to explain what that card is?
Yeah, so if you have control of an opponent's monster, which you do with the Snatch Shield spell, you can count it as a level 6 to go into this. So this is a level 6, and also your Diviner, when you summon Diviner and send Herald, this gains Diviner or Herald's level.
Yeah.
So this goes up to level 6, and if you Snatch Steal a monster, you can overlay their monster no matter what the level to go into this. So say, I don't know, I'll use it as an example, Baron. If they have a Baron, you can bait the negate, take control of the Baron, overlay the Baron in this because it's level 6, or into this, you can detach, send the Baron to the graveyard, and then he'll bring the Baron back to your side, and then you just get the Baron.
Yeah.
This card just helps break boards, which does it really good.
Huge.
That's a funny.
Huge.
2 of these, just descend and get your search. He turns Divine into Ohime. Ohime runs the deck. I played one of this because when you summon Herald, it becomes level 6. Sorry, Diviner, it becomes level 6 typically. And your guys are level 3, so you can summon and go into this. This matters more so for a card in the side deck, but when this is special summon, you equip as many.
What's in the side deck?
Equip spells from deck.
What are we doing in the side deck?
So you can start like rotating them. And I played the one Punisher.
What are we doing?
This won me a game today. I caught someone off guard. So if you summon Diviner with the Heralds, send Ohime. Diviner becomes level 8. Plus one of your level 3s. 3 plus 8 is 11. So you can actually go into this.
What the generate
it's unaffected by everything, and it gives a lot of that shit. And sometimes it just helps you OTK. That's it for that. I'll talk about this last. This is the side deck. I played free roll. Sometimes Ash sucks. So I just took an Ash, put this in, rotated my hand traps. I played Mind Control, Change of Heart. Because again, you just want to break your opponent's board. So if these take a monster, they count as level 6.
If you're blind seconding, why are you not mating?
So it literally just lets you get rid of cards for free. I said I was playing blind second, but just in case my opponents made me go first, I played 2 Book of Moon. Just as like, I don't know, this is just a decent card going second. Like we mentioned earlier, they're all different types. So you can play Cheekaboo. Some matchups you kind of want to go first, so you end up playing it. I played 4 Bestials. A neat thing you can do with these, if you play against a deck that's lighter, dark, and graveyard based,
2 and 2,
you can, if you have Magma, you can activate Ohime, search for this, discard the Ohime for its own effect, target to special, so you'll summon this, you'll equip the Magma with the spell, you'll bounce it, you'll get your Matanko monster from deck, this will go to hand, or the Magma will go to hand, sorry, you'll get your...
That's such a dope play. Why are you not playing 3 Magnamoot for that? That's so cool. Literally out here explaining why Magnamoot is sick in this deck and then shows me a 2-2 ratio. What the hell do you mean?
Search. So I might as well just show it since I'm on the topic of it, sorry.
Yeah, no,
so
surely we play 3 Magnamoot for that play. That play is nice.
Search for this.
Yes.
Discard this is in hand. Activate effect, target Ohime, banish, summon, activate effect. So you're going to search for Jewish Worm during hand phase.
Yep.
You can activate
I
this.
only own the 2 Magnamoot. Okay, fair enough.
So target this, you're going to summon this from deck, you're going to bounce, you can summon whichever one you want. So now this is in your hand. She will search for the trap card, unorganized, typically which is this one.
Yeah.
So when you enter your end phase, just say like this is the least amount of stuff you do. You have this in hand, this is going to search for this, and then you have this set, which is a Snatch Steal. So you can take one of their monsters, and then you have 2 interactions in the graveyard if they're just playing like lighter deck decks. I played against Tellarknight today, and I just kind of blew them out with that, honestly.
Tellarknight? You played against Tellarknight players?
I played against Tellarknight. He almost did the turn skip, but I think he made a misplay, I'm not sure. But another deck can turn skip.
Alright.
Another card we play is this. This card's insane.
What the fuck is that?
This is a really old school card.
Yeah,
it
surely.
says, as long as you control the monster equipped with this card, your opponent cannot use the effect of spells, traps, and monster effects that target one monster except the equipped monster.
Oh, Lord.
So, like we said earlier, when it's equipped with if there's a face-up equipped spell, your opponent cannot target Makonko cards.
Yep.
So say, I don't know, just anything. This is equipped to this.
Yep.
You activate this, equip it to this.
Yep.
He may equip it to whatever. Your opponent is not allowed to target Makonko cards, but this says your opponent has to target the monster equipped with it, so they have to target this. So now the only thing on the field your opponent can target is this card. So as long as you control the monster, your opponent cannot use any effect of a spell, trap, or monster that targets. So, like I said, they have to target this.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Metal, silver, armor. Metal, silver armor. As long as you control the monster equipped with this card, your opponent cannot use the effect of spell, trap, or effect monsters to target a monster except the equipped monster. And then, if you have this thing equipped with a thingy, your opponent has to target that. But okay, but what card does this actually stop? Because it's not like targeting. Okay, it's not like targeting protection is that good in general. Theosis. I mean, yes. Bestials. Okay. Some runic spells. It's just not like you win the game off of that, does it? It doesn't feel that great. It's kind of cute.
Yeah, because they can't target, most of the runic spells are dead because they can't target it. If your opponent has a Theosis, they have to target this because of this, so they can't Theosis.
Yep.
I'm tired. I can't think of any other ones. But
No, that's okay. That's okay.
They can't Baron to get rid of this because they have to target.
They have to target. Yep.
Yeah, this card was kind of crazy. I wanted to fit it in my main deck. I didn't have enough time, so I threw it in the side. But I think this card is main deck worthy. Yeah, honestly, that's it. I'll stop rambling on. The deck is really cool.
Do you want to explain like when did you want to persuade which target right here do you want to banish it first?
Okay. Interesting. I am happy that a sort of strategy like that can still perform somewhat, you know, because I don't think it's something I would ever bring to a big tournament, but it does feel like a fun little strategy to exist in the game. Like, it's like, I think it's cool that stuff like this exists, even though I don't think it's like the most powerful thing. Sometimes it's okay for strategies like that to just be somewhere in like tier 2 to tier 3 category, and it's just absolutely fine that they are there. Just give people other options if they don't like the top meta stuff. I like that. Before we move on to the next thingy, I have been made aware that I forgot to give you guys my opinion on some cards that came out. Because there has been new Visa support, and I heard some good things about this. I haven't read the cards yet, but I heard some good things about these cards. So, let's see. The Visa cycle continues. Visa Samsara, 1500, 2100, Fairy Tuner level 4. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. This card's name becomes Visa Starfrost while on the field or in the graveyard. Okay, that can be useful, I think. Means you can like basically you can normal summon a way into Lightheart. That's interesting. You can target any number of your Visa's monsters that are banished on your field and or in your graveyard. Shuffle them into the deck, and if you do, special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, it gains 400 attack for each monster with different names shuffled. If this card you control will be used as a synchro, you can treat it as a tuner. Okay. I don't think it's broken, but it's an interesting card because it does a few important things. It gives you more easy access to Visa Starfrost, which sometimes can be a problem for those decks. Also, the fact that it can be a normal summon, but also if you already have normal summons and stuff like that, you can use it as an extender. And it can be a tuner or a non-tuner. So it's a quite flexible card. Nothing crazy about it. But not every card in the deck has to be crazy. Some cards are just good for being like flexible. So this card's okay. No, are we getting Visa's Pendulum? Is the next thing Pendulum? Please don't tell me the next one is Pendulum. Oh no, I was afraid of the day we get Visa's Pendulum. Because, like, you know, Tearlament was Fusion, Manadome is Synchro, Reich thingy is, Scareclaw is Link, Tashtira is XYZ. We're still missing, in theory, we're missing Pendulum, Ritual. If they make, is this, okay. Pendulum scale 0. Once per chain, if a monster is destroyed, place 3 counters on this card. This card's pendulum scale is increased by the number of counters on it. You can remove 12 counters from this card, special summon it. Cannot be normal summoned or set, must be special summoned by its own pendulum effect. You can only special summon Veda Upanishad once per turn. Once per turn, if your opponent special summons a monster from the extra deck, you can banish 12 cards from your hand, field, and or graveyard face down. It becomes the end phase of this turn. Once per turn, during your standby phase, return this card to the hand, then you can special summon one of your other Veda monsters that is banished or in your hand, deck, or grave. Now, this is like a turn skip thingy, kind of a toxic effect, but I'm gonna be honest with you, unless there's a way to abuse this card in some way, shape, or form, I don't think this is good. Because you have to basically, you have to pull off 4 destructions to get this card. Like, you have to scale it, and then you have to destroy 4 of your own monsters in separate chains at separate occasions to get this card onto the field. Unchained combo? Yeah, but then you have to draw this plus. The thing is, basically, the question I'm asking is, if I play a deck that is centered around self-destruction, okay? And I can pull that off 4 times. Right? Like, let's say Mannadium as an example. You guys are saying Mannadium does that sometimes. Does like 3 on its own immediately and stuff like that. Okay, but if I'm playing Mannadium and I can do a combo where I pop 4 of my little thingies, I'm already winning, no? Like, freaking, have you seen Mannadium combos? If Mannadium combos go that hard, you don't need this thing. Like, Mannadium combos, if they can play for that much, they win. Lithium says it's cracked on Twitter, dude. I mean, that does not mean it's cracked, though. Lithium. End of turn 1. Set is the counter trap. As soon as your opponent uses their extra deck, it's skip your turn time. Look, the thing is, I hate to break it to you, but this might as well not be here. You don't need that. That's what I've been saying. You have an Omni Negate counter trap, a Dispatcher, a Barone Omni Negate, whatever this thing does, triple Appaloosa Negate. You don't need this. It's just, this does not have to be here. It doesn't matter. This is like the definition of a win more card, right? And this is like, it doesn't even necessarily have to be a bad card, but sometimes cards, if you put them in certain strategies, they will, like, what you're trying to do basically when you're building a deck is you're trying to make it win as often as possible. And so adding cards into your deck that only help your deck when it's already winning is typically not a great thing to do, right? It's not a good deck building approach to add cards to your deck that literally only happen when your deck is already pretty much winning the game, right? So what would be much better is play a card that helps the scenarios where your deck actually loses, right? Like, for example, I'm pretty sure that the pile that Lithium was using to do this is not very good at going second. And this card will not help you at doing that. Like, you know, this deck probably has like 3 Dark Ruler, 3 Ash, and that's it. Everything else going second, you just fall apart if you don't have Dark Ruler. That's how it usually goes with these type of piles. So this card, even though, yes, it's a turn skip, yes, it's kind of toxic, I don't love this card. Also, it's like, yes, as soon as your opponent accesses the extra deck, the turn ends. But there's a lot of cards that also just beat this. Like Fenrir beats this. As soon as your opponent summons a Kashtira Fenrir, you're like, this thing looks to its neighbors and be like, hey, can someone save me? Anyone here got an Omni Negate ready? You know, someone here back me up, boys, back me up. I need help. My opponent has summoned a Fenrir at no cost. So I don't think this is the greatest payoff for a card. Manadium Trilosugda. Light Fairy Synchro Tuner effect. Generic level 6. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is synchro summoned, you can target a level 2 tuner in your grave, special summon it, but its effects are negated. You can target any number of tuners you control. Their levels become 2. Also, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of the turn. 6 Simpros. Wait, this card is good. This card is great. It's Kit Kalos? Is it? Kind of. Thankfully, it's a tuner. Oh, yeah, right. Right. I was thinking, for a second, we can just make, like, let's say we have a level 4 non-tuner and a level 2 tuner. We make this, bring back the tuner, make Axel Stardust, bring back the tuner, make Barone or something. But you can't do that because this is also a tuner. It's still a very good card. Especially, like, your guys are thinking about it in, like, generic thingies, but this is, like, in Manadium and whatnot, but this is also just good in, like, any synchro strategy, really. Right? The new Visas, the new Manadium Synchro can use 2 tuners. Yeah, I remember that one. That had, like, that condition, yeah. Synchron, for example. Yeah, Synchron. I mean, Synchron, I'm pretty sure Synchron likes this card. Runic Synchro likes this card. I'm not sure if they become a thing because of it. I'm not sure if these decks will become a thing because of it, but... you know, solid card. This card, I think at some point this will see play. This is a solid card. Planetary Elegy. Normal spell. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. Add a Veda monster from your deck to your hand. Veda, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the only one we know so far, right? I have never heard of this before. I've never heard of this before, right? One other one, but also in here? Or where? Oh, older. Okay. Okay. So, okay, add one from your deck to your hand. If a face-up tuner you control is destroyed by a battle or a card effect while this card's in your grave, you can banish this card, target one of those destroyed monsters, add it to your hand. This is a very good card. We don't have to talk about it. This is a Rhoda. This is a Rhoda plus bonus effect. We, like, nothing, there's nothing really worth talking about here. If Vedas are good, this card is good. Easy. Planetary Oilogy. Quick play spell. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Target a monster you control and an effect monster your opponent controls. Destroy that monster you control, and if you do, negate that opponent's monster's effect. If Visas is on the field, you can destroy the targeted monster. During your main phase, if a Veda monster is on the field, banish this card from your grave, destroy a monster you control. This card I don't think is great. It's not bad. It's basically like a worse impermanence that can be better if you have Visas on the field than, but I don't know. Don't like that. It's like, if you can search it for free, maybe you play one, but that's all. Sarv Sarga, normal trap. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If Visas is on the field, target an effect monster on the field, shuffle that target into the deck, And if you do during the end phase of this turn, its owner can add one monster from their deck to their hand with them. You know what my biggest problem with a lot of these spell cards is? And trap cards? And I find this so stupid. It's like Visa Starfrost. Visa Starfrost is not a card that you want to keep on the field. The entire idea of all those decks is you use Visa Starfrost to make other cards. Right? Like, all of the entire concept of all of those Visa Starfrost decks is link it away, synchro it away, do whatever, you know, get the Visas off the field. You know, you have a fusion monster that needs it in the graveyard. You don't want to keep a Visa Starfrost at the end of your combo. That's not the point of the deck. And like, it's just like, you don't want to have it. There is a level 8 synchro that counts as Visas. I know, but still, it's like, I don't really get that. You know, why not have it like, if you control a card that mentions Visa Starfrost or something like that, then we would look at all those cards in a completely different way. Or if Visa Starfrost is in your graveyard or banished or something like that, or reveal one in your hand or something like that. Or send one from your deck to the graveyard. Just something that makes sure you're playing a Visa Starfrost deck, right? But not actually require you to have it on the board. I don't love that. See? You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. Banish a face-up Visa Starfrost you control until the end phase. Special summon a heart monster with 3000 attack from your extra deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. But it can only activate its effect once. Also banish it face down during the end phase. If your opponent special summons a monster from the extra deck while this card's in your grave, add this card to your hand. Cool. Now I can summon a Rice Heart in every Visa Starfrost deck if I keep a Rice Heart. If I keep Visa Starfrost on the board. Cringe. Or Kaleido Heart, yeah. A trap card that tags Visa Starfrost into Kaleido Heart was not on my wish list. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay. Are we ready for some card economy? Who remembers the good old card economy?
Brutal here with Top Deck Scrubs. What's up? God, yes. Hey, yo, and we have here a top 8 consistent return to the channel. My goodness. Brandon Bain, let's go. Yo, what?
Top Deck Scrubs.
What deck, bro?
Pure Gold Pride.
Gold Pride?
Pride Power.
Wow. Planet Patrol, so Gold Pride. My goodness. What made you decide to play this deck, man?
Plunder. I feel like hand traps are going to be kind of a bit more existent, and like Plunder just kind of has trouble against like Labyrinth, where like this deck also has trouble, but it's like a lot better, and like this is way less like.
Is this pure Gold Pride? Oh yeah, pure
like,
Gold Pride, no
like,
punk.
This just play no matter what.
Okay, sweet. Well, before we start the deck profile, any shoutouts, man?
Shoutouts to Jack and Antonio, they drove with me. Elwick, it's his month, and then Top Deck, you know, to Portal. Everyone in SA. Team Shenanigans, Phil's great, Heroes is great, just, you know, everyone in SA.
Okay. Without further ado, please present the deck profile.
Alright, so to start off.
Ooh, Tour Guide. I was playing Tour Guide too. I like Tour Guide.
Tour Guide.
What is that artwork? I've never seen that artwork of Tour Guide.
If you're wondering why Tour Guide's in here, Carry is a fiend, so this makes this card a 1-card combo, and 1-card combos are crazy. I played 3 Ready Fusion. I was pretty back and forth on this card, but with some other additions I made, it made this a lot better. Plus, like this card kind of helps like playing certain ratios at the way I do. I did play 3 E-Telly, but instead of like playing punks, I played 1 Dr. Frankenderp, 1 Wielder, 1.
Oh, I like that. Some of that stuff I've been mentioning back then.
Tracker. So these cards can work on the.
I'm not sure if it's better that way. I'm just saying I like it. I like Frankenderp. Teleported to Frankenderp feels good. Shirokazi, thank you for the prime.
Own or via E-Telly. This is basically Upstart Goblin. These can summon themselves out. They just help make carry, which is just really important. These can have like some cool synchro plays at times.
I think this deck is cool. It's just that like it's kind of like Captain Carry Turbo, and if your Captain Carry doesn't resolve, you're kind of in trouble.
Yeah, and then this gets your life lower, so you can like start playing immediately. I just thought the punk stuff was like kind of bricky and clogged, like your deck a lot. For the Gold Pride engine, 3 carry, 3 Leon, and 3 baller. I just kept it at 9.
Oh, we ball.
Nitro Head felt bricky. I guess it kind of came up against like the cash matchups today, but like, I mean, you know, I did well against those matchups. I only lost to Joey with his Dragon League strategy. He's a good player, but top deck very well game 3. But other than that, I mean, it worked. Okay. And then playing 3 and 3 of this was good. Like the Ready Fusion helps like justify it. So yeah. And then I played The Crowd Goes Wild. Better luck next time, and the traps. So stake your soul.
Triple trap. We're really grinding with those gold prides. I love the idea behind this deck. Now, I don't know if it's good. Probably not great overall. It's not terrible. Sometimes I like a deck because of what it's trying to do, even if it doesn't always successfully do that. You know what I mean? I like the spirit, basically. I like the spirit.
Cranky,
you think it's better than playing Punk? Probably not, if I have to be honest. I just think it's cooler. You know what I mean?
Conquistador in 1. This card was actually surprisingly pretty good. I put it in there. I was
Lampy
on a
just
bunch
posted
of
his top
of, like,
16 list. Okay, we can check
and
that
I
out.
just thrown this in, so I was just like, well, at the end of the day, it's like more consistency, and like it actually like worked out like really well today. So no complaints on it. Nice. And then for hand traps, I played 3 Joel, 3 Ash. I wanted to respect like combo decks, and it worked because I played like there's a lot of like Dragon League Bistill here, and I played 2 of them. It's good against Cash still, and they good against like random stuff. Like I played a Mathematic Dude, just like ended his turn. Ash is Ash. I don't want to get thrusted. And then for the last cards, don't giggle at this, but I have 3 Cosmics and a Harpies. The funny reason for this is that at locals, I was getting bodied by random floodgates. Not even trap decks. It's just like random bulk jank decks, and then they flipped a floodgate, and I was like, I just can't deal with this. But in theory, this also like lowers your life points. So you can like start playing the game, and you just like out a card. So like worst case scenario, this sometimes can act like Ash Blossom, like hitting like Pressured Planet, Vanadium Planet, Scareclaw Planet, or just random times a day. Like I would just hit like Regain, hit like Imperm Set, and start playing the game. It was like pretty good.
Okay.
It was the main deck. It was 40.
40 per 40? Oh, that's
God, yes. For the extra deck, right here. I played Mling Rebo. I didn't want to get Ibly today. And this actually came up round 1, but it did not come up every other round. But it was very clutch run. I probably would have lost the game if I didn't have this.
You said you ran into an Ibly?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's just like the start of a format. Like I don't know what to expect, and I just don't like want to deal that kind of shenanigans. So I just want to have like this.
I mean, I understand this. If your deck doesn't need the full 15 in the extra deck, I think Lingo Rebo is one of the best like random ones you can play.
Plus I can protect some stuff like Imperm.
Shouldn't this play Desires? I don't think you should because of the reveal 3, get a random one. So I think you really want to have those playsets in your deck. Unfortunately, you can't really play Desires, I think.
For the Ready Fusion targets, Flame Ghost, Thesis, rank 3, Synchro plays.
Flame Ghost?
They were just broken all day.
Base.
For the Synchros, for the generic ones, I played Omega, Baron, and Psychic again. I was kind of like iffy about this card, but I'll keep it in. It came up like today, especially my last
Should
round.
you play Upstart? Honestly, that feels like a throw. Yeah, I just noticed that. In Gold Pride, you should probably play the Upstart, dude. Like your opponent just gets the life points, and you can special all your stuff. Upstart seems like a no-brainer.
To be able to like climb into this. Baron is Baron. You can make it with Baller and Thesis. So it's just nice having like an accessible negate that like also just reborns like some of your cards. It's like it can reborn Frankator, which I did a few times. This card is crazy. If you summon this card, you should win every game.
Yeah.
That was it for the generic synchros. For the Xyz monsters, for the rank 3s, I played Fortune Tune and Break Sword. This helps you like Zeus Tutor. You just like summon it, attack into something, you take damage, it detaches, saves itself, and you just like summon Zeus on top, wipe the board, and start playing the game. Break Sword, it's like a bigger body, so like it can be a bit better in simplistic game states, and also just like pops cards. Like today, I added like 2 anti-spells with this, so it's pretty good. For Downer Zeus, let me explain that. And then for the gold price stuff, just 1 Star Leon. If it gets messed with, you can reborn it off Leon. And then 2 carry, 2 baller. I like having 2 because if the first one gets messed with, you definitely want to back up. They came up a couple times today.
Would you want to explain for people that don't know the for those?
Okay. We don't need an explanation on the gold prides.
3 Bell, Crunch Crazy, Runic, Labyrinth, another deck, can't think of it right now. It's kind of good against like Vingers, I guess. But yeah. 3 Dark Ruler, I wanted to respect combo decks. And then 3 Held of the Abyss, I wanted to respect Kashtira and Wire. And then 3 Twin.
Did we just call it Noire?
Of the Abyss, I wanted to respect Kashtira and Wire.
Noire.
And then 3 Twin Twister, 2 Storm. I don't want to deal with Floodgates, and just making my backrow matchup as easy as
I had to think for a second what they mean. They mean Noir. The X purely Noir. I just got confused for a second.
I can, so yeah.
Okay. Well, after 9 rounds of Swiss, 454 players, I believe, what was your overall experience, man?
It was good. It was a lot better today than it was last.
I mean, top 8 out of like 450 is pretty good. 9-round event. The deck seems nice. I like this deck. I think it's a fun deck. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's much more than that. I really don't know if it is much more than that. Like it just doesn't feel like it is much better than a fun deck. Like somewhere tier 2 to 3 is my impression. But yeah. Vanquish Soul or Lamp. Let's do Lampy first. We have some other. We have Purely, Vanquish Soul 1, and then we have Super Heavy Cashier. It's getting close. I thought we would be done faster with some deck profiles, but there's a lot of input. There's a lot of input from this past weekend, which is good. It's a good thing.
What's good, YouTube? After countless weeks of me covering every single national championship that was held in Europe, I, this weekend, finally got to play one myself. I will be casting German nationals, so I wouldn't be able to play that one because doing both things at the same time is kind of tough. And therefore I decided to play Denmark nationals, which happened this weekend. 138 players. And yeah, I ended up in top 16. So I got my nationals top for the season. Journey ended there right away by losing to Brandon, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm still going to show you what I brought to the tournament because I know you guys are very interested in it because we now have new format. There's a new format deck, and also German nationals is right around the corner, and therefore it's even more interesting because you guys want to build your deck or finalize your deck for German nationals. So by showing you the first card, the Live Twin Lila, you can already tell what I did bring to the tournament. It was Live Twin Runic Sprite.
We flexing?
We talked about that on stream as well. I talked about it with a couple of people. I think this is just the most solid deck you can bring into this tournament. It's the most versatile into basically anything in the meta. It has kind of a tough time versus Kashtira, but Kashtira is not that much around anymore, and therefore I wanted to bring a deck in a pretty much unsolved format that we're going into now with the list and everything.
What is this angle? Okay, I seem to see this question a lot. The angle is the camera is over his desk, in case you didn't understand this. So it's a top-down view of his desk. That's what the angle is. It's hurting my eyes? Why is it hurting your eyes?
The most consistent. And this deck can basically combo with every hand you get. It's so hard for this deck to not combo off in some way, or at least have some runic cards to interrupt your opponent. And then also the runic engine, of course, plays super well going second into fields.
Why is it tilted like this? Probably because he doesn't want the camera to be right in front of the other camera, because if it was straight, it would probably be in the view of the other camera, something like that.
Super heavy samurai or super heavy samurai-esque negate board that you're playing into. Therefore, I felt the most comfortable with this. I did manage to make top 16, so I'm quite proud of it, and I'm going to show you the list. Of course, as most of you know, there's not too much you can do with this deck because it has a lot of engine, but let's still get into it. I will do some explanations. So it's triple Lila, double Quizzical, and 1 Frost. And I think I'm also
there's completely high rare out here.
Sunny Snitches right next to it. So I was toying around a little bit with that. So in the beginning, I ran triple Lila, triple Quizzical, and only 1 Sunny Snitch. I also toyed around with cutting the Quizzical Frost, but I felt like this card is too good. This card, even if you get Dark Ruler or something, just gives you an extra draw on your opponent's turn that can be really, really valuable to draw into the much needed runic card or something. So I ultimately didn't want to cut the Quizzical Frost anymore. And then, by just playing a couple of games in the new format and realizing that people were cutting out on draw, I realized that Sunny Snitch is just way better than the third Quizzical, because drawing Sunny Snitch gives you better combo with the Lila, And therefore, if there's no draw in the format, you can always just safely resolve Sunny Snitch into Lila. You rather want to have that than hard drawing the third Kizikal. And
there is other reasons. I've been thinking the same. I've been thinking about the same kind of problem. If I'm bringing Life Twin to German nationals, I'm not sure how exactly I'm going to do it yet, because Sunny Snitch, theoretically, out of all those cards as starter cards, Sunny Snitch is the best one if your opponent doesn't have, like, if there's no response to it, basically. The reason why it's the best one is because it, first of all, it like he was saying, it gives you the Lila. It gives you the Lila, and that's better than having Kizikal. That's good. Secondly, and that's honestly for me even more important, is it thins your deck. And you might not realize how big of a deal this is, but I've been playing this deck, and you really, when you're playing this deck and when you're building this deck, you really have to juggle between having the most amount of Life Twins as possible in your deck because you want to open one, but you don't really want to draw into them with your Runic Fountain. Those are the biggest problems you have to deal with, I think, when building this deck, is like, how many Life Twins do I need to play to see them, but I don't want to draw into them too much. And so the reason why Sunny Snitch is so nice here is because if I start with Sunny Snitch, like I can play, like here, we have 7 Life Twins in the deck, 7 Life Twin normal summons. And if I draw Sunny Snitch, I'm getting my deck thinned a lot before I draw with Fountain, meaning that the chance of drawing into them is a lot lower. And that's why technically the best one out of all of them is Sunny Snitch. Sunny Snitch is technically the best one. The downsides to Sunny Snitch are, or include, that Droll Lockbird is a thing. No, we don't have to deny that. We don't have to sugarcoat it. Droll Lockbird is a thing, and that's very annoying. Ash, somewhat. Another thing is a Rise Heart. If you go second and you activate Sunny Snitch, it plays into a Rise Heart, and yes, some people will a Rise Heart to Sunny Snitch. Sometimes that's even the correct thing to do, because honestly, if your opponent has a Life Twin, playing into a Rise Heart is easy. Summon Life Twin, summon blue, play into a Rise Heart, no problem. So if you see your opponent activating Sunny Snitch, some people might genuinely just a Rise Heart banish that, and if you don't have another Life Twin, you lost your chance at playing the game, basically. So there's a lot of interesting back and forth on Sunny Snitch in terms of how many do you want to play, how risky do you want to get. Cards like Cosmic Cyclone are also a thing that sometimes they can be used on these types of cards. But generally, I would say you want to play as many Sunny Snitches as possible without risking too much.
Therefore, I just went with the double Sunny Snitch, and let me tell you, I think I got drawled maximum 1 time throughout the entire tournament. I might even play triple Sunny Snitch, honestly. It might even be better at this point to just play triple Sunny Snitch, maybe then play like 2 and 2, maybe cut one.
Nah, I don't think you would ever go 2-2 with 3 Sunny Snitch. I don't think you would ever cut a Lila before cutting a Kizikal.
1 Lila on top of it. I think that's actually reasonable, because just drawing Sunny Snitch is not only better because it always gives
also, the life points thingy also sometimes matters, right? Sometimes the little bit of life points, they can matter if you're playing a Runic deck. Because you don't have a battle phase, and they are trying to kill you as fast as possible, so the little bit of offset can definitely help.
The better twin, but also because it has the additional effect, which can be valuable from time to time. Like whenever your opponent is normal special summoning while you control an evil twin monster, you gain 200 and they lose 200, so that can come up for sure.
That's funny.
So I think Sunny Snitch really gets a lot better in this format where Droll is a lot less relevant, and therefore I really liked it. Now going over to the sprite cards, we have triple blue, 1 jet, 1 red, and while we're at it, let me also put the spell cards in, and there we are. It's 1 starter, 1 smashers. So I think triple blue is nothing to talk about. Also, of course, we play red and carrot. This is like the super standard package. Jet is a card you could think about playing more than 1-off, but I think ultimately I was really happy playing only the 1-off, because drawing it...
The thing that I'm hesitant on doing here, I'm sorry I'm talking this much, but it's one of the decks in the format where I have the most input to be provided, I think, so that's why. But I understand the idea of playing one jet. Now, if you remember, I played 2 jets. I played 2 jets at London. The thing is, it's kind of a similar situation with the sprites that it is with the Life Twins, kind of here. Because you do want to really open... You really want to open one sprite monster. And when I say sprite monster, I mean jet or blue. Because if you don't, you have to resolve Gigantic to get it, which is normally no problem. You don't really have any other targets for Gigantic anyways. It's not bad if you have to Gigantic for blue or jet, but that's only if it resolves, if you can do it, right? If you can't, then you're in trouble. And drawing blue or jet really helps playing into boards, right? Drawing blue or jet is insane at playing through hand traps, playing into a Rise Heart, all these kinds of things. The sprites are insane in the opening hand to play through anything. The problem is, of course, you don't want to draw too many of them, and you also don't want to draw into them with Fountain. So once again, I don't know if I like going down to 4 of the good sprites basically. And also Smashers, I can get behind Smashers. That's okay.
It is not really that great because you just always want to search for the blue in the combo. So if you are comboing off resolving the blue, you will always have access to jet. So just hard drawing it is not really necessary, not really good. You also don't really want to turn 2 or 3, and therefore it's just not that great because you don't have that many cards to search for.
Honestly,
anyways.
Especially if I'm playing the Smashers and I have a second target for jet, I'd be more inclined to play a second jet, because then even sometimes on the follow-up turn, like turn 1, let's say you search the starter, but you don't draw the Smashers with Fountain, which very often you don't. Having another jet on the next turn can actually be pretty nice. I think it comes down to, in my mind, you either do 3 blue, 1 jet, 1 starter, no Smashers, or you do 3 blue, 2 jet, starter, and Smashers. I think those are the 2 ways I'm considering. Like either you go 4 sprites, 1 spell, or you go 5 and 2. I don't like the 4 and 2. I'm not a fan of the 4 and 2 here, because then like you have a second sprite spell in the deck, but you don't have a second searcher for it. So you lose some value on the second turn where you could get that card for free. And you might think second turn isn't as important, but when you're playing a runic deck, it really is. Like the second turn is in runic is as important, like more important than in most other decks, because the deck just doesn't win on turn 1, and if you go first, you also don't win on turn 2. So like you have to really build your deck to also go the long way.
The 1 starter, I never missed playing a second one, even though sometimes it happened that we had the starter and the jet together. And then this is a card that people usually not played in their main deck and rather only sided in those sprite runic life twin sprite.
Might as well cut the Smashers. Yeah.
Life twin decks. But I decided to main deck it here because, and let me explain you why. Generally, this is a side in going first, but I figured there's a lot of Labyrinth and also a lot of the Mirror Match now around in the upcoming format. So a lot of slower decks, a lot of more control-y decks. And therefore, this card is a lot more valuable going second as well. This card actually plays decently well into fields, and therefore I liked it more than other non-engine slots such as Dark Ruler. Because, for example, Dark Ruler, I experimented with that in the main deck as well, and it never really felt that impressive, never felt that overwhelming. In the beginning, I was like, yeah, Dark Ruler feels like a staple in this format in the main deck, but it really wasn't. It really didn't feel that great. Also, it's kind of nice that you have 2 targets to search for Jet. You will, of course, still...
The one card, I'm going to be honest with you, that I really want to play in this deck, but I'm not sure if I can bring myself to do it, because I think it sounds really good in theory, is Forbidden Droplet. Bro, Forbidden Droplet is a card that I really want to play, because it has such insane synergy with this deck. The problem is that it's just completely dead against Kashtira, and I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if you can do it in this format. In every other matchup, Droplet is so cool in this deck. It's so good. The reason why I'm so sad that I probably can't play it, because I'm leaning towards you can't main it, right? I'm leaning towards you can't main it. The reason why I would like to is because it would be the perfect... It would be the perfect non-engine card for this deck, because it's also good going first. right? That's all of you saying, hey, why don't you just side deck it? The reason I'm looking for game 1 options that are strong, and cards like Dark Ruler, Evenly, those cards are technically good, but they are completely dead when you go first, right? And that's like where Droplet would come in and be like, hey, this card is great going second, but it's also useful going first. It would just be the perfect card, right? It would be the perfect card, but Arisar just makes the card... I feel like it's very close to unplayable in the main deck. Like I did put it in my board breaker tier list, which is coming out today. Basically, I have to still make the thumbnail, but it's gonna be dropped tonight. So ! YouTube and subscribe and a quick shout out. The board breaker tier list is coming out later, and I put Droplet in mediocre, basically only because of Arisard. Pretty much, like Arisard just makes Arisard's existence just makes that card almost unplayable, and I wish I could play it. People have been asking about Dark Ruler No More, and I want to say a few things about Dark Ruler No More, because I have said in the past that I don't like Dark Ruler No More in Runic decks, because you have problems. You negate the entire field, but you can't attack over anything because you're playing Runics. So you have to out the board. That's hard. I will say, maybe I underestimated the card in the 2 Runic variations that are most prevalent right now. Like, I think, for example, what I said is completely true in Runic Naturia, because Runic Naturia has, like, no built-in removal, right? Runic Naturia has, like, maybe a Barone pop, and that's really about it. Like, for Coral Dragon, you already have to discard. That isn't great. So in those decks, I think Evenly was a lot better. The thing about the Runic decks, you can have Exiton, yeah, you can have Exiton, but Exiton is not really your. Let's not talk about Runic Naturia. Maybe it was a bad example. Maybe it was just a bad example. Never mind. But Runic Naturia isn't really relevant anyways right now, so it doesn't matter. In Runic Life Twin Sprites, if you activate Dark Ruler, yes, you don't have a battle phase, but you have the Lila pop. You have access to Runic Flashing Fire. You have access to Nightmare Unicorn. You have access to Sunny Snitch. Not Sunny Snitch. Trouble Sunny. You have Abomination. You have some ways. You have some ways of popping the most annoying stuff on their board. So maybe Dark Ruler is worth a consideration. Maybe.
Side this out going second if you have the choice, but in the main deck I really liked it. In the main deck I decided that's a good call, and I wasn't too unhappy about the smashes. I think it was alright in the end. Then comes the Runic part, of course, triple tip,
please,
triple
16.
freezing curses, triple flashing fire, triple distraction,
Come
triple
on.
slumber. Those are the good ones. Never
don't stop
think
there.
about
Don't stop
cutting
there.
them, maybe going
Keep
second
going.
from time to time in unfavorable matchups. You want to side out some of those, like a slumber is fine. You can side out like flashing fire versus flu or something, but only still one of those maximum, because these special summon effect is still too valuable. You still want to have always access to Runic cards, and therefore it's just really, really important to play a big number. And honestly, you already have seen I've already added like one more engine card for smashes to the main deck, and I also added more Runic cards. I played Smiting Storm and Dispelling as well, therefore bringing the quick spell ratio up to 17 cards. And my approach to the weekend and to the new format, at least in the early stages of it, was engine is the best non-engine that I could bring. If I don't know for certain, with like a certain mind, what I will have to face, I will just not rely on the non-engine and rather have engine as consistent as possible.
I get that.
That's such a strong engine, so you really want to draw your Runic cards. And therefore, like, playing 17 of this, of course, playing the double fountain as well. Never play anything other than 2. I think that's just the ratio you got to go with. And
I mean, it's semi-limited now, so we can't play the third, dude. We can't play the third anymore, sadly. All of us, we all would. We are suffering a lot. Us Runic gigachads are hurt deeply down in our souls that we cannot play the third fountain. We've always been playing the 3 fountains, and it hurts us. It hurts us very, very much.
And yeah, I just played engine because like I tested Kurikaras, I tested Dark Rulers as I said, and those cards were always like, yes, they are really good into certain matchups, into some matchups, but they are so mediocre into others, and therefore I never felt really happy about playing them. And I just upped the amount of engine cards I played, and I felt a lot better with that. And therefore I ended up with 17 Runic spells in my main deck, and of course the fountains on top of that. And now I still have some non-engine cards that I did play, and those are like some generic ones which I still felt confident enough bringing. First of all, triple tactic talents. This is like still almost always live. Going first or going second. Going second is ridiculously good. Going first, I sometimes struggled with it because it is not that hand trap heavy of a format anymore. So you might as well not use it. But then you can still discard it for like Hagen or something. So you will not be lost with this card in your hand. And it's still like a valuable spot in the main deck, I'm pretty sure. And then this card was like the only non-engine card that really felt worth playing.
I've been going back and forth on talents too. I'm gonna share my thought process on triple tactics talents in this deck. I think talents is a good card. I feel weird not having it in the deck. That was the reason why in like the recent YCSs and whatnot I've played Runics in, I've always kind of tried to sneak in one or two into my deck list. Is because I feel it's like in the last couple formats, it's always felt like a throw to not have talents somewhere in your deck. It just feels like such a solid card to have. But my issue with talents, one of the biggest benefits of talents is at the same time, I think its biggest weakness, which is that the card is sometimes good going first. But I think going second, the card is actually much worse than certain other options. So what I said earlier about Droplet, where I really wanted to play Droplet because it's good going second, but also good going first, is kind of also true about Talents. The problem is that Talents is really solid, but it doesn't auto-win you the game when you go second. And when you're playing Runic, you're really trying to draw full hands of engine, and you can't really expect to draw more than one non-engine card. And if that non-engine card is Talents, if your only non-engine card is Talents, I'm just not sure if that cuts it, right? Like, for example, in Runic, I have one other issue in Runic, is that I can't play Zeus. I can't play Zeus to take full value, because the best matchup for Talents, let's face it, the best matchup for Talents is Kashtira. Take the Arise Art, attack, make Zeus is like the best thing you can do against Kashtira. That probably wins the matchup on its own. Like, Talents literally almost solos Kashtira if they don't have Lance, right? So with Talents, I'm uncertain. I want to play the card, but I'm not sure if I can afford to not play a card that wins the game going second immediately. Like a card like Dark Ruler, for example, right? If I go second and I draw Dark Ruler, 5 engine cards in almost any deck, that solos, right? That solos the board against most decks. Talents isn't the same. Talents isn't the same, and I think you see where I'm coming from. Talents is more like a good complementary card to other cards. Like, you want to draw it together with some other board breakers or together with some other stuff that forces your opponent's stuff, and then you activate Talents to draw more cards or take at the end. You know? I've seen some people mention Enemy Controller. I don't hate Enemy Controller, but I think it's probably almost the same problem as Talents, where going first, the card is good, so you can have you have the cool bonus of this card that I'm using to break boards is also useful going first. But the problem is Enemy Controller alone will not win you the game going second. With a hand full of engine and an Enemy Controller, you can definitely still lose. And especially since Enemy Controller doesn't even have the same synergies as Droplet. Because the reason why... some people have also asked about this earlier. The reason why Droplet is so good in Life Twin Runic Sprite is that it has insane synergy with the Life Twins. Because what Life Twins do is... when they are normal or special summoned and you control no other monster, you can summon the other one from the deck. So if I summon Kisikil or Lila, doesn't matter which one, and I activate the effect, and then I chain Droplet to send it to the graveyard, my board is empty again. So when the other one comes out from the deck, it can activate again, because they trigger on normal or special summon. So like normal Lila effect, chain Droplet, send it, negate your card, summon the other one, activate the effect. I still have both monsters on the field. I technically, the Droplet was basically free, right? And you can go even further you can go even further. You can do something like if you had Sunny Snitch, you can send 2 cards. Econ Tribute does the same. You think about that for just a second, okay? Why Econ doesn't do the same, please. I just explained it. I feel like in a very detailed way why that works and why Econ is not the same. Because Econ takes your opponent's monster and then you have a monster. They don't work if you have a monster. Okay? Droplet makes your board empty. That's what it's all about. And that's why I think Enemy Controller is not quite the same level of like impact when you go second. But like imagine the scenario where like you activate Sunny Snitch, you summon a Life Twin, your opponent does something to it. Let's say he imperms it. Let's say the opponent imperms it and they have like a Fenrir on the board and something else. Fenrir is maybe a bad example because that means they're playing Kashtira. Let's say you're playing against Sprite or something and they like you summon the Life Twin, you have Sunny Snitch, you summon the Life Twin and they activate Caddy. Which is a very reasonable scenario, very plausible. You can chain a runic spell, not to summon, just like let's say you chain Tip to search. And then you chain Droplet to send the Life Twin, the Sunny Snitch, and the Runic Tip to the graveyard. You can negate 3 monsters, but you basically don't pay any cost for it. You don't pay any cost, because the Sunny Snitch has done its job, the Life Twin is going to replace itself, but you still get both Life Twins, and the Runic Tip is also a free send. So that's why I think the card is so good with... The card is so good in Life Twin Runic Sprite, theoretically. You can dodge imperms, you can do anything. Droplet is even good with evenly matched. Like, you can go evenly matched, they go Carrot Negate, you go Chain Droplet, send the evenly, and then you still only have 1 card on the field, and Droplet will, and evenly can go through. Like, Droplet is, in theory, a very good card. It's just, I don't know if you can play it because of Kashtira.
And that really paid off playing. In the tournament itself, I did not resolve it that much. I think I resolved it like once only. It was really not that great. I drew it a lot going first too. But just in testing, I realized very quickly that almost all the decks in the format right now are really struggling against evenly matched. So it was, as it was before Cyberstorm Access format, just a no-brainer for me to put those into the main deck. And I was really happy about it. And
you could side Droplet, but like I said earlier, I think the main selling point of Droplet is that it's not only good going second. I think the main selling point of a main deck Droplet is that it's also good going first. If you compare it to a lot of other cards like Dark Ruler, like Evenly, those cards have no purpose at all when you start. And it would feel really good to play a card in the main deck that I can draw going first and feel good about, right? Talents kind of does that, but Talents, like I said, is worse going second in a lot of matchups. And it's going first, it's not guaranteed to be useful. So I think if I'm siding for specific matchups, if I would side Droplet for specific matchups, maybe I will, maybe I can do that, but then there could be for dedicated going second, there could be better cards than Droplet. I think the main selling point for Droplet is that it would be a perfect main deck card for going first and second in this format if it wasn't for Kashtira. I think in Runic decks, it's fine to play such cards because of discard cost with Runic spells. I mean, that's why we're doing it, right? That's why we're still playing evenly matched, right? We're playing evenly matched because you can discard it, worst case, when you go first. The problem is, there's 2 problems, actually. If you play too many of those cards, you're going to draw 2 of them. And that sucks. Because you can't usually discard both. And also, there's more than 2 problems. The next problem is you cannot... Sometimes you want to discard a different card in your hand. You know, sometimes I want to discard another Runic because I want to draw more cards. Sometimes I want to discard other redundant cards, right? And then the even bigger problem, probably the biggest problem, is that Runic decks make a lot of their draws after Hugin. Right? Hugin gives you Fountain, and then Fountain draws you cards, and then the Life Twins draw you cards. So what ends up happening very often, let's say you play Dark Ruler and Evenly, right? Let's say you play Dark Ruler and Evenly matched. What will happen very often is you activate Fountain, or like you summon Hugin, discard, activate Fountain, you do your combo, you draw 3, and you stare down at, you draw at least one Evenly or Dark Ruler. And it's just a completely dead card, because at that point, it's too late to really discard for Hugin. You basically have no use for that card at all. Especially Evenly Matched is terrible because you don't even have a battle phase next turn, right? The Dark Ruler, you could say, okay, well, but if they break your board, you can just Dark Rule them next turn. Yes, true. Evenly is dead forever if you draw it with after Hugin. And like, just compare that in theory, compare that scenario to top decking a Forbidden Droplet off of Fountain. It's so much better. It's just, instead of being a completely dead card that you never get to use, it's actually just another disruption for your board. It just adds, it makes your board stronger. It just adds to it. Which, all this goes to say, I wish we could play Droplet, but I'm not sure if we can. Like, the thing is, Kashtira is just maybe a little bit too popular, and it's really like, you need an answer against Kashtira. Like, it's gonna feel so bad against Kashtira to go second and not have an out to a Rysard.
I would definitely recommend you playing Evenly Matched in the main deck.
What happens more often, playing against a Rysard or top decking Droplet? Well, you are right about that. That is something to think about. You do more often draw cards with Fountain than you play against Kashtira, right? Because drawing with Fountain happens like every game. That is a good way. I like the way you think. However, you also have to factor in that when you do resolve your combo and you draw 3, it's not like you lose the game because you draw evenly. Maybe sometimes you do because your combo wasn't strong enough, or your opponent has a very good hand to break the board and you need one more interrupt, but you don't have it. But very often, very often, the board is still good enough, right? I just think that if you look at the deck and you're like, and you really think about it, it's like half of your deck is good draws off of Fountain and the other half is pretty bad. Because if you draw off of Fountain and you've already done your full combo, any Sprite isn't great, Evenly isn't great, more Life Twins aren't great. Basically, half of your deck you don't want to draw with Fountain after you've already comboed. And I think that was one of my biggest issues at YCS London. It didn't feel great to draw 3 and look at like a Life Twin and an Evenly. Like now fresh in your hand, welcome the Life Twin after you've already comboed and the Evenly Matched without a battle phase forever, right? You see what I'm saying, right? And that's one of the issues of the deck. The thing is, I still won most of those games, right? I still won most of those games because the deck is still strong and the board you've made is good. But sometimes you just need that one extra thingy.
Right now, moving over to the extra deck, there's not that much spice either.
Going through the Fur Hire combo thins most bad draws out of your deck, which is nice, and drawing extra Rex adds negates to Rafale. That is an example of a deck that doesn't have that issue, right? It's a very cool... I actually think comparing Fur Hire Runic Sprite to Life Twin Runic Sprite, maybe it's just because I like Runic, but it's one of the most interesting deck building comparison type of things in the recent formats. It's been very interesting to compare those two decks to each other. I'm convinced that the Fur Hire deck is better if it doesn't break. The problem is I think it's way less consistent than the Life Twin deck. What do you do if Gigantic is Imperm? Probably win, because Imperm is the worst. Like, Gigantic is the worst Imperm target in the entire deck. I love when people Imperm Gigantic. Gigantic doesn't matter.
We played the one Gary and the double Hugin. Sometimes it might be worth considering having another Hugin, but you don't have the extra deck space at all. Also, same thing for Moonin. You have your timeout option already, so I don't really think you can afford playing a Moonin. Of course, always Gary and Battle Phase can be kind of nice when you try to usually you have your Flashing Fire, you have Freezing Curses, and you have a lot of options to break opponents' fields, even if they have a negate. So you can go negate and then evenly.
What do you want to Imperm then? Hugin. You Imperm Hugin and you pray. That's what you do. Or you Imperm, it's Hugin.
If you have Evenly, but even if you have none of the really good runic spells and rather one of the mediocre ones like Smiting Storm, you just go Battle Phase, Special Summon Gary, Crash. They will have to negate the pop effect of Gary, and then you can still Evenly afterwards. So Gary, definitely a card that I used a lot this weekend. One Gigantic, I honestly considered playing 2 Gigantic, because making this on turn 2 or 3 can be pretty cool. But there's not that many great cards you can Special Summon out with it anyway, so Muckraker usually is just the better Gigantic in the grindier games, and therefore one Gigantic probably enough. I did play the Mannequin in the extra deck and not in the side deck because I felt like there's Kashtira, there's Flu in the meta, there's also Vanquished Souls now, so there are enough decks that are main decking Dimension Shifter, and therefore the Mannequin cat play can come up way more often, so I wanted to have that in the main deck for sure, or in the main extra deck. Then as I said, the Muckraker is really, really good in this deck, working along the double Lilla, double Quizzical. Never really felt like I wanted to do anything with those ratios. It comes very regularly up that you want to use 2 and 2 in the grindier games. Then IP Masquerena, just for the standard combo, you need to play Sprint, because sadly, if you don't draw into your life turn cards in the main deck, you gotta get them in play with the Sprite Sprint and the Gigantic. And then my Link Force. Link Force, we have, of course, the Troubled Sunny. I made it quite a bit. It's such a beautiful card. It can also out problematic cards like Dragoon. It can out... Wait, can it out Dragoon? Yeah, it can out Dragoon. I just had to double check. It can out Dragoon. It can out like some other problematic things such as Abomination in the mirror match when they summoned it off of IP Masquerena, so definitely a very valuable card. And then I played the Abomination I was just talking about and the Nightmare.
If you brick in Furhire, you can still Gigantic into Rex, add Rookie, go for IP, set Rookie and IP. I know. It's just not that strong in that case, right? It's not as good as the normal combo. It's a lot weaker. It's a lot more vulnerable to hand traps too.
Griffin. I think I made Abomination more in the tournament than I made Griffin, because I played a lot more versus Spectro decks like Labyrinth and so on, and versus Labyrinth, of course, this card is so much better, just consistently popping their cards, and they don't really rely on their monster.
I couldn't imagine not playing Unicorn. Dude, everyone that I talk theory about the Runic decks for in the last couple of events, they always don't play Unicorn. It was the same at YCS Utrecht. They were not playing Unicorn. And I was like, I think it was the third elf that I cut for Unicorn, or was it I cut it for Dark? I don't remember. Either way, they didn't. They told me not to play Unicorn, and I've been a Unicorn main, dude. I'm summoning Unicorn so often with this deck, with Runic decks in general. I just make Unicorn all day, every day, dude. I love that card. I think it's just great. It's not part of any of the standard lines. Like in standard, in a very standard-ish game, you don't need it, but Unicorn is just I think it's just so good to have, because I think like the problem with your if you don't play Unicorn, you have a very particular problem in this deck, which is that both of your rank 4s don't do anything immediately, right? Abomination pops in the end phase. Griffin is only only a floodgate, but it doesn't immediately do anything. And sometimes you just need that immediate impact out of IP Masquerena. Sometimes you just need, there's a card and I need to get rid of it now, and then I win for sure. If I don't get rid of it now, I might lose. And Nightmare and Unicorn is just insane for that utility.
And yeah, therefore I made Abomination more, so it's nice to have the option versus like Brandon or other kind of decks to just lock them out of their monster effects. So Griffin, definitely a good card for sure. Going over to the side deck, something on my journey to Denmark told me to side Nibiru. I played versus a couple of decks where it was worth siding them in. I played Sword Soul, I played Monadium. I think it's even decent versus Despia because they can only puppet.
I don't know how I feel about Nibiru right now, honestly. I'm like really torn on this card in general. I don't think I would ever main deck it. I don't think I would ever main deck Nibiru. And then side deck, I'm not sure for what matchup. Like if I'm playing against Kashtira, fair enough. It's probably good in that matchup. But why the hell would I play Nibiru over Kurikara? Can't I just, like, Kurikara is just safer, right? Because what if they play around Nib? They can't play around Kurikara.
If you just clear the Albion off of their field at the end of the main phase, they might be in trouble. But overall, that card didn't really perform that well for me. I think other options would have been better, and I would probably not play it anymore going forward. Moving on, we had Triple Ash Blossom. This was superb. I played versus Branded multiple times. I sided that in generally, going second quite a bit. I think when your opponent realizes that you don't play hand traps in game 1, because I do not play any in the main deck, they will be a lot less careful game 2 and 3, and they will play into hand traps more. And when you then bring in hand traps, they can really be punished by that. So I liked siding in hand traps. Additionally, I sided in the double bell.
The bell is cool. So basically, this replaces where I had Bistials at YCS London. I think I'm leaning more towards those cards because they're good against Labyrinth as well. But mainly, I like those cards because they don't interfere with your life twins. That was one of my biggest issues with the Bistials, is that, you know, they didn't work after the life twins didn't work because I had a Bistial on the board. That happened a couple times. At the end of the day, it was still fine. It was still worth it because, I mean, Bestials are insane cards. You play them for good reason. But I think maybe those cards are a little bit better. How do we feel about main deck Bell? Like I said earlier, the problem in Runic decks is you can only play very select few non-engine cards because you only really want to draw 1 or 2 of them maximum. And you need those to be as impactful as possible. And I just don't feel comfortable that if I have an Ash or a Bell in my hand going second, I'm going to win that game. Because I'm probably not stopping a Rysard. I'm probably not stopping the full combo of any deck. Like, I'm still getting Sprite comboed. I'm still getting this or that or whatever deck comboed. And I don't think that's great.
Those were free in the beginning, but I wanted to make some space for other cards as well, as you will see in a second. This is, of course, like, those 5 cards are also really good into Labyrinth. Labyrinth was, like, generally you have a good matchup versus Financial Labyrinth because you have, like, Destruction, which is a searchable MST, but still the deck can be so quick nowadays, and they can eradicate you like nothing, and that's really rough. So having this versus Labyrinth was really high priority for me, having additional cards to side in for that matchup. I sided in the Faberduster in that matchup as well, and in general, going second into a lot of matchups, this is quite nice at the moment. And then I also... I started Called By in versus the Labyrinth decks as well, because Called By on Stovey Toby with a discard is just so brutal, and I usually can't recover from that. Also, this is good versus Branded, this is good, I said it is in versus Flu and all that kind of other decks. So Called By definitely a good side going first, and even going second versus a couple of decks. I did side double Dark Ruler because I did want to have them in the side deck in some way. As I said, testing on the main deck was not really that great, and even in the side deck, I think they were okay-ish, but they were not really ever shining. I had the second Sprite Jet to side in going first. That was okay, but I did from time to time, especially for example in my top 16 match, game 1 I just bricked on my game 1 hand in top 16 was going first Jet, Blue, Carrot, Rat, Smashers. And I was there like, yep, I'm playing pure Sprite now, and I have no more Sprite cards in my deck, so what am I even doing here? And then I played the Chaos Hunter in the side deck additionally. Chaos Hunter is there for the Mannequin Cat play if you get Shifted, so going first, if you expect your opponent to play Shifter, you're going to bring this in. I resolved that one time versus Flu. I played Flu in Swiss, and I drew it in my opening hand. So they did Shifter me, and they did have to summon it from the hand with Mannequin Cat, so that was just awful. And it never really felt great, and they were just like, okay, yeah, let me use your Shifter and the one Aglon I just normal summon to get into the Empen and run over your Chaos Hunter, so that was just awful. And then the Red Resonator, I think I did that once all day, and don't really feel like it's that needed anymore. But yeah, overall, it was a really fun tournament. It took quite a while to get.
I mean, it's a solid list. There's not that much to be done about it. Apparently, the box openings for the new Battles of Legends is coming out in an hour or so. Are you staying alive to watch them? I mean, if they drop at right around 5 p.m., we can watch one of them. We still need to do some stuff later today, but I think if they drop right at 5 p.m., yeah, we can watch that. All right, it looks like I've talked about this profile for a little bit too long. It looks like we're gonna be only React Andying to the new format today. I was planning to do some deck building myself later on. I guess we're just going to do that on the other days this week. Because we have the Purely deck here. I want to see the Purely. Is this playing second?
We're here with JT. Just topped the Halifax Regionals. JT, how you finish?
I finished 5-1. I played Purely.
Really? What place you finished?
5th place.
Oh, it does premiere. Okay. Premiere in 33 minutes. Okay.
Purely.
Yep.
Any other shout outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to East Coast Games.
It seems like it was a relatively small regional because 5-1 means only 6 rounds. But
And East Coast Gaming, our YouTube channel. We're gonna have more content coming up there in the future, mostly focused on competitive play. I'd like to give a shout out to the guys from
announce the deck doctor. I've been saying I'm not sure if I can do it this week. Because I'm not sure how many days I'll be streaming because I need to prepare some stuff for German Nats. I need to pack my stuff. I'm not even sure which day I'm leaving. So we might do it the week after. We might do the deck doctor after the Battles of Legends. So we do deck doctor for like Euros maybe instead. I'm not sure if I can do it this week. We'll see. You might have to postpone it.
Also, my wife and kids, and special shout out to my cat, Berkeley, who looks like this guy. I love my cat.
Yep. Absolutely. Let's get into it, man.
All right. So 3 Purely, 3 for Lily. Not too much to say here. Wanted to make sure to have starters.
I want to see what you say about this profile. I didn't like it. The thing is, I just want to know whether we're going first or second. I wish they said that in the beginning.
3/2. And then I did play a discard engine. Played 3 Rainbow and 1 Lucent. So I played these for a couple reasons. This is a going first version because I think that the format is just way too wide open to be going second into everything. Like every deck is just so threatening.
If this card is discarded by a card effect, special summon this card. Then if this card was discarded, okay, so it's just a level 6. Interesting. Hey Josh, are large events the only events you get to play in? I know I saw in a video that you don't play in locals. Are they enrolled? I wish I could. I honestly, I really miss. I've talked about this before. I really miss the ability to play like Yu-Gi-Oh, IRL Yu-Gi-Oh on like a weekly basis because I simply don't have locals close. My closest locals is like Frankfurt, which is like 1.5 hours by train. So I typically don't go, but I wish I could because there's, like I said earlier, there's also a lot of decks that I like. Vanquish Soul. If I was going to locals, you already know I was bringing Vanquish Soul, and stuff like that. I was gonna play those stuff at locals, and it would have been really fun, but I just can't because I don't have, you know. There's one in Marburg, but I don't go to that store.
It's hard to tailor your main deck to be able to go second into everything consistently. So the idea behind these is that they're very small engine, but if you do draw into the rainbow, it allows you to make a really threatening board with stuff in the extra deck, which I'll show in the end. And it just continuously also allows you to refuel discards into your hand. Because this can keep on bouncing itself back to hand, then discard to summon, and keep going until you...
That's kind of cute. That's kind of a cute idea. Is that a Nesh idea? Because I've seen Nesh in chat right now. He's like finally someone with a good good engine. That's kind of nice.
Run out of cards to use.
And what was the choice on the Lucent? Why that one?
This just has the highest attack. Between this, Silva, and Gold, it's just got higher attack. I don't play any effects that force my opponent to make me discard, so Silva and Gold aren't worth playing over this.
So you just... Okay, so hold up. You discard Rainbow, search this thing, then you discard this thing, it comes back, you bounce it for Rainbow, and then you can discard it again, it comes back, you link off the Rainbow, and then you bounce it. Okay. The thing is, it works like that. It works like that. It's kind of cute, but it only really does anything after your third discard, right? Like, yes, it's technically infinite discard fodder, but how often do you really discard infinite times? I feel like Purely doesn't discard that often, right?
It's good to have a 3K beat stick because sometimes
you link it again. No, I understand, but like, how many quick play spells do you even have? Muckraker, I'm pretty sure discards for cost. I don't think Muckraker does that.
Time beating over monsters. So I don't play any...
Wait, it's effect? Ah, Muckraker is... Oh, right, yeah, they made it for Dark World, of course. Yeah, never mind. I'm stupid, yeah.
The other Dark Worlds because I don't think they're worth the space. So Snow, you don't want to draw multiple of these, first of all. Like... because then your hand gets too clogged with discards. Because
if you play Snow, you have to play Brow too, and then Snow also gives you another... Basically, what I just said is you need to do 2 or 3 discards for this to be worth it. If you add Snow into the mix, it becomes 1 more.
Like, this is just a bunch of discards on its own, so that's fine. And then Brow, also just because you don't want your hand to clog with these things. Because if you draw multiple of these, then they're just bricks, basically.
Did you find you bricked a lot today, or was it pretty good?
I did actually a couple times, but not because of clogging of this, but just not drawing one of like 22 starter cards. That happened a couple times, but I mean, that's also just Yu-Gi-Oh! That's the way the game goes sometimes. So yeah.
Perfect.
Then I'll show some of the extra deck cards after that I used that were the idea with this. Honestly, I don't think I would play this again. This deals with Cash kind of dropping in popularity, Bestials are picking up in popularity, and these are obviously terrible into Bestials.
Yep.
And honestly, they're pretty bad into Cash too. But again, it was just the idea was to try and make going first much more threatening because the standard end board of like 1 monster turning into Noir maybe is just not consistently strong enough. Like, you can't make Noir big enough with Delicious at 1. So the idea was to try and put up a more threatening end board. But yeah, I'd try and find something else.
He be capping? I'm gonna be honest, Nesh, I think I agree. I don't think I like this. Well, I like the idea. I appreciate the creativity. I think it is not a bad idea either, but I don't think it's optimal. I do not think it's optimal.
It's different going forward. I also don't know if I'd play this deck again, honestly.
You're gonna say it after yes, as always.
Well, just because like,
Obito-kun, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Dude, we hit another sub goal. Can we ever stop hitting sub goals? I feel like it's impossible. Okay, well, you know what that means. Get them ready. Get them ready. There you go. Thank you for that. You'll reach 2K at this rate. The thing is, I don't think we will, because we're at some point in the next couple weeks. We're gonna lose all the subs from the Master Duel, grind weekend, the World Championship qualifier. I got a bunch of subs from that. A lot of the subs are from that weekend, and as soon as that weekend is 1 month ago, we're gonna lose a lot. I don't think we can hit 2K. It's fine though. It's more than enough what we have. Appreciate every single one of you. Win German Nationals and you'll hit 2K easy. Fair. That might, yeah. If that works, yeah.
Like, this is the only deck I own, so that's why I played it. But I think that a lot of other decks in the format are much stronger.
Is this your daily job? I'm doing this full time by now, yeah.
So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily recommend playing Purely, but if you got it, here's a build you can use. 3 Ash, it's just universally the best card versus everything.
Ton of Branded today too. Did that come up a lot?
I played Branded once, and I drew it against Branded Fusion, which is obviously good. It didn't super matter. But yeah, it's just generically, like in that game anyway, I was already very far behind. But yeah, I think it's just generically good against everything, and probably should be in your main deck right now in almost.
No wonder what? We're going second. Oh, well, it said he said he was going first. I feel like it's a whole different Nesh. I think it's a whole different deck. Just incorporated the rainbow idea. I don't think it's the same. Like, it's not. Which honestly, first of all, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with going first purely. I think that deck just doesn't make sense. Like, no offense, I don't think going first with purely right now makes sense. I think what the deck was able to do going first is not what it does anymore. Like, the deck, it just can't consistently do anything going first.
3 Prosperity, so I'm not playing any draws like Brow or Shadal Beast, so this doesn't conflict with anything.
That's nice.
And the idea is to help you dig for more starters, dig for Delicious, dig for the Dark World cards. The extra deck's kind of tight, so banishing sometimes with this is difficult. You got to be careful on managing your extra deck resources.
Were you normally 3 or 6?
It would depend, honestly. If I needed a starter, like, I'm obviously going for 6. If I'm going second and I needed to dig for like Dark Ruler or Board Break.
I think, by the way, that's not necessarily true. A lot of people, and I've been doing this myself a lot, but I don't think it's correct actually. I think it's very interesting to talk about though. A lot of people have this idea about Pot of Prosperity that if your hand, like if you need a starter card, you need to go for 6, right? And I don't think that's necessarily true in a deck that plays so many starter cards that, let's say your hand is 4 non-engine plus Prosperity, and you have like 15 starters or 20 starters in your deck. I think you can go for 3. I think when you have to go for 6 is rather when you're looking for a very specific card. Like if you go second and you want to find evenly, for example. It's safe. It's safer, yes. Safer, yes. But safer does not always mean it's correct, right? It depends on the deck you're playing. If your deck doesn't care about the extra deck at all, of course you can go for 6. Like that's besides the question. right? If your deck can banish 6 no problem, it'll never miss it, then who cares? Just banish 6. But like I've been thinking about this a lot in Sprite recently. When we played Master Duel with Sprite, and it's been like, let's say I need any level 2 monster in my deck because I already have like blue, right? And I win immediately if I find any level 2 monster. Sometimes you don't have to go for 6 in those cases because there's like, you can hit so many different random cards that you might not need to risk 6, right? Because banishing 6 as opposed to banishing 3 also is a risk in some way. Because you risk needing one of those cards later and losing the game because of it. Because I've lost games where I banished a card of prosperity and then needed it. That's happened. So that's also a risk in some way. I feel like a lot of people, most of the time it's probably correct still to go for 6. I just want to draw some attention to the possibility that you think about, maybe I shouldn't be banishing 6.
Of some sort, then I'm obviously going for 6. But if I'm just going first and just want to get into something additional, then I'm just going for 3. Like, because like if I have Lily, like Per Lily in my hand, then I might use this first because there's like 3 cards that I'm playing that you can search off Lily. So if I want to have both of them in my hand, I try and prosp for one of them first, and then search the one that I didn't get.
It's very hand dependent on your banishes.
Yeah, it super depends on your hand, whether you're going for 3 or 6. And the other thing is too is that if you're prospering for 6, you got to be aware that they might ash it. So you want to make sure that you have other stuff in your hand that you can use. 3 Dark Ruler. This is the only real going second card that I played, like Board Breaker. I thought that this just was the best card to play.
Dark Ruler seems nice and purely, dude. You go a second, you Dark Ruler them to make a Zeus with like 15 materials.
Play to hit the most stuff, because your monster, like the fact that you can use Pearly multiple times per turn, you can use all the memories multiple times per turn, it makes it so you can push through back row a bit easier, but it's harder to push through big monster boards because your monsters are normally so small. So playing this, attacking something, making a Zeus, and then clearing the board was the game plan pretty much going second. So I think this was just the best card to play for going second. And the idea as well is, like, normally in a going first deck, this card isn't really great, but you have so many ways to just use it if you draw it going first. Like, you can discard it off of memory, you can send it off of, like in a later turn, you can send it off of beauty to attach something if you draw it. So it's not entirely dead going first. Like, at the very worst, you have something to use as a discard.
Would you cut down on it?
Is Lava Golem good in Runic Twin Sprite? No, you need your normal summon.
You think? It's a 2
Quite simple.
No,
You
100%
can't afford to spend your normal summon.
The memories... Nothing really to say here. You're just maxing out because you want to end the 3 My Friend. You want to hit off your purely.
How'd you find your hits today?
How did I find what?
Your hits today off the purely monsters.
I mean, I whiffed on purely a lot, but I think that I was also playing the absolute max that you can comfortably and consistently play. So that's, again, just numbers. That's the way Yu-Gi-Oh works. Stray Street. So, since this is going first build, this is a really strong card to play. If you already have My Friend, or if you already have Leap, this gives you something additional to search off Lily. Protects your stuff that you summon from like Veilers and Imperms, but most importantly, it will, during the end phase, attach something from the deck to one of your monsters to give it that extra material.
I'm going to speed it up because I have one or two more profiles I wanted to watch.
Material to make the Noir on your home turn just that much bigger, and probably you're attaching something memory to get a draw card. So there's a hope that you might draw into Ash, for example, or just additional resources to help on the pushback the following turn. So,
but I want it, like, the thing is, in 18 minutes we get the Battles of Legends reveals, and I want to watch those, and I want to be done until then with the deck profiles. So let's
going first, I think this was fine, but definitely don't want to play more than one because it
Carmani Soul, thank you for the 8 months.
I was for a while playing the Rainbow Bridge package and multiples of these, but that just had way too many bricks to really be worth it. So I did opt for I was either in between no discard engine or some sort of draw engine like Beast and Brow and stuff, and if I were to play this again, I'd probably go with the draw cards or no discard engine at all. But yeah, awesome. One Call by the Grave, this is my 40th card. I wasn't quite sure what to play, but just figured that this was going to be good going first. It was the best going first card. I didn't want to play Talents because it conflicts with Prosperity, and there's a few times that I want to use the card, like the memories during draw phase, which if they interrupt, then I can't Talents. And I didn't want to play Thrust either, because I thought there was going to be more Imperm than, like, I thought it was going to be a much lower hand trap format than what it ended up being, so that's why I cut Talents and Thrust and just instead wanted to go for like a super consistent deck. But this was in there.
I feel like if that's your sentiment, you also don't play called by.
To try and get around Ash, to hopefully if people are main decking D-Shifter and Cash, this is like the one card that can guarantee get rid of it for just one card.
Yeah, my Shifter got called by a couple times today. I think people are picking up on that one.
Yeah, so again, it was a 4-year card, but I think it was, and I knew also there'd be a couple of Dragon Link players, so having this against Seal is very crazy.
Disgusting.
And then for the traps, 3 leap, 3 Imperm. I think this is the second best interrupt aside from Ash. It's okay. It's the best in a wide open format like we're in at the moment. I don't know if I keep playing it going forward because there's a lot of board breakers out there and having to set this when going first is not good. But drawing it for when going second is it does what it does. So I'd probably keep 3. 3 leap just because again this is a going first deck, so I want the chance of drawing this as much as possible or being able to search it off of Pure Lily and just again having the large number of early cards so that Pure Lily misses as little as possible because missing off of Pure Lily is really painful. So just having stuff to hit, even if you draw this just to discard it off something, you can at least get some value out of it by recycling your monsters because you do tend to go through monsters pretty quickly, especially like with the Dark World cards where you're summoning over and over and over again. And then with the extra deck, like it helps you recycle.
Yeah, I just don't know if this deck gets to make Plump consistent.
Anything you change anything?
I'd take out the Dark World package. I'm not sure if I use it.
I'm just not sure if this deck gets to make
consistency cards. I'd probably just opt to play more consistency cards. I don't know what they'd be, but that's just what I would be thinking.
Awesome.
So for the extra deck, 1 Plump, 2 Beauty, 2 Happiness. Not much to say there. For the Plump, only play 1 because you're barely even summoning in the first place. Because it's limited now, and you really only need 1 and worse.
No, seriously, how does the deck going first? How does it win if it doesn't make Plump? Because you don't really get to draw many cards with Leap. Because without Plump, you can't really attach them from the graveyard to Sleepy Memories. It's like we're not doing much, are we?
In case if you need to recycle it, I'm playing 3 Leap. Double Noir.
Beauty plus
Assembled Nightingale is the only rank 1 I play, but because I think it is the best one. Just being able going second to...
Okay, but how many materials are we talking on Beauty? But even then, that's a monster negate plus Leap into Noir for like 1 or 2 removal. It's not...
To attack directly. I didn't play Fucho because I'm playing IP for the Dark World combo. So if I have 2 monsters left over, I can at least make that. But I think this one's just the best going second.
I'm back from French Nationals, top 64 with Vanadium. I'm so happy. Yo, congratulations! We saw you in the deck breakdown. We saw someone made it to top cut with Vanadium. Congrats. Well done.
Attack directly and make Zeus. Downerd and 2 Zeus.
Did you have any thought against the, I think it was the level 1, that rank 1 Magician card?
The Slacker Magician? Yes. Also considered it, like, it is good, but I just found that Nightingale was just better. Like, for the tight extra deck that I had, if I was going to pick a rank 1, it was going to be one that could attack directly without losing material.
Awesome.
So for Link monsters, played IP, Muckracker, Unicorn, and Griffin. So IP, just to be able to use leftover bodies to make an interrupt with Unicorn on my opponent's turn. It's also a Fiend, works with Muckracker, but basically the ideal kind of setup that you...
Chat immediately bombarding them with give deck list, give text, give deck list.
Want to end up on with the dark, which is very easy to draw. Rainbow, is to end up with like Muckracker, Griffin, and Beauty. So like yeah, if you draw a memory and Rainbow, then you can end on this as long as you keep hitting other memories off your purely summons. But anyway, this is like the threatening board that I wanted to go with because it required the least amount of investment to get the most value. So you'd have a negate with Beauty, Griffin would be stopping everything, and then this would protect your other stuff from dying by battle or card effect. And then once you've used up the Beauty, or if you have to shotgun it, depending on what your opponent plays, you can leap to put the Noir here so that your opponent can summon a Link monster like Griffin points to, so that they can't use their effects on special summon. Never got to pull this off, but that's the idea anyway.
I never got to do it.
That was the theory that we wanted to end on, just to make going first, because the end board of just Noir is not threatening enough, but this is pretty scary in game 1.
So with a tight extract like that, what do you normally do for the corner person?
Normally do what, sorry?
Just banish the
so going first, I would probably get rid of...
Are you watching Battles of Legends openings in 14 minutes? That's the plan. If they drop exactly at 5 p.m., we're reacting to it, yeah.
And depending on my hand, a Unicorn, possibly.
Like, because in my mind, I know nothing about that set, except Assault Synchron is there. Everything else, I have no idea. Reprints, other new cards, I'm sure there's good stuff in it, but I literally know nothing. I don't know if that info is out there and I just missed it, or if anyone is in the same boat, but I know nothing about that set. All I know is there's Assault Synchron, and it's legal for European Championship, so I'm interested in it.
Just because, like, if I didn't think there was a likelihood that I would just end on IP, I would put this back into deck. Because then I was never going to use this because I'd just be going for the...
So we're watching it, yeah.
Unicorn. Going second, a lot of the time I was siding up Dark World stuff, so I would have been getting rid of this stuff.
And there's like
second,
quarter century rares, yeah.
Not 100% sure that getting rid of both Noirs is the right call, or one of the 2 Noirs is the right call, but I keep 1 leap in going second just to have something extra to search off of Pure Lily, so at the very worst, I can recycle it. Because I mean, it's pretty much never getting banished. Like, at worst, they're going to conjure it.
You can't reach him, so I guess that was the right call.
The theory worked, yeah.
So, like I said, going first with this deck is kind of weak, so I did side more going first cards than what I normally would with something.
See, this is where I feel like you gotta take a moment and realize, if my deck needs these cards going first, maybe I shouldn't be picking first in game 1. I think Purely is the type of deck that you could do something that a lot of, like, Purely is in a very unique spot, I would say, in comparison to other decks in other going second decks, right? Because we look at something like Mikanko, we look at something like Numeron, we look at something like Grenmaju, your typical going second decks, right? Those decks can never really go first after siding unless they draw a floodgate. But with Purely, I think you have this and this is why I think Purely might be the only really viable deck going second, is because after siding, you can change the game plan, right? Like, you can do that. Like I said, your deck can still do something. The something it's doing is probably not enough, but if you, let's say you win the dice roll and you make your opponent start, and then you, after siding, your opponent thinks you're going to make them start again, but now you just go first because you can put in all the broken going first cards, and then you do a little bit of Purely, a little bit of floodgating, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and you suddenly, you throw your opponent off, you catch him off guard, and you win the game, right? Going second cash can also kind of do that, right? Going second cash in game 1 can kind of do that.
So I just wanted to side the stuff that would stun people the most. So 3 summon limit, just basically generic against everything to stop turns as much as possible. And then 2 D-barrier, branded.
So yeah, maybe Purely is not the only deck that can do it, but it's one of, I think that would be, if I was trying to play Purely, I would go second in game 1 and then maybe go first after siding. When you know what you're playing against, you can side perfectly for it, and so on and so forth. Then I could see going first with Purely. Game 1, I don't think I would.
Around here, and so is Sword Soul, so that's why I picked these. But I think that these are some of the strongest going first cards. There's a lot of board breakers around, so I don't know if I play Summon Limit again, just because it gets hit by Evenly and Lightning Storm, which this deck is already weak to. So I'd have to reconsider if I play these again.
They work well today?
Sorry?
Work well today? So you might find all those cards work really well today?
Summon Limit just got killed every time I played it. And I did draw D-Barrier and it mattered against Branded, so that did what it was supposed to do. And then just to help, so going second, this deck is actually a lot stronger post-side than you might expect, just because you have so many ways to get to Zeus. But I did play 5 spell trap removal to just get rid of floodgates. Stuff like anti-spell, goes in.
Is it just me, or is everyone playing the Lightning Storms now that they semi-limited? I feel like beforehand, no one was looking at that card. That card wasn't good, no one played it, or like almost no one played it. And now everyone is like, hey, that card's semi-limited. That card must be broken. I must put it into my deck. That can't be, I can't be the only one, dude. Like, that card didn't get better because it got semi-limited.
All that stuff. Specifically played Cosmic.
It did get a little better. I'm mostly joking, guys. I'm mostly joking. The card is a little bit better this format than last format, yeah.
Going second, Runic is a very tough matchup for this deck because it's hard to beat.
The forbidden fruit always tastes better. Yeah, Konami is like, you can now you have to put less Lightning Storms in your deck, and people are like, don't tell me what to do. I'm putting a Lightning Storm into my deck.
Fountain and the end board if they're playing like Sprite and stuff, but having Cosmic to just have the Fountain is key, so that's why I played those. And I figured that Runic is probably one of the stronger decks right now, so that's why I played Cosmic.
Agreed, yeah.
And then for other side stuff, 2 Santa Claus and 3 Nib. This is just for going second against monster decks. This is for like
monster decks.
Kashtira, a couple people playing Marincess here, and just sided this in general against just to work as 1-for-1 removal to remove whatever is a problem, and then Zeus everything else away.
Did you find the Nib today?
Didn't end up siding it at all. So this card is not too great this format, I think. I don't know if I keep playing it again, but perhaps not optimally, but I didn't super feel comfortable playing a tournament without Nib at least somewhere in my list. Just,
I mean, technically we're right. Technically, monster decks. I mean, it's just that most decks are monster decks. Because we call trap decks, right? And you could call Runic a spell deck, maybe. Or Sky Striker. Hey, those are spell decks. But I guess most other decks are, by that definition, monster decks.
Just a lot of the time in a wide open format.
It doesn't narrow it down much. It's just like, that's everything except for Eldritch and Labyrinth.
People tend to run into it, so I don't know if I play going forward, but it was more comforting to have
technically true
than anything else.
Awesome, man. Anything else you want to give today?
No.
All right. Well done on the Purely deck. We have one more. That that was not on purpose, but I think we've saved the best for last because this one is
Brutal
super
here at
heavy
the
cash
Houston,
Tira.
Texas Regional, 9 rounds of Swiss, 454 players, I believe. And whoa, we have
Super
your first
heavy
place.
cash
My
Tira.
goodness,
I
please
didn't ask
introduce
for
yourself
that.
to the world, man.
So I'm
But
Robert
here
Van
we
Buren.
are.
I was playing Cash Tira Super Heavy Samurai.
So hold on, did you say super heavy samurai in there?
Yes.
My goodness, wait, what made you decide to play this deck, dude?
It was only because I was trying to think of. So one thing I saw with Cash was it just has that many negates. So I thought, okay, well, if you end on Baron and you have scales, it can unbreakable off your hands. Say you have like just Fenrir. If you have Fenrir Kashu, then you can get full combo off without problem.
My goodness, before we see this first place, Spice, any shoutouts, man?
I'll shout out Cards and Comics Connections over in Conroe. The adventure begins over in, what, Woodlands? Technically? Yeah, there you go. And my favorite card of all time.
Wait, did the entire regional have gaming chairs? What the hell is going on there?
Brigade Cheering.
My
I love Tri
goodness.
Brigade, man.
Oh, and quick shout out to Game Guys over here giving us 3 boxes for first place.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
pretty nice.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, other places will just get this man in a box. But anyway, please show the first place Gumi.
Alright, so first of all, pretty normal. Triple Fenrir, double Unicorn, 1 Ogre, 1 Scareclaw, 1 Rise Heart. It never really came up where I need a second Rise Heart. It may came up once, but it didn't really matter that much.
Oh, so these ratios were fine with you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can get with like preparations, birth, you can just keep something back.
Okay.
And then for the super heavy stuff, we got 3 Prodigy, 1 Benkai, 1 Soul Guy Booster, and so this one is the interesting one.
What?
Barrel MLB 96. So the whole reason why I use them is if you open up D-Shifter, you can't get Baron because you can either go D-Shifter, which is just arguably better than Baron, because you can't go Bite, send, after Kakashi, go off of that, SL, summon, your Bite. So I found out this guy, in level 8 Synchro, he summons some deck. So get your Baron without conflicting with the D-Shifter.
Pretty
Are you making Burrito to summon the barrel from the deck? Yes. So what we're doing is we're playing 3 Vakaushis, which is the good draw, and we're playing 3 bricks for that. Am I seeing this right? And the thing is, your bricks here are actually bricks, right? Because if you draw the barrel, the burrito doesn't work. If you draw the big benkei, it doesn't work. Like they're bricks. Right? They are bricks.
spicy, man.
I'm being honest, it never came up, not once. I used Wakashi twice. Of those 2 times, one got Seals bounce,
never came
but
up.
it worked because I baited him into thinking I was playing super heavy. And that was the only card I activated, so he sided poorly against me. The second time, the guy had Book of Moon, and Book of Moon the Wakashi when I put the Guy Booster.
Wow.
That was literally it, but, it was kind of funny to see like people looking at you weird for having this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Then for some hand traps, we got D-Shifter, of course.
We need this, now you have it.
Absolutely busted. Ash. It's honestly the best hand trap in my opinion. It beats.
And now you're
beats a lot of
out
decks
here
at the
putting
format,
like
such as,
different rarity D
Labyrinth,
shifters onto the table, followed by gold rare ashes.
It beats like most rogue decks.
Dude.
It's just or branded as well. It's just best hand trap in my opinion.
Okay.
Then we of course have the monsters. 4 planets. It's necessary. Birth. This card's just crazy. How can not get hit? I don't understand. Triple Theosis. It's just really good as well. Triple Pot. Triple Talents. So this was another one that this won me games because your opponent never.
This is just Cash Tira, but instead of 6 good non-engine slots, we're only using 3. That's all.
Thinks about playing around it game 1. So you just go planet, they ash, talents, draw 2.
It's just cash. It's just cash, but we have 6 slots that we're only using for 3 good cards and 3 bricks. That's all.
And go off in there.
Everything else is just standard cash.
That's for the spells. Pretty basic, I would say. And then 2 Imperm. Didn't really have space for.
And what if we go second and draw Imperm? What if we Imperm and then we... Hello?
Third. 2 is fine. It's
I guess you gotta draw it together with Shifter, then it doesn't conflict.
pretty good. Big Bang and Preparation.
Nice, have to ask. What's the media count?
It's 40.
40? Yeah. Wow, perfect for you guys. Nice.
Perfect 40. You heard it here first.
So that's it for the main, and then we have the extra.
Killer Pipe, thank you for the prime.
Triple Shangri-La. You could cut this down to 2, but I played a lot of the combo where you end on Shangri-La and the Rise Heart by going into a second chain, overlaying it into a Rise Heart. Okay. So the third was pretty nice to have just as like a backup. And then the one Rise Heart, Macrocosmos, crazy.
Thank you. I needed that explanation.
The one Dark Arm Dragon of Annihilation came up quite a bit. Big Eye, never summoned him, not once. Draco Sack, he's really good. Just being able to get rid of like skill drain, just really great. Never went into it, but you know, you definitely want to use just like the game for it. Could be useful.
Why is there a fusion?
Then we have
for prosperity.
The Steel Shogun. Oh.
Insane.
Again, never summoned him. But man, it would have been funny if I did.
For prosperity. So funny. Never summoned him.
30, man.
Come
Honestly,
on,
I threw him
dude.
on pot like so many times. Omega. So I'm running this for 2 reasons. First, you can summon it with the super heavy stuff if you really need to. But the reason is it cycles back your Rise Heart if they kaiju it or something. So it's just pretty good. It cycles back a lot for any monsters you need. So Baron, of course, because I want to end on Baron. That's it for synchros, and then we have the Goliath. You know, just really good. We got the Lingeribo. I put this in case I got Ibly Walk, but never did, so mostly just prosperity mill, but would have been really useful if it did. The one Donner. Honestly, never really came up, just not a lot of monsters where it's very useful against. And finally, Fossil Machine Skull Wagon. I mean, Stone Trap Destruction.
And then probably just standard cash Tira side deck. Bells, Kaijus.
Never really used Kaijus, but just want to say.
Rulers,
one Harpies,
Lightning
more
Storm,
back-
Harpies,
oh, yeah.
Feathers, Stem Uni. Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is, besides the super heavy samurai stuff, besides the super heavy samurai stuff, it's just a cookie cutter cash Tira list. I think you just overcooked a little bit, but okay, it is 5 p.m. So if anyone has the link to any of the Battle of Legends goo, then let me know, because this one is probably gonna be in Spanish. Let's see if it's here. It's here. This one is here. What else do we have? We have a link here. Ooh. Lithium. MST TV. Okay, we have a couple. Okay, everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. Let's listen to this. Yo, what's up, guys?
Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome back.
That was a good one.
New set coming out in the TCG within the next couple of weeks, so should be half of June, right? Little over half of June, and that's Battles of Legend. New series of Battles of Legend. You know the set. Yearly it does return, and I think most people are looking forward to this because of the reprints, right? Konami already announced a couple of reprints and highly sought after reprints. Engage, for example. Zeus should be in here. Dante, for example, as well. A couple of new cards, and I'm looking forward to the most to the new Synchron monster. So
yes.
Who knows if we're able to pull that one. So first of all, huge shout out to Konami for sending these over for early reveal. And like always, there is going to be a giveaway, but again, you know, all information will be in the pinned comment. So, you know, good luck. And I can't wait. Let's dig in. Let's see if we're able to pull, you know, one of the new cards. Alright, so first box, both boxes are open. You see the, you know, both piles of cards, but again, I have no clue what's going to be in there. Let's open up the first 4 packs, see, what are we getting? Okay, so some cards are a lot of cards from the series, right? Mother Spider Splitter. Okay.
We're not gonna read every single card now of these, simply because it's gonna take too much time.
Ah, Gin Buster, that's an upgrade.
Good reprint, that card was expensive.
So all Ultra and 1 Secret.
Oh, that card, we looked at that recently.
That's the first one.
That's a good card.
It seems, you know, smaller packs. Compared to the regular ones, but all the cards are foil, right? Viper's Grudge, Black Mamba, okay. More Befoma Pal. Oh, Punk
reprints. Ooh, is there like the expensive stuff in there? Super Poly is solid.
Okay, I think this is welcome, right? It's a hard to get card, Super Poly. I mean, it has been reprinted a couple of times in the past, but you know, because it's so highly sought after, you know, it's sometimes not likely that people will trade it. Zombie reprints, okay. Baby Spider. Don't slip the dogs of war. Okay, and a Synchro Zone. Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Let's put the secret reverse in here, and then one last pack. We open together. Let's continue. So Super Poly already. So again, like cards that I'm looking forward to. The new Synchron. Oh, Aratama.
Ooh, Aratama is good reprint.
That's a cool reprint. That's a welcome reprint. Ghostlands. Ooh, reminds me of Doom Caliber Knight. Ghost Fusion and Mysterion, the Dragon Crown. Okay.
That wasn't that's not a
Let's
great reprint.
continue. Cards that are already opened. More Performa Pals, more Punk. Bento.
Oh, there it is.
Yes.
Of course,
this is the one I'm looking forward to most. For Synchro decks, right?
It looks so cool.
Dragon in the most recent set, and together with this card, I really want to try this.
Are secret rares typically expensive from Battles of Legends? Like, what ballpark are we talking when we talk like a Battles of Legends secret rare? Like, how expensive are we talking?
Unless there might be other cards that we don't know, or we might pull. Who knows? Let's continue. Lamia. Okay, reminds me of DDs, right? And Shadows Light. Okay. Ooh, a lot of nostalgia cards. Okay, let's continue. Ooh, Dark Armed. All right, imagine.
You gotta respect the dad whenever you see it.
We're able to pull one of those.
Even though it's not good anymore, we respect him.
Right, so Dark Armed reprint.
Fisher's good reprint.
Okay, more spirits. Spirits. Yeah, indeed. Protection of the Element and Dark Hole secret rare. Okay, this is a welcome one. That's cool. That's nice. Okay, let's continue. Baby Spider, Forest of the Lost Flowers. Okay, oof, all these names.
Oh, that's not good. I still have mine. I still have mine.
One of the better decks in this current format.
But I think we knew that.
Is a welcome reprint. I think this will, boost, I guess, people of playing more.
There's Deer Note.
As expected, Deer Note reprint. That's welcome as well. Oh,
Baldrake Hollow. That's Pog.
I think this was a common before, so that's cool.
But why not? I guess it couldn't make it super rare in here.
Cross and IP.
Oh, IP reprint. Not bad.
Secret rare. I guess easier to access, right? Zeamin, Ultra Rare Quick Fix.
Zeaman, Quick Fix, some hollow reprints.
Being Secret, Photon, and Golden Rule. That's for Crystal Beasts. Okay, let's continue. More Performa Pal.
So far, all the punks are ultras.
This one. Oh, this is also one of the new ones. Yep, also announced on the Konami website. Ooze Giants. Okay, I like the artwork. That's cool. Let's continue. Sage, more spiders, Final Cross, and... Okay, again, doesn't ring a bell. I think Crimson Chevalier Bradamante. I hope I pronounced the name right. Okay. Let's continue. Mantis, more pen. Oh, more D. Oh man, I need to check this one out after. We already saw this one, and
there it is, the Foxy Tune reprint.
So again, much easier.
Foxy Tune reprint, that's good. I want to pick those up. I don't have any.
Cards have been reprinted, right? Or maybe I don't think so. Numbers, Puppet, and Nessie. Oh,
Dangers again? I don't. Most of the dangers aren't really. Is there any dangers that are super expensive? I know Nessie isn't that expensive, but it's not a bad reprint either.
Link Decoder, that's welcome. Black Mamba and Herald.
Oh, another good reprint.
I mean, the Herald, this one didn't really see that much play.
That was expensive.
Sprite, I guess potentially get back stuff like Shifter, Rose. Okay, the
Rising Carp gets a hollow. Ibly reprint. We don't want that. Ban that shit.
Ibly reprint. Another. I think so. But again, welcome. She saw competitive plays in the previous format, but I'm not so sure this format. Macrocosmos reprint, more zombies promotion. Shell Volcanics.
Shell reprint. Okay, people have been using that.
And Tiramisu. Okay, so
that's not bad.
Reprints. Okay, that's new. New for this set. Didn't know that. Viper's Grudge, Zeamin again. Okay, that's cool. And Dark. Okay, new. Yeah, that was the one from the packs, I guess. So Secret Rare. Okay. Almost there for the first box. Okay, that's cool. Spirit reprints. This is a cool reprint.
I don't think this one is that great.
Looking at Sword.
It's a useful card, but I don't think it's very expensive.
As well, right?
But it's not bad. That was money? Oh, it was 15? Okay, I didn't know that.
And another Super Poly. Okay, that's cool.
I remember picking it up when it was less, so maybe it went up.
All right.
I didn't know it was 15 bucks. Then good reprint.
From that, Odd Eyes and RGB Rainbowlution. Okay. Oof, a lot of new cards from me, I'm honest.
Now the thing is, we're gonna look at some of these new cards tomorrow because I don't know most of these effects. I don't think most of it is super good except for Assault Synchron, but I might be wrong.
Diamond reprint, that's nice. That's for Tellers. Again, something I guess a staple for Tellers, especially. I was about to say this form, but always more spirits. Smashers.
Hollow Smashers. Okay.
Ultra rare upgrade and another Herald. Okay, come on, Assault Synchron.
Is there more Sprite in here?
Lamia.
Sprite reprints? Question mark. Hollow Book of Eclipse. Not bad.
Still no quarter century secret rare, but who knows? Last pack of the first box and Mathmech.
No, not the Mathmech.
Of course, this already was a secret rare, but another reprint I guess is welcome. So okay, first box off to the second box. Okay, second box. So let's see.
Ooh, Carrot.
Reprint for Sprite, more upgrades for Sprite.
Hollow.
That's nice.
I'm not gonna play those. I like those commons more than ultra rares.
We saw Smashers. We saw Carrot now.
Nah, not the Mathmech reprints.
And Foxy Tune. Yeah, we saw those in the previous box. Okay, more spiders, another smashers. Alright, non-punk and duality. Yeah, we saw those
Duality's
first
good
box as well, so we can move a little bit quicker. Okay, odd ice, we saw that one as well. Another super poly, so that's a playset secured. So keep in mind, everything from the second box will be up for the giveaway. So again, take a look at the pinned comment, right? Protection, link decoder, another berserker. That's welcome. Again, much easier to access, right, this particular card for Synchro decks. Again, looking at Vanadium and the potential new support in the future. Yep, we saw that one already. Come on, so more Assault Synchrons. Maybe a Zeus? Who knows? The second one,
Assault
guys, the second
Synchron,
one.
dude. I
Again,
want it.
Cool upgrades. Are we able to pull a playset? We'll see. Okay, Volcanic Shell, that's welcome. Who knows? More Volcanic cards in here for reprints. Okay, yeah, we saw the Chevalier in the first box as well. Come on. One Assault Synchron, maybe a quarter century secret rare. Ptolemaios. Okay, that's more nostalgia. I'm a fan of Satella Knights, at least the new support as well. They can do some cute stuff. So I guess with this reprint, it might be easier to access. Another Rocket card. Okay.
Ooh, Rocket support. Hold up.
But again, we want Synchron, right? Assault
It's
Synchron.
called Rocket with the double K,
Spirit
right?
again. Dark Hole reprint.
But it's not, it's a
First
cyber.
box. Secret rare. Promotion. More Zombies, Performer Pals, and the Dark Magician fusion, if I'm not mistaken. Should be right, yeah, Spellcaster Dragon. Dark Armed, we saw Dark Armed before, so that's something I guess for older formats, right? At least those Time Wizard formats at YCSs, for example. Let's continue. Forest, we saw Puppet Pawn, okay, and another Dark Hole.
I don't get the Dark Hole. Kind of like a, I don't know, maybe for casuals, they love Dark Hole.
A quarter century secret rare, maybe.
But like that card wasn't expensive, that card need a reprint, I don't know. But...
Diamonds again, so that's nice. Probably a 2-off. Welcome Labyrinth, again, that's cool. That's definitely a solid treatment for Labyrinth. Sprite Smasher, so more Sprite upgrades. Danger Nessie, another welcome pull. Okay, let's continue. More Performer Pal, right? Don't Slip, and another IP. Alright, so no Zeus yet. Come on, looking at another Assault Synchron, another Herald. Come on, come on, come on. 6-7 packs, I think. Come on. Are we able to pull those? Another Chevalier? Yeah, we saw that one before. Come on, come on, come on. Another Dark Magician. Come on, come on, come on.
Mostly repeats at this point.
Book of Eclipse, that's welcome. Alright, so I think 3 packs left. 3 packs, come on. Maybe all the new cards we haven't seen before. Okay, another Ogre. For punks, 2 packs left.
We're getting mostly repeats now.
And Tiramisu, last one. We'll see, okay.
I want to say one of the quarter century secrets, but I think from the main set we may have very well seen everything already. Let's just watch this one at 2 times speed, see if anything new.
We're recording. Hey guys, this is Starbucks. And Nishi, what's up guys? Hack battle time. Episode. We'll find out right now. Ooh, we have Barrow Rebo. Alright. We have Sage Wisdom Himmel.
Come on, I 2 times speeded it. How are you still slower than listening?
Not Sky Striker Ace. Yes. Other Sky Striker support cards.
Oh,
that's a great card. That is Tri-Edge Master. If you can go to a 1/5 as
Wait, we haven't seen this one. Okay.
Or 2/4 as material, or using 3 monsters as material.
Oh, but I know this one. This one's not bad. This one's been used in some OCG deck lists instead of Coral Dragon. This card's not bad.
This is gonna be crazy. Lots of cool stuff. Okay, so we're reprinting a lot of the adventure cards.
Okay, the secret rare is in the middle in the US packs. In Europe, it's in the back.
I think that's one of the more sought after cards as well, especially anyone playing Synchros. Probably. We have Yugioh Shirakusai. Like Grand Creator upgrade.
Yes. Oh, Sigma. That's a good one.
Oh, Mare Corrupt. Wow. It was already a secret on launch.
Yes.
Now we
the original was a secret in Flames of Destruction, I think.
Oh man, we back. Yeah, when we back. But this is oh, I love the.
Revs pulled the secret rare. Okay. The quarter century.
For sure. Baby Spider. There's a Mother Spider to go with this.
Okay.
And I believe you can actually summon them all as level 5.
Oh really? You can make like rank 5 monsters or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Or if one of them's a tuner, you can make a Baron.
Another Himmel. Gymmaster. Upgrade.
One for Sprite.
I think Sprite's getting a little bit of an upgrade in here. Oh wow!
What?
Alternate art.
Oh, Engage.
Right?
Right. Engage has an alternate art.
Oh, good.
I think I'll use Engage more.
I want
these Engage more. I want these Engage way more.
So cool.
It's way more dramatic. Like look, there's like.
Nah, OG looks better.
There's so much darkness involved in this one compared to like the other one. Yeah, let's go. This one's like, I've been through a lot already.
Wow.
I just came back.
It's not a bad alt art though.
That's a crazy pull.
I think I got this one.
Holy.
It's like I like OG more probably, but that's like I respect that one. That one's okay.
Generic monsters. These are just creatures.
It's an animal name.
Yeah, just an animal.
It's not like Stratos.
Yeah. Ghost Lancer.
Okay. Oh, this is like a Cyber Dragon that pierces.
For ghosts. Or zombies. Oh, I'm loving my packs. My packs are looking really
That's
good.
looking pretty good there. Let's see.
Oh, Odd Eyes, Performable Odd Eyes Butler. These are the ones that are suited up. Very, very epic mustache. Yeah, that mustache is crazy cool. Crazy cool. Alright, let's continue on. Ghost Sleeper, Underworld Princess. These are the Ghost Fusion cards.
That art looks so dramatic.
I think they're pretty crazy. I think there's a lot of synchro plays you can do with these cards if you know how to do it. But these are, of course, fusion based cards as well. Unless I'm wrong. Let's do like Ghost Fusion monster. What is it? Photon Jumper. New card. I love it. Love
and the battle phase, skip your next battle phase on this card from hand.
Okay.
Now search for any photon or galaxy spell trap. That's not bad. Okay.
Start tap along. Okay. And Guard Mantis. I think that's just another generic monster.
But I don't think Guard Mantis.
Next thing we're gonna have is like little puppy or something. You wouldn't destroy my little puppy, would you? Guilt your opponent into a win. You monster. What is this, Kaiba? Kaiba definitely killed someone for victory.
Oh yeah, probably. Classy Karibo.
Classy. This one's
Nice.
nice. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it's also an 8 pendulum scale. Your opponent declares an attack to destroy this guy. Okay. So
That's
that's
very
not very
Karibo-esque.
Oh,
Rising
of
Card,
course,
nice.
of course. This is not potted duality. This is
Just duality,
See?
okay.
Light or dark, light or dark monster special, light or dark monster from your hand, or extra with the same original type of level. Oh, extra. Okay, we might be seeing some crazy stuff with this.
Okay, so you can't summon and you see or a link.
Yeah, actually, this is really like the artwork though is pretty. Dogs of War. It's a tug of war. So when either player draws a tuner for their normal draw during draw, reveal that draw 2. I don't know how I feel about this. If my opponent draws an Ash Blossom Joy Spring and they get to draw 2 more cards, and I lose 2,000 life points.
Yeah, unless your opponent doesn't play tuners. But
Fine,
like
you know
the Ash Blossom effect,
Yeah,
it's kind of risky.
It's really is. Ghost Bell.
Yeah.
Every single Ghost Girl.
Yeah.
Base hand disruption.
Oh, the sprite upgrade that you were looking
care.
for?
This one never came foil.
No,
That's good.
I haven't seen a single sprite red in here, which makes me nervous. Why is there only why is
this
there only
Gargant,
carrot?
the Ooze Giant. This is a
Imagine they gave us a sprite red reprint in the OTS pack as a super rare, and now they give us ultra rare carrot. Do they want us to play mixed like super rare red and ultra rare carrot? That's psychopath.
Can go back into
Psychopath
scale to putting itself as
mentality.
pendulum.
No way.
So scale into exceed material. It goes all over the place. Let's see. Additional mirror level 7. How appropriate the naming. Okay, from your hand to the graveyard, and then
that's right.
I don't know how he's using cash here, but okay. Ooh, oh, Dynamite. Sage right there. It seems to make sense. Protection of the elements. This is Sage of Benevolence. Celia. Ciela. Oh, the ulti and ultra. Photon Vanish. Ciela.
Oh, the Punk Dragon.
Amazing Dragon. We didn't see that one yet.
Upgrade.
You pulled the level 6 synchro in like the first pack.
Yeah, that's pretty
It's
good.
looking kind of rough for me.
Yugioh. Spider.
Nessie. Wow.
Cool. That's my first promotion.
Nessie.
I don't know. Well, it's the first one tonight, but
okay, we'll see.
We'll see who gets more.
Right here with a quarter century secret rare. That's
Super.
there.
Oh,
an element of your flame wingman infernal rage.
Yes.
Okay.
Level 8 Reptile. This is actually
cards.
they have a blades? They do have a blade.
They can do some things.
Butler.
Oh, this is a good card.
So this is on top of being an outfit, because it is a level 4, one level 4 lower cyber sponsor material. But if you're going to be actually using
more
Cyber
like ones, I love those.
Access code, heat soul, lots of
Oh
things.
my god, that's really good. Oh, Boxy Toon! Baby Spider. Okay, cute little thing. Last one.
Ooh,
that's another
adventure
good pull.
reprints.
One Enchantress of the Temple.
Oh, the Water Enchantress.
Oh, it looks good too.
Was that not fateful?
Red Ramsey.
That looks better than the ultra.
They're like chess
Hey,
They're like chess pieces.
add this card, and then
That looks better than the ultra.
Pull 2 minutes. The Odd Eyes Butler.
I don't know, if he's taking my card. I get something I can add.
Foxy
Not QC.
Ghost Grammable.
That's not better than Foxy.
Super Dimensional Sun. Beautiful name.
You just have to. Oh, it's gonna be
Terraforming.
Terraforming.
Praying Mantis, another
Creature,
creature.
another animal. Okay.
Dark
nice. Not the quarter century one, but.
But it's the next one.
Oh, Artoma. Nice.
It doesn't really interfere with their strategy.
Tom.
There's
But now we have
Assault Synchron.
Cards, adventure stuff. Printings.
Oh, right.
Dante.
Living in the past there.
Because some of those underworld cards, they do add level 2 zombie-based tuners, which is even place better. Yeah, but if you can get it free, it's even better.
Yeah, Synchron's gonna get me there, Tom.
We'll see.
Bonus. This one. Oh, it becomes all action
Cards. Interesting.
Alright.
That's how it works. Oh, Shirakusai?
Shirakusai.
Curse of
Around
Aramatir, but where's right
Where's
Where's
here?
Dark Hole.
Oh, Dark Hole. Dark Hole's better. Equation. Pack magic coming up. Almost.
Dunnel. Synchronization. Just keep card as field spell attack.
Is it?
Yeah. Let's see it. Let's see a little bit. Oh, no, it's not it. Was it right? That's
Terraforming. Okay.
I think,
Okay, one thing before I want to see how the quarter century rares look. You said Revs pulled one.
Subscribe. Secret rare.
Oh no,
Divine
Zeus is a regular
Arsenal,
secret
AA
too.
Zeus. Sky
What's the
Thunder,
timestamp
baby.
for the
Originally
quarter
came as
century?
a secret in Phantom Rage. Now a secret rare in Battles of Legend. Monstrous Revenge. Let's go. These pools are nice, dude. IP. Zeus, and we're like not even halfway through a single box. We have promotion here, and of course we have Zeamin, Final Cross, and Photon Jumper once again. All right, we're coming up towards the end of this first box. Still curious to see if we're gonna pull a quarter century. Baby Spider, Photon Vanisher. We have Sage of Strength, Akash, Praying Mantis. Yes, baby. Teller Knight, Ptolemaeus.
Respectable.
Quarter century, secret rare. Okay. I don't know how rare this rarity is going to be in this set. Is it one?
That looks nice. That looks nice. It's not insane. It's not an ultimate rare, but it's a nice rarity. It's just it looks okay. It's not Starlight. It looks very similar to a Starlight. It looks very similar to Starlights. They're a little bit different, but they are nice regardless. I like them. Go watch Ducks. I feel like we've seen enough. Of this set for now. looking like a good set. I'm gonna be honest with you. Looking like a solid set in my book. Like I'm seeing a couple of good reprints for sure. Actually not a couple, a lot of good reprints in there. We have new cards, and I'm definitely excited for Assault Synchron. Some of the other new cards we're probably gonna have to read again. I remember reading some of it beforehand a couple weeks ago, but not all of it. So we're probably gonna spend some time on stream tomorrow to read and rate those cards. But yeah, so far first impression of this set is solid, not bad for sure. Okay, chat. Thank you guys so much for watching. That's going to be it for the stream for today. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. I hope to see you guys back again tomorrow. If you're not followed to the channel yet, of course, click that follow button to not miss any of the future streams. I'll be back as early as tomorrow with some more Nationals preparation, maybe some Master Duel, maybe some Battles of Legends card reviews or something. We'll see what we do tomorrow. I don't know yet. I'll send you guys over to Farfa. Don't forget to, you know, follow on Twitch and subscribe to the YouTube as well, because I'm dropping a YouTube video later tonight. Anyways, have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.